Good morning everybody and welcome to Trent Bridge Live once again, where we are situated at the John Fretwell Sports Complex as we bring you Metro Bank action once again as the Notts Outlaws face off against the Yorkshire Vikings. And I'm delighted to say that joining me straight after the toss is the Notts Outlaws captain Hasib Hamid. Lovely to see you again, Captain. How are we? You well?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, good, thank you, mate. Just to let everybody know that literally the toss has taken place and you lost that toss, Hass. So the Yorkshire Vikings have chosen to have a bowl. So you're having a different challenge to what we faced on Friday when we obviously bowled first. So how do you feel about that kind of challenge that we've got today?
Yeah, obviously, like you say, it's a different challenge, but one that we're excited for. It's you know, it feels like it's another good cricket wicket. So yeah, hopefully we can sort of hold the bat.
So obviously, just to let everybody know, it is a different wicket to what we faced on Friday. Looking at Friday and then today, obviously a really important partnership between yourself and Ben Slater. Both of you getting hundreds. Is it a case of looking to Ben and obviously Freddie McCann there at the top to kind of, you know, just set us off in that first power play section? Yeah,
look, that's always a template for whenever we're batting. Yeah, we'll look to try and build partnerships. I think that's one focus point that we've had. Yeah, and obviously it falls on Ben and Freddie to start us off. If not, the next man in comes and tries to do that job.
We'll go through the team, but just to let everybody know, it is an unchanged 11 for this fixture. How nice is it to kind of just have that settled team, 2 games in 3 days, and say to the boys, kind of, come on, let's go again?
It is, yeah. Look, we're yeah, to have got that first one on the board on Friday with that team and to have the privilege of being able to select that same team again at the same ground, it is nice. But as we know, it's a new day and we all need to pitch up today with the same level of attitude that we had and mindset that we had the other day, and hopefully we can do the job today as well.
Just obviously, like Yorkshire Vikings are in town. They've won their first game that they played as well. So similar kind of points when we look at the table. What kind of challenge do you think they'll be bringing? Obviously, bowling first. You know, you said to me that you were going to look to bowl first, but what have we got to be aware of what they bring to us?
Yeah, look, obviously they've had a good win against Surrey, so a little bit high in confidence. Yeah, I guess we've got a home advantage, and having played here a couple of days ago, hopefully we can utilise that. And ultimately, I think it's, you know, 2 good cricket teams. Yeah, whoever plays better on the day will take the points, I reckon.
And then just finally, this is the end of our little home section here. We've had 2 games in 3 days, as I say, 3 games in total. How nice will it be to just kind of round off this first section with a win? Yeah,
of course, it'd be really nice to get, you know, potentially 2 wins out of 3 would be a really nice start to the competition. But as we know, games come thick and fast in this competition, so yeah, we just have to pitch up on each day, and like I've said earlier, we have to just make sure that we give it our best shot and try and perform the way that we want to.
Okay, well, thank you very much for joining us once again, and we wish you well for today.
Absolutely.
Cheers, Hash. All right, thanks, mate. Okay, the Notts Outlaws captain there, Hasib Hamid. Now, as I just mentioned earlier, let's go through your selected 11 because it is a unchanged 11 there. So coming out very, very shortly will be Ben Slater and Freddie McCann, and then obviously the bowlers will be looking to have their feet up for the first 50 overs in Luke Fletcher, Brett Hutton and Toby Petman. But it is an unchanged 11 for your Notts Outlaws. Now, if we quickly just take a look at the table and see how Group B is looking, you will notice that literally, like we just mentioned there, Warwickshire at the top actually, but the Yorkshire Vikings, if we look at today's team, they've won 1 from 1, and then your Outlaws, obviously a victory on Friday against the Sussex Sharks. And as you'll see on the right hand side there, lots of fixtures being played today, so the table really will change after today. So literally, if Notts can pick up that victory, it will be 2 victories from 3, but as Hass says, it's a new challenge today and they will be batting first after the Yorkshire Vikings won the toss and elected to have a bowl. So play is due to get underway in just under 8 minutes time. Kyle is ready with your commentary, the sun is shining, and we will bring you live ball by ball coverage of this Metro Bank 50 over fixture between the Notts Outlaws and the Yorkshire Vikings.
Hello and welcome to all our listeners to a glorious sunny day at Welbeck for the Outlaws' 3rd game of the Metro Bank One Day Cup. They'll be looking to go 2 from 2 at the Beck after defeating the Sussex Sharks by 8 wickets on Friday. Today's visitors are the Yorkshire Vikings, who will be playing their second game of the tournament. The Vikings are looking to go 2 from 2 after their 25-run Duckworth-Lewis win against Surrey on Thursday. These two teams have not met since 2021 in the One Day Cup, as last year the game was abandoned due to weather, and I'm pretty sure that the game in 2021 was rain affected as well. No chance of that happening today. It is absolutely glorious, and once again they have done a phenomenal job at Welbeck. Slightly more people in. There's a Mr. Whippy van. Why not? The weather's glorious. I'm sure he's going to be really busy today. There's probably around about close to 1,000 people in at the minute, I would have thought. Everyone bringing their own deck chairs, and sun hats are plenty about today. Tons of sunscreen. If you are just joining us, you are listening on BBC Radio Nottingham or BBC Radio Yorkshire. Perhaps you are joining us via the Trent Bridge live stream. Yorkshire won the toss and elected to bowl in their second game. The two teams will start off with Notts. It's an unchanged 11 for the Outlaws. It's Ben Slater, Freddie McCann, Jack Haynes, Haseeb Hameed, Matt Montgomery, Lyndon James, Tom Moores, Liam Patterson-White, Luke Fletcher, Toby Pittman and Brett Hutton. If you remember, on Friday we watched an absolute batting masterclass by Ben Slater and Haseeb Hameed, who absolutely batted like a dream. They came in under a very difficult situation. 8 for 2 Notts were, chasing 217, and they knocked it off. 2 down, so absolutely fantastic. Well, over 200 run partnership from those two. We're going to have, well, I would have thought Ben Slater and young Freddie McCann to open the batting, as both teams are just sitting in the shade on the pavilion, waiting for our two umpires, who is San Adnan and Nigel Long. Let's just hear the 5-minute bell rung out. Sure, we'll be seeing our players emerge very shortly. The Yorkshire team: Will Luxton, Finlay Bean, James Wharton, the captain Sean Masood, George Hill, Harry Duke, Matthew Rivas, Dom Bess, Dan Moriarty, Ben Code and Dom Leach. So also unchanged from their victory down at the Oval against Sussex. And it's a bit of a change in scenery from busy city London life to beautiful Nottinghamshire countryside. Here at Welbeck, if you haven't been or not doing anything today and you fancy a bit of one-day cricket, the weather's absolutely glorious. Get yourself up to Welbeck and come have a watch, as it's sure to be an absolutely cracking day and a glorious day. Bring your sun tanning clothes, get yourself a tan. We need a tan. Players starting to emerge. Ben Slater and Freddie McCann walk out. Yorkshire team in huddle, and I'm joined by Jonathan. How are you?
Even better when I got the microphone on, Kyle. Yeah, yeah. Morning, folks. Yeah, you've started making me feel like I wish I'd have brought my factor 50, and I probably will do it. I need that at some point, given where we're sitting in a tent. But yeah, good to be here. First experience of the place for me. I think when you get down to ground level, they always feel like the ground is vast. It feels like a big arena here. You're going to need to play some good shots to get your boundaries. And as you were just saying, really good start to the comp for both these sides, unchanged coming into the competition, into the day's play in the competition, I should say. So for the Yorkies, that means Will Luxton, Finlay Bean, James Wharton, Shan Masood, George Hill, Harry Duke, Dom Bess, Matthew Revis, Ben Code, Dom Leach and Dan Moriarty. And they're going to have a go with the ball first. They did bowl well down at the Oval the other day when, before you start to get a lot of social media in, they beat Surrey rather than Sussex in that.
I meant Surrey, I beg your pardon.
But I mean, they'll take the points off Sussex as well if that's okay, you know, and give themselves a chance of qualifying. They haven't done that for the last 2 years now. 2021, fairly young side, got together under Richard Pyrer at the time and managed to make it to the quarterfinals where they lost to Essex. In the last 2 years, they've not really come that close to getting there, which has been a bit of a disappointment when you consider that they should have been building and layering up their experiences, and with largely the same set of lads for the 4 years in a row now, you would hope that this year they can kick on. And when you consider that James Wharton just got his first class ton a few weeks ago, Matthew Revis got a couple of those last year, George Hill's got a few of them, Finlay Bean's been going really well in the last season and a half. They now have the sort of players who prove they can do it at this level, maybe, okay, different format. Yeah, that should stand them in good stead for the rest of this few matches. Ben Code, he's going to open the bowling from the Bowls Club end, which is the opposite end to which we're sitting. First delivery is wide of the off stump there of Ben Slater, and there's no run. Spoke to Ben actually on the mic at the Chesterfield Cricket Club annual dinner last year. Did a little piece with him. I was emceeing that.
Amazing. What did he have to say for
Chesterfield
himself?
CC boy.
He is indeed.
Poached, of course, by Notts from Derbyshire. Least said soonest mended on that front as Code's in round the wicket. Good delivery, second ball. And Ben just walking into that and couldn't get a bat on it.
It's an absolute fantastic delivery. It's such a... We saw it in the Sussex game. Sussex won the toss and everyone was incredibly surprised for them to choose to bat. And the new ball did go around a little bit. Fletcher and Hutton bowled beautifully, and maybe that's why Yorkshire won the toss, elected to bowl first, and that ball just nipping away from Slater, who is fresh off 100.
Here's Code again then. Oh, another good delivery. Has he got his man? He has. Nick from Ben Slater. It's a short and unhappy stay at the crease for him here at Welbeck. And Nottinghamshire are none for one. Harry Duke taking a good catch, diving away to his left, and Code strikes early.
Well, far from ideal start. Slater can't repeat his heroics of Friday, and well, unfortunately, Mother Cricket has struck there. He's gone for a duck. Very well bowled by Code again. The first ball, or the second ball, just squaring Slater up in a play and miss, and maybe a fraction fuller, not much at all, and this has produced the nick, and it's a very good catch taken low to his left by Harry Duke. One-handed catch, and it says on the scoreboard not a 2 for 1, but that can't be correct.
He was, well, according to the stream, he was wided second ball, which I don't think we picked up.
No, but it brings Jack Haynes to the crease. He will be hoping to go better than he did on Friday, where he was removed for a duck. It was Haynes. Faced about 5 balls, I believe. So Jack Haynes in his 13th game. 250s and 100 with a high score of 153. The Worcestershire lad. He's had a good season. A good debut season for the Outlaws. He's come in not in a spot of bother here. 2 for 1. Code has delivered so far after Shan Masood won the toss, called correctly, and put the Outlaws into bat.
Yeah, pretty breezy here, which is good news really, because as I mentioned, we're in the marquee at the side of the ground with the closed back on it, so we're a little bit of air in here on a hot day would be welcome. Shouldering arms, first ball there was Haynes, right-handed of course. Ben Code enjoying himself early on here, and while it does, when you're down at ground level, look a lovely it's pretty much a flat pitch. There's a gentle incline on it. But when you walk around the outfield, you do think, yeah, there could be one or two teeth missing if you're not careful when that ball bobbles in front of you if you're going down to pick the ball up. It's not terrible or anything, but it's just those little bits of patchiness about it as the ball drops out into the offside off the pads or thigh pad of Jack Haynes. No run.
It is a little bit bobbly. In terms of how club grounds go, it is an absolutely incredible club ground, but as you can imagine, it's not Headingley, it's not Trent Bridge, and it is a little bit bobbly. So we saw on Friday a couple of misfields out on the boundary because it is quite difficult to field.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. Here's Code. Oh, he got him! He's cannoned one onto his middle stump, and Haynes is a second victim in the over for Ben Code. And that is 2 for 2 off 1 over. Ben Code with a double strike. And Nottinghamshire really are in a little bit of early trouble here.
Jack Haynes, that's 2 ducks in 2 games. And he's not very happy with himself. He let his first one go through to the keeper and it nipped back. The next one, just a little bit more indecision. He's gone to let it go but hasn't quite pulled his bat away in time, and it's cannoned off the inside edge of the bat onto middle stump, and Notts lose their second. A little bit of indecision by Jack Haynes. Not sure if it was because he was worried about it coming back or I've got no clue, but Jack Haynes gets his second duck and it brings the captain Hasib Hamid into the crease, and this is a lot earlier than he would have liked to walk to the crease. Bolton board, Lancashire lad, captaining Notts now. 650s and 300s. One of those was in an incredible run chase on Friday against the Sussex Sharks. He came to the crease at 8 for 2. He's now coming to the crease at 2 for 2. So Notts really are in a spot of bother. And it is indeed now just being corrected. It is 1 for 2.
Ah, okay.
It is 1 for 2.
I did wonder why the wide was given as 2. I thought it must be a new rule or something.
I know the no balls are 2. Is that is
no
still
balls
correct?
Are 2, yeah.
Yeah. No balls are 2. So, well, fantastic figures here by Ben Code. He's going to be lining up Hasib Hamid.
I think your first call was right. Fantastic fingers as well. He's obviously getting the ball to do something from that hand.
It looks like he's getting it to come. I haven't watched a lot of him. I watched him a little bit of Headley, but these balls that he's bowled get him to go away from the left-handed slate and back into the right-handers.
His first ball to Hamid, he's just dropped out into the offside. So an eventful first over. That's taken us fully 6 minutes to get through after a slightly earlier than scheduled start. So at 11:05, yeah, 1 for 2 after 1.
Well, Notts, after losing the toss and being put into bat, are under pressure from the get-go. After losing 2 wickets in their first over, Ben Slater nicked off, and Jack Haynes chopped on, so they find themselves 1 for 2. Dom Leach into the attack. He's going to be bowling from the Charlie French end. That's our end, just away to our left. We are at ground level, so we are exactly at, well, we would be sitting at long on. So as long as Shan Masood plays ball and does not step in front of us, keep going, thank you. We're all good to go. So Leach into Freddie McCann, who's clipping this off his legs and found the gap. Dom Bess chasing that away, will tag it and pull it back in. Good fielding. And they get back for 3. So Freddie McCann off the mark straight away.
Yeah, and it did bobble, didn't it, on its way towards the boundary. Kicked off the pitch a couple of times there.
Did indeed. Down there is particularly bad. I remember when I played here in the club game earlier this year, on the left towards the banks out there, it is very bobbly. So it's particularly difficult to field out there, but Dom Bess has done very well. So takes the score along to 4-2 now. Hamid just taking guard. The field, 2 slips. Third man, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg as Leach approaches and very full to Hamid, and he defends off the front foot. Just looks down at the front foot crease there to say that didn't feel quite right. I'm not sure if that was slipped at all. Dom Leach, born in Middlesbrough, 6 games, best figures of 3 for 48. Got very friendly bowling conditions. Runs away from us, does Leach, wearing the number 8. In, and Hamid drives through the covers, and that will be 4. Glorious shot. Leach a bit floaty and a bit full and wide, and Hamid doesn't need any invitation. It's an absolutely glorious shot all along the floor. And that's the first boundary of the afternoon. 8 for 2 now.
Yeah, picked up 3 wickets against Surrey the other day. 3 for 48 from just 6 overs though, so going at 8.
A little bit expensive. Leach in, and Hamid defending off the front foot. That's his length. I think that's where Captain Masood will want him to stay. Nibble it around from there. Hamid coming forward off the front foot and just prodding at one. Very well played. Didn't look in danger at all, but he's under pressure off the front foot, and it's where they'll need him to be. Really is absolutely glorious there. A bit of a breeze to keep us cool in the marquee. Leach is in, and Hamid letting this one pass, and he's going to have to re-bowl that as umpire just signals a wide.
Yeah, the vista from our commentary position, well, it's fairly flat round here, I think it's fair to say. There's not a lot beyond the trees at the far end of the ground, way to the left. Some woodland, gets a little bit more hilly.
Can get very windy and very blustery up here, so it was quite windy on Friday actually. So not as windy today. Still have Leach running in, goes wide again, and Hamid just letting this one pass through to the keeper. No run, 12 for 2. You're listening on BBC Radio Nottingham or BBC Radio Yorkshire, or perhaps you are listening via the BBC Sports website for another fine one-day cup match. These games come thick and fast. Where are you away to next? You're back in York, aren't you?
York, Wednesday and Friday.
Lovely, lovely cricket ground that. Leach in full, and Hamid defending off the front foot. Once again, doesn't quite seem like he's very happy with the popping crease where he's delivering that from. Umpire now just inspecting that, maybe slipping a little bit. Not entirely sure. The end of 2, it's 12 for 2. 11 coming off that Leach over.
Is there a scoreboard anywhere that we can see apart from on the monitor?
Away to our right, the old score box, and then there's one out there which doesn't seem to be working.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Yeah, no, it doesn't. That's why I've not really picked up on it. Okay.
No, it's
so
just
9
changed.
for 2.
9 for 2 now, so I'm not quite sure what's going on.
So Ben Code is going to continue from the Bowls Club end. I'd love to know who Charlie French is, by the way. From the sitting at the Charlie French end. Here's Code round the wicket from the Bowls Club end. Ooh, the first delivery has caught Freddie McCann amidships.
Well, we won't mention, but it's probably the worst place you can get hit if you are a man. So, again, Code's getting it to nip around quite nicely.
He willed anything in terms of life in the pitch if there's grass on it. I didn't get to inspect the pitch, I've got to say, before the start. I mean, from this angle and distance, it looks a lovely straw-coloured strip, but clearly it's doing a bit early on, and if it's going to do a bit, then Ben will find a way to get that ball moving. Just a bit of a fumble by Shan Masood, ball bobbling on him at mid-off with that little push into the offside by McCann, but there is no run, so left-hand, right-hand combi. I think you'll find when Yorkshire go into bat there will do the same. So they'll open with Luxton and Bean right hand, left hand respectively, and then depending on who's out, it will be either James Wharton or Shan Masood at 3 and 4. In comes Code again, and he's tentative here, isn't he, Jack? I should say Freddie McCann. You can see straight away there, he's just not moving into the shot with much in the way of conviction from what we can see. And you mentioned we're at long on from this end, from the Bowls Club end. We're now down at a pretty fine leg to the left-hander, or probably about second slip when the right-hander's on strike. And we are down at ground level. So in terms of that usual commentary overview, not easy to say, but another good delivery from Code. Again has the beating of McCann, ball wrapping him somewhere above the pad flat by the looks of things and almost doubling him up, so maybe a bit of a nip back up. Good crowding, like you said. He's at about 1,000. Yeah,
it must be about 1,000.
It's hard to guess, isn't it? But yeah, it's certainly, the ground is fully lined with people anyway, which is really good to see. Some people have chosen to go up on the banking away to the left, get a bit of an elevated view, and to the right as well. Some want to be right close to the boundary rope as Code's in again. That's pushed into the offside. And again, no run. A variety of tents around. It's almost like a medieval jousting tournament, isn't it?
It is.
Out there in the middle, the jousting is taking place.
You asked who Charlie French was. We did speak about him on Thursday. He was a influential figure at Welbeck Cricket Club, where he spent his whole club career and captained the first and second team respectively. Bit more on that after this delivery.
Which has been bowled now by Code, and this time a little more solid McCann. Dot ball.
So spent his whole club career and captained the first and second team respectively, playing a key role in developing young players at the club towards the end of his playing careers. As chairman, he worked along friend and club president John Fretwell to move the club from their historic home to develop a new and improved facility at the now known John Fretwell Centre. He was born in 1954, the former wicketkeeper batsman, uncle to Trent Bridge titan Jake Ball, and older brother to former Nottingham England wicketkeeper Bruce French. Was renowned as one of the greatest amateur players of his generation. As we have Leach in, and this is it down the leg side? It is down the leg side. He's going to have to re-bowl that again. So just getting this one to tail back to Hamid and goes down the leg side for a wide. So, former Nottingham England wicketkeeper Bruce French was renowned as one of the greatest amateur players of his generation, playing for Welbeck Cricket Club from 1960s through to the 2000s. So that's who Charlie French is. Obviously, we are at Welbeck Cricket Club in the John Fretwell Centre. Dom Leach is running away from us into Hamid, who's letting this one pass through to Duke, the keeper, who now is just asking first slip to retie his shoelaces. It's 10 for 2. 2 wickets to fall. Ben Slater nicked off by Code, and Jack Haynes then chopping on a delivery 2 balls later. 2 wickets in the first over, which has brought Captain Hamid in. Leach in again and driven again. That will be 4 again. Beautiful. Slightly over-pitched by Leach, and Hamid front foot to the ball. Beautiful high elbow straight through the covers, or the gap between extra cover and mid-off, and it races away for 14 for 2.
Yeah, interesting to see. I mean, the players were having a bowling meeting in the hotel last night, as they do. Not sure what was discussed, obviously, but not sure it was that delivery.
Leach to Hamid, and just dragged his length back slightly, and Hamid lets this one pass through to the keeper. No run.
When you are a young bowler like Dom Leach and you've got somebody at the other end like Ben Code, great, because you know that there's some pressure being put on at the other end. Your job really, he took 3 wickets the other day. That's a good thing. Is to try and maintain that pressure, isn't it? Not to release it on the overs in between. And I wonder what they were discussing in terms of length they'd bowl here.
Leach, once again, has found a bit of a better length here. And Hamid letting this one go through to the keeper.
Dom would be, significantly quicker than Ben, who's low to mid 70s, but very, very accurate. And Dom more like 80, that sort of speed. So a few mph quicker, but of course against quality players, doesn't matter the 80 really. No. If you get it in the wrong areas, it's still going to go, especially with a white ball, which clearly doesn't do as much.
You're very correct. The length he'll be looking to bowl is a tad fuller here, and this one is guided down to third man by Hamid. 15 for 2, Hamid on 9 and McCann on 3. It's a bit tennis ball-y. I spoke to Kevin Shine, the Notts bowling coach, and Liam Patterson-White and Luke Fletcher earlier today, and it does play like a club wicket, as you can expect. We are out ground. It's so a very good club wicket nonetheless, but a little bit tennis ball-y and not normal first-class wickets. As Leach around the wicket to left-handed McCann, who's driving this down the ground. That's beautiful shot. Over pitch again by Leach, and McCann drives this straight down the ground, and that's absolutely glorious. It's 19 for 2 after 4.
Yeah, so 10 from the over, which is very much the most expensive so far. 1 off the first, 8 off the second, maiden the third, and then 10 off the fourth. So Dom Leach has gone for 18 of the 19 runs in his 2 overs, which says something about the way he's bowling. Clearly, he's trying to get the ball up there. That last ball just over pitched and driven down the ground. If it's not swinging for him, then and you're getting it up there and you are getting driven, then I guess you've got to look at plan B fairly quickly.
Agreed.
And what do? Do you just go back to top of off stump and try and do that? It's still not a bad plan to bowl in white ball cricket as well as in red, as Cody's in, and he strays slightly leg side of straight this time, has been clipped away by Hamid down through fine leg. Not sure who was fielding away to our left because of the side of the marquee, but the umpire's signal said that he too has gone for his first boundary of the day.
This one, oh God, just angling into leg stump and me just flicking this one away for 4. I think it's such a safe bet. Top of off stump, it's really easy. Just stay in and around there, and if the wicket nibbles around a little bit, then both edges are in play. It's got to stay there.
Here's Code again, and that's pretty much what he will do. That latest delivery turned into the leg side by Hamid and no run. So 2 for 5 from 14 deliveries for Ben Code.
Handy little figures at the start, isn't he?
He's a very good bowler. Obviously doesn't get much in the way of short form cricket, T20s. Doesn't get a gig in the 100. But Yorkshire happy enough with that to get him playing in this one wide of off stump and left and through to Harry Duke. Whether he'll play all 8 games in the group stages here, I'm not sure, but this is a great way to keep him going from one championship game to the next for Yorkshire. Keep him getting some overs under his belt out there in the middle, doing some good for the team.
This will be very similar to sort of championship cricket at the start of this Metro Bank One Day Cup with the opening the bowling.
Yep, ball short of length this time and solidly blocked by Hamid. And what you tend to see or have seen in the last few seasons when Ben Code has played in this competition is that he might well bowl his 10 off the reel. He's not really. It's not. If you think about that pace at the end of an inning, 70 odd,
could get lined up quite easily.
Yeah, especially if there's nothing in the ball anymore. So yeah, he will often. They may save him a couple, but he tends to bowl off the reel, and particularly if he's asking questions, which he very often does throughout his spell. There's another one as Hamid beaten on the inside of the bat by the looks of things, wraps him on the legs and away down towards gully. There's no run. 2 slips in place for Ben Code. George Hill's at first, Finlay Bean at second. Harry Duke has the keeping gloves on. Will Luxton is at point. Don Bess at cover. Dan Moriarty just flicking the ball back to the bowler is at mid-off to the right-hander. Masood at mid-on. Wharton at mid-wicket. And somebody else round the corner. As Code in again, and once again it's length, isn't it there? Hamid just can't quite get to the pitch of that ball, and there's a little bit of jag about it, or else he's going to get his bat on that. It's Matthew Revis actually who emerges from our right out of view. He was at third man, and Dom Leach of course was down at long leg. That's the Yorkshire 11 out there in the field. Johnny Tattersall is around as well. I think he might be running the drinks today.
Give me a change in bowling here.
Ben Cliff is also on site.
Obviously, Shah Masood not very happy. It's going to be George Hill brought into the attack.
Yeah, and I think it's a good move. Look, there certainly was some criticism of Shan earlier in the season in a red ball game when Yorkshire went round the park early on at Sussex and ended up losing the game, a 4-day game, narrowly, 20-odd runs. And in that first half hour, having won the toss and put the opposition in, they went for 40-odd in the first half hour of the match.
Hill into McCann, who's defending from the crease. Rolls back to Hill, dot ball.
So there was a bit of criticism that he'd not acted swiftly enough in changing the bowling, and why would you? But you can see both sides of it.
It's a bit of a double-edged sword, isn't it?
Yeah, from a personal point of view, I probably would have said, make a quicker change. But he was trying to give his bowler every chance to get into a rhythm, and maybe just, an over too many, something like that.
Hill running away from us. Firing this one down to McCann, who once again defending from the crease. Straight back to the bowler. Dot ball. Hill. I did want to mention this. We see it so often, especially now that the 100's at the same time as the One Day Cup. But this is a very young team, an incredibly young team, and obviously lots of talent. Is there still that pressure to perform as Hill in and McCann just working this around the corner? And good work out there by the big left arm spinner, Dan Moriarty. They only get one.
I think there has to be some pressure, and let's face it, you're a professional sports person, you need to be able to play under some pressure anyway.
Correct.
So I think there has to be some pressure. I only said to George actually in my post-match interview with him at the Oval on Friday that when you think about it as a team, there is a bit for you to prove now this year, because you are all building up some really good experience over the last few seasons, and this is the comp where they all get to play it together.
Oh, and this is a fantastic delivery by Hill, who's dragged his length back ever so slightly, and Hamid caught on the crease, just pushes that one, and it goes through to Duke the keeper. That's where you want Hamid playing. So
they all get to play this comp together without, most of the big name, players who are off playing in other competitions at this time of year or internationally, and so they get a real good go. 6, 7, 8 games, most of them.
Hill. Hamid waiting, and this is Fuller by Hill and defended off the front foot by Hamid. No run, and this is great control. Backing up Cod from the other end, and in terms of white ball cricket, and a lot of people will think, we watch white ball cricket on TV from internationals, and it's all about boundaries, and when you come down to club grounds, that it does change ever so slightly. Wickets aren't perhaps as good. Hill in again, and that struck Hamid on the pad. There's a big appeal. We can't really see from our angle, but the way that Hamid shaped up on the crease there, he's just scratched the inside of his bat, so maybe it was a inside edge, but it looked straight enough. I thought it could be. He could be in a little bit of trouble there.
I thought maybe from our angle, and we feel like we're below play, it felt height might be a slight, issue. Certainly, you'd have to think about the height. Let's put it that way, as the umpire. But anyway, it's been waved away. So 5 off the over. 20. Not 5 off the over.
1 off the over. It's
One
great
off the
over.
Yeah.
Good over by Hill. And you spoke about backing up bowlers. If one bowler's going for runs on the one end and the other bowler's not, there's no pressure. No. Now there's pressure from both ends, and wickets tend to come.
So here is Ben Cole. Bowled him. He has taken the top of Freddie McCann's off stump with an absolute beauty for a third Nottinghamshire wicket to have fallen. He is bowling, well, he's on fire, isn't he, this morning, Ben Code. And that's a superb start to the over and to the contest, really, for the Vikings.
Absolute seed from Code. That is angled into Freddie McCann and then just straightened, and it's hit top of off. It's a very good delivery. It's a very good ball. It's an even better start for the Vikings. McCann just caught on the creases, and a nagging length from Kodu is really zoned in today, and as I said, just getting it to straighten and hitting the top of our stump. The ball flies away to the boundary, and Notts lose their third. They're 24 for 3 after being put into bat from Sean Masood. It brings Matt Montgomery to the crease. Monty, born in Johannesburg, 24 years of age. High score of 104. 750s and 100. He is a dangerous player, is Monty's. He's done really well in this competition since 2021, where he got signed for this competition. Very healthy average. He has only played 30 games, but average of 46. Really is someone to look forward to watching in Outlaws colours. He has played an international game. I believe it's for Germany. But Code 3 for 5. Unbelievable bowling.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
That world famous German international cricket team has Code's in. Ooh. I mean, Finlay Bean, if you'll just move slightly to your right, preferably, I might actually be able to see what's going on here, because all I can see at the moment is Finlay Bean's backside when this ball is being delivered, and I'm sure that's fine if that's what you like to look at, but we'd prefer to watch play. I'll be having words with him later on. And when I was talking about the pressure on the side, they talk about consistency so much, don't they, in professional sport. That'll be one aim, and it's always an aim. It's probably, he goes without saying almost, as another dot ball there with the Montgomery dropping it into the offside, that they want to be more consistent. But in terms of improving from previous performances, it'll be those small margins. It's the, I've just been hit for 4 through there. What did I do last time? Let's make sure I don't do that. Let's try something different this time, and see if they can have a different effect on matches, and see if they are feeling like they are in, if you like, more control, the younger players, of what is going on out there in the middle. Coding again, driven this time to the tumbling Will Luxton in the covers. No run. So it's just those sorts of things, and then when you're batting, making good decisions rather than worrying too much about scoreboard pressure. You know, are you at the stage now where you realise that 50 overs is a long time to bat? Sometimes 20 over cricket can have a negative effect even on 50
definitely.
overs, because the player will go in and think they've got to go from the gun, and actually you've got oodles of time often. Going in again, and that on the rise past the right-handed Montgomery, and again no run. 3 for 5 Ben Cody. What a phenomenal start to the day for him.
Exactly what you spoke about it. You spoke about consistency, and that's exactly what he's delivered. He's been in and around a metre area, challenging players off the front foot and not being able to quite get there and getting it to nip around. He's been extraordinary.
And he again beats Montgomery again, wraps him on the body. And there is no run, so a wicket maiden again for Ben Code, 24 for 3 come the end of the over. Look, clearly it is not easy to put 6 balls in a very similar place, or else everybody would be doing it, and that's why people like Ben Code are so good at what they do. But it's finding one more in an over that you can land in a similar place, and not trying to do too many different things. Ben, he keeps it pretty simple and is very effective at what he does, and maybe that's, young players, they want to try the variations, they want to show that they've got the skills, but you don't always need to do it ball every single over, do you?
Hill into Hamid, who's flicking this round the corner, and it's well done at mid-wicket to keep that to a dot ball. Matthew Rivers. It's interesting you say that, because I couldn't agree with you more. I feel like with so much T20 cricket being played, and all the young players now have watched so much T20 cricket, you think need to go slower balls, off cutters, big away swinger, massive in swinger. But you land 6 balls, more or not, often enough in the right areas. Now Hill is defending out by Hamid, who's off a thickish outside edge, and it goes down to third man for a single, 25 for 3. But if you land enough balls in the right area and ask enough questions, you'll be a very successful cricketer.
Mm-hmm.
And it's easier said than done, but there is room for simplicity in cricket, and I think that sometimes gets forgotten.
Yeah.
Hill in to Matthew Montgomery, who's defending from the crease. Dot ball.
I think ultimately when you look at somebody like George Hill, he's not far off that sort of Ben Code model. He's got a load of skills. He's not the quickest, but he's probably quicker than Ben. But he doesn't go for many runs, so you've got that from him. Just about every time he turns out, he keeps it tight, so you've got some control from one end. He will vary it sometimes, of course he will.
Hill into Montgomery, he's beat them all, ends up. Oh, that was a very good ball.
But there you go.
But that's it, isn't it?
Yeah.
So the ball before, Matthew Montgomery has played pretty much exactly the same shot. Maybe it was 10 centimetres slightly fuller from Hill. This ball, an incredibly slight length drag back from Hill, and it just beats Matthew Montgomery, and it's that sort of consistency, and it passes through to Duke, the keeper, nearly nicking him off as Hill in, and this one fuller. Montgomery getting forward halfway on the front foot, pushes this one out to mid-off where Leach picks it up and gives it a bit of a shine. No run, 25 for 3.
At this moment in time, I think as somebody who follows Yorkshire around all the time, you'd kind of like to see them maintain this sort of field outside the power play to start with. I know that's a bit of a gamble, but in the power play, they're keeping things really tight anyway. They had some disastrous power plays with the bat themselves last year.
Hill in and flicked out to mid-wicket by Montgomery. That's going to be a dot ball. The end of 8 overs. It's been Yorkshire's 8 overs. It's 25 for 3.
Yeah, just to keep it going for a bit longer. I'm not saying you keep it going for as long as it will last, don't you? And then you can drop your men out if you need to sweep. But at the moment, they're not giving much away, and they're keeping the pressure on. So why wouldn't you continue to try and attack rather than you can see 2 men going out and sweeping straight away, and suddenly there's an easy single, and that helps the batters get themselves in. And maybe you want to just keep the pressure on while the ball's doing something for you. If you don't mind, I'm just going to duck out for an over or 2, and I'll be back as soon as I can.
Cod, he's going to be continuing. He's got 2 slips here as he's running away into Hamid, and Hamid just letting this one pass through to the keeper outside the off stump. Dot ball, 25 for 3. You're listening on BBC Radio Nottingham, or perhaps BBC Radio Yorkshire. Maybe you're listening in on the live stream or via the BBC website. Host of games around the country today. I'll keep you updated with those in a minute. As Cod in and Hamid defending off the front foot. No run. So Sussex against Warwickshire at Hove. Sussex are 65 for no loss, so they would want to bounce back after the defeat here. Surrey are 21 for 3 against Glamorgan. Gloucestershire against Essex. Essex are 42 for 1. Worcestershire against Durham are 27 for 3 are Worcester. Cod, long approach, and he's beaten Hamid up, and Duke's dropped it. But there was no nick. Goodness me, I've just seen on the replay there, it looks like it's had a really nice little wobble after the ball there. So for those of you that don't quite know what a wobble is Cod would have delivered that, and most certainly has been doing it all day today. He's been going beautifully seam up. It hits the seam, and then the seam comes through perfectly straight and tends to just wobble after the bat, so it can go up or down just before the keeper catches the ball. Makes life very difficult, as this one from Cod is defended from the crease by Hamid. It's going to be a dot ball. Well bowled. Scores 25 for 3. So I was saying in Group A, Worcester 29 for 3 against Durham. Lancashire are playing Kent, and Kent are 36 for 1. Hampshire against Somerset. Somerset 38 for no loss. All those games can be followed on the BBC Sport website. It's called into Hamid, who's letting this one pass through. Fancy, that was actually well bowled. He's got that one to come back in, snibbling it around a little bit. He's 3 for 5. This is his 5th over, so bowling absolutely phenomenally. In the test match, West Indies are 63 for 3, so they trail England by 30 runs with 7 wickets remaining. Once again, you can listen to that. The BBC website is card in, and Hamid has been beaten all ends up here. He's got it on a string. This is an absolute exhibition in fast bowling by Ben Code. Beautiful. That last ball just going away from Hamid. The ball before coming back in. Absolutely brilliant. It's not very easy out there at the minute. Not so struggling. They're 25 for 3 after 9. If you are only just joining us, Yorkshire called correctly and put Notts into bat. That is very, very difficult. It looks as they've lost 3 wickets. They lost 2 in the opening over. Ben Slater and Jack Haynes both going for a duck. Hill into Montgomery, who lets this pass through to the keeper. No run. As I was saying, Ben Slater was nicked off by Codd, and Jack Haynes, 2 balls later, dragged one on. Caught in 2 minds. Should I leave it? Should I play at it? Did neither. And inside edge onto middle stump. And then Freddie McCann was bowled by an absolute seed. Angled in, and then just nipped away from Codd. So he's picked up all 3. But here we've got Hill into Montgomery, who's defending off the front foot. And Dom Bess is playing a game and has dived in front of backward point there. I'm sure he's just said 1-0. So very energetic Dom Bess, who's at second slip. So we're at the crease with Hasib Hamid, the Notts captain. He's on 14, and Montgomery 0 off 11 here. So yet to get off the mark. 25 for 3 is Hill running away from us into Montgomery, who's defending this out to mid-wicket. No run. Notts will be absolutely desperate to build on what was a fantastic performance against the Sussex Sharks on Friday, where they indeed had the Sharks in a very similar position after Sussex won the toss and elected to bat on that occasion. Luke Fletcher and Brett Hutton bowled beautifully. Hill into Montgomery, who's defending this off the front foot. No run. 0 of 13 now. And Hasib Hamid got a very well played 101 unbeaten there. Fantastic partnership that with Ben Slater, who also got 101. But we all know cricket is a brutal game. He was gone for a duck today. Hill into Montgomery, who's a bit more forward this time and defends it out to mid-wicket off the front foot. No run. Matthew Rivas there, just doing the fielding. Energetic, runs in, picks the ball up, fires it into the keeper. There's a nice buzz about Yorkshire today, who are playing only their second game. So their first game was against Surrey at the Oval. Here at Notts today, and Matthew Montgomery's pushing this out to backward points. That's fantastic work. Diving to his left to keep Monty still on 0. I'm not quite sure who that is at backward point. I'll let you know as soon as I find out, but it's a maiden over. Good bowling. 25 for 3 after 10. So that's the first power play done. And a very good power play indeed if you are a Yorkshire Vikings fan. We're here at Welbeck Cricket Club at the John Fretwell Centre, one of the outgrounds, just about 10 miles away from Mansfield. It's an absolutely glorious day. A day that many people would be saying, can we have every day here in England? Beautiful summer's day. There's a few scatterings of clouds about, but mostly blue skies above us. There's got about 1,000 people in lovely sun straw hats as Cod into Hamid, who's letting this pass through to the keeper. No run. Yeah, there's quite a few straw hats about. Maybe one or two of them are boaters. We used to have to wear boaters at school, and yeah, we used to have to wear those at school when we watched first team rugby or we went out to town. I was at a school called Pretoria Boys High. Back to the cricket. Ben Cod in and Hamid nicking this all along the floor down to third man. Score now ticks to 26 for 3. Ben Code 3 for 6. Those are absolutely phenomenal figures, those are. He has been extraordinary. I'm surprised that Mr. Whippy Van has not been in big use just yet. I'm sure he will be. He'll be very busy today. It's a lovely summer's day. For the new batter, for Matthew Montgomery, there are now 3 slips. So Dom Best joins Hill and Bean. 3 slips as Cod in. Monty walks down the wicket and I thought he nicked it, but he hasn't. It's been beaten all ends up. It's beautifully bowled. Montgomery just trying to upset Code there. Just walks down, just trying to upset the rhythm that the fast bowler is bowling with, and just dragged the length back, nipped it away, and Montgomery just followed it a little bit, but it passed through to Duke. No run, so Matthew Montgomery 0 of 16 here. It's a long old stay not to get off the mark. Cod turns, starts approaching, gets this one to come back in, cannons into Montgomery's pads, and everyone is on their hands and knees. Not quite sure if Matthew Montgomery's inside edge that onto his pad and it's ballooned up into the air. James Wharton couldn't quite get there, but I'm not sure what that was, but they really are a bit upset. I don't know why we're going to lose a slip here. I think Cod looks like he could nick everybody off. We're going to get a short leg in.
Were you saying that you're from South Africa?
I am indeed.
Oh yeah, I thought that accent was a kind of
put on. It's fake.
Yeah, Southwell, something like that.
We are going to get a short leg in. Well, if you're listening along, we're not playing in the county championship. We are indeed playing in the One Day Cup, and we've got a short leg in. So Code in, and Montgomery flicking it nearly straight to short leg. A full delivery, flicked off the front foot, and Wharton, who is that short leg there, if he had taken that, I fancy that could have been one of the best short leg catches around. But just past to his left, it's gone out to Dom Bess, who's now at normal mid-wicket. And that would have been quite extraordinary. Bring short leg in, he takes a catch first ball. Sean Masood would have been looking like a wizard. Fortune teller. It's in here now, and Montgomery defending off the back foot, out to short leg, no run. End of 11 overs. It is 26 for 3, so 1 coming off that. Matthew Montgomery still on 0, I think facing 19 balls, and captain Hasib Hamid on 15, looking to rectify and steady what is a very turbulent ship.
2 runs from the last 29 balls since the last wicket was taken, which tells you a bit about how difficult it is out there. And while there may be numerous Yorkshire supporters tuned in thinking, got them on toast here, they've got a bat as well. Here's George Hill, and bowling to Hasib Hamid, who turns that first delivery of the over into the leg side. Fielded there by Matthew Revis, who'll have a bit to do with the ball, no doubt, as well. And there was no run.
2 new balls from either end, which well, no doubt this ball's it's into its 6th over, so they've got a long while to go before it gets a bit easier to bat here.
Hill in again. Hamid solidly behind it. No run. Yeah, and there's the other factor of, I'm not sure if there's been much in the way of rain around here, but just, early morning, there's always a little bit of moisture around, isn't there? So there'll be something just in the top of the surface that Yorkshire have been exploiting pretty well in the first 10 overs or 11 overs of the contest. That will be coming out every minute that we can continue playing, especially with what is, by the standards of 2024, a hot day today. In comes Hill, another good delivery. Hamid pushing forward at that one, just wide of off stump, and fails to get connection. So, yeah, you would think batting, I'm not saying it's going to be easy, but it should get easier than it is as the day goes on. But they will still want to try and maximise this opportunity with the ball and just have to chase as few as possible, I'm sure. Make the job easier for yourself, why not? Here's Hill again, Hamid. Solid, and behind that into the offside now. And it feels like you're out there in a white ball match playing a red ball innings, doesn't it, really, when it's zipping around with the Dukes or whatever. That was a no ball by George Hill, so it will be a free hit. I think that's the first time that anybody's strayed in that respect for Yorkshire, and he's just altering his marker, taking it back a little bit, and Masood giving him a piece of advice perhaps before he scurries in now to bowl this free hit, and he is going to be caught and bowled but not counting, of course, so George will get in away with that. Ball short of length, and he got it somewhere up the splice, didn't he? I mean, absolutely no power behind it, so George makes amends for the no ball with a dot to follow it.
Well bowled that by George Hill, just banging it into the wickets and rushing Hamid completely.
And he comes again, number 18 on his back, and Hamid from the crease again can't get a big stride in there, just pushes into the offside. James Wharton flicks it on to Will Luxton. Will batted really well at the Oval the other day. We're pretty disappointed for him that he didn't get to three figures, but the innings that they played was stop, start, stop, start. So they were off for quite a long time at one stage, a couple of hours it was. Here's Hill, and Hamid's got underneath one here, but he's going to get away with it because it's through a gap in the offside. He might get four. Yep, he will. Didn't have full control of that, as you could see from the shot, but he's picked up a boundary to complete that over, and a welcome first boundary in several overs for Nottinghamshire, who finish it on 32 for 3. So, yeah, so when you're in and out, it's an opening batter, you're playing 50, aren't you?
Correct.
Then he was playing 33, and just in that last section when he was approaching the 100, to me, the way he was playing, which was superb, you thought he was nailed on for a ton. But then when they went back on for the third time, the innings were then so compressed that whereas it looked like he was going to breeze it in 50 overs, there needed to be an upping of the ante towards the end of the Yorkshire innings to try and set Surrey something that they were going to find difficult to chase, and he just got underneath one and got out.
Can happen. Code into Montgomery, who has let this one pass through, and I fancy that has nearly bowled them. I think that is incredibly close. I'm just waiting for the replay on the screen, but from the reaction of Codd, Duke, Hill, and Bean at second slip, I think that was very, very close to being the fourth, and Codd's fourth. He's really getting it to go around a lot here. It's into Montgomery's letting this one pass away comfortably outside the off stump, and Duke running not in front of first slip, but very close, takes it and indeed passes it to his mate. And no run, 32 for 3. Montgomery still not off the mark yet. Jonathan, is this the best you've seen him bowl?
Ben, that would be difficult to say. He's seen him bowl really well a lot.
I can imagine. Got in, and that's beat him on the outside edge. Well, whatever he's getting it to do, whatever he's bowling, whatever he had for breakfast, he needs to have for breakfast every day, because this is absolutely fantastic bowling. I can see Monty's having a bit of a wry smile there, because I think that's unplayable.
Yeah, I think it's one of those bowlers where you want him in your side all the time, particularly in red ball and 50 over cricket, and you certainly want him in your side when you're playing on a club ground. He was superb at Chesterfield a few weeks ago in the Championship.
He's in again here, and Montgomery inside edges, and he will get off the mark. Is he going to come back for 2? He will come back for 2 as well. So that's good running. An inside edge. Came forward to defend off the front foot and just nipped back inside edge. So Montgomery gets to 2. It's taken him 23 balls to get off the mark. That's 34 for 3. So Monty makes the scorers do a little bit of work. Hamid on 19. Run rate is just above 2.5. Code 3 for 8. He's into Montgomery. He's beaten him all ends up again. And this is fantastic bowling. And I fancy he's going to go all the way through here.
If he did pick up another wicket, he'd be pretty much nailed on to have his best List A figures, Ben
Yes.
Code. 4 for 63 is his best, and he's miles inside that in terms of runs. 42 List A wickets from 39 previous matches. Average is 35 in this form of the game. But in first-class cricket, 274 wickets at 19.95.
That's incredible. That's fantastic figures. Is this one in, and Montgomery letting this pass through to the keeper? No run. End of the 13th. That's 34 for 3. But this is very much red ball. It feels
like a red ball
game.
Yeah.
It's red ball lengths. Tad fuller. It's doing a little bit more. And right now, Hamid and Montgomery are playing it very much like a red ball game, and just want to see the new ball off, take the innings a little bit deeper, and just get through what seems to be an incredibly difficult spell of bowling.
Yeah, I mean, the Notts boys have kind of got the advantage of having played here the other day, so they know probably a bit more about, if they pitch in here and they just tough it out, they might have to play another 15 overs, Kyle, without scoring that many runs, and then, there might be the ball less effective on the surface. The surface might have flattened out a bit, and they might be able to, still score a good number of runs late on in the piece. That's probably the way they've got to view it, and maybe it's just the only way they're having to play it here, as Hamid has just turned one off his legs for 2 down to Ben Code at long leg. At the moment, it's just about preserving your wicket, because you don't want to keep being chipped away out by the Yorkshire bowling. You just got to stick around, haven't you, and guts it out. And in that expression that I'm sure you'll know when I say it, and just play cricket, as that one's pushed into the offside and Wharton fields. That's all you can do, isn't it? All
Exactly.
These grand plans about this is white ball cricket and we've got to be doing this and that and the other. Today, it's just about getting on with playing cricket in that old-fashioned sense.
Just got to guts it out.
Yeah.
Get on with it. Guts it out. Play your best cricket, and if you get a good ball, you get a good ball.
Here's Hill again. Well blocked out by Hamid, who had to be watchful. And the longer you can stay out there with bat in hand, then goes without saying, really. But, the better place you're going to be if, you are still there to wind things up in those last 20 overs. Or if you're good enough from 25 overs out, start to push the button. But losing those 3 early wickets, you're already into the middle order with Matt Montgomery. You don't want to lose 2 or 3 more quickies anytime soon. Hill, good delivery again, and Hamid pushes at that and then leans on his bat in that sort of way that says, yeah, okay, that one was maybe just a little bit too good for me this time.
Lyndon James is scheduled to come in next, so it should be Lyndon James, Tom Moores, Liam Patterson-White, and then the bowlers, Brett Hudson, Luke Fletcher, Toby Pittman. So still have 3 recognised batters to come.
Here's Hill, and Hamid turning that one into the leg side. There's no run. And Yorkshire bats,
they bat a bit
pretty deep.
Yeah, they bat very deep.
Yeah, Ben Code capable, you'd say. Dan Moriarty's hit the odd boundary in his time, but maybe Dan and Dom at the bottom end might be considered tail enders, although Dom will probably argue with me after a great effort with Harry Duke at York last year when they put on 30 odd for the last wicket to get Yorkshire across the line against Surrey. Here's Hill, and that is on its way down to third man. I think Hamid was playing that somewhere over in our direction through the onside, and he's got an edge on it. He's picked up 2.
$38 for 3 after 14. Me just looking to, he was just looking to flick that through mid wicket, wasn't he? And got a leading edge and gone away down to third man.
It's great to see there's a lovely blue line being sprayed around the outside of the boundary as well. Is that to keep your autograph hunting fans away, Kyle?
It must be.
When it comes to lunch break?
I think so. I think maybe that you can't, it's also for people that are sitting around the ground. You can't get closer than the blue line. So what we say, it's about 2 meters from the rope?
Yeah,
about 2 meters from the rope. Code in, and Monty nicking this all along the floor, and that's coming straight towards us, and that's incredible fielding right in front of us. Very good work. Rivers, that's good work. He's saved 2 there, hasn't he?
Matthew Revis, any excuse to get diving around and get those whites mucky when he could have just picked the ball up and underarmed it back in, really.
Running away to his left.
Just in case he's listening.
It's good work. Really good work.
It was a good piece of fielding.
I'm one of those. I love a dive. So Montgomery moves to 4. Score 40 for 3 now. Code in, and Montgomery defending off the front foot inside half of the bat. Out to Dom Bess at mid-wicket. No run. He's got a ball through here, isn't he? 3 for 10.
Yeah.
He's into his 8th over. It's been Code, so why not just bowl him through? He's doing so much with it. We saw Brett Sutton do that on Friday, and we're going to see Code do that today. So Matthew Montgomery, where's the number 14? Crouches down in and defends it from the crease. Code a little bit shorter there, and Montgomery not being able to get to it. Plays it late down into the ground. Dot ball. 40 for 3. You're listening on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Yorkshire, or you're online, or perhaps you joined us for the stream, Trent Bridge. We're at Welbeck Cricket Club, a picturesque ground out in the Nottinghamshire countryside. Code running in, left alone outside the off stump from Matthew Montgomery. 40 for 3. Earlier on, Sean Masood called correctly. Stuck in Notts Outlaws, who lost Ben Slater and Jack Haynes in the first over. Jack Haynes, 2 ducks in 2 games. It could actually be 3 ducks in 3 games. I must check. Code in full, and that's a beautiful delivery from Code. A tad fuller. Montgomery having to play it that as if that nips back, the wickets are in play. It's just held its line and passes through to Duke, who takes that above his shoulders on the offside as a keeper. There's really well bowled. He's bowling absolutely beautifully. Being Code 3 for 10, and this will be his last ball in the 8th over. Steaming in. This one a little bit shorter. Nicked and gone. It's well deserved. It's well bowled. This is an incredible spell of bowling. Code in that uncertain corridor, about 5th stump. I would think Montgomery has a flirt with it, and he flirted too much. It's been caught at second slip. Who's
Finlay Bean?
Is it Finlay Bean who's dived to his left? Then it's gone sharp. It's gone quickly. Ben Code, you've said a couple of times, Jonathan, he doesn't bowl the quickest, but this has produced a quick edge, and Montgomery hands away from his body. Ben Code diving in front of first slip, who I fancy could have taken that hill, but Notts lose their 4th. They're 40 for 4 after 15 and are in a massive heap of trouble.
Yeah, if you're going to go for it, you've got to make sure you get it from those sort of positions. And Finley Bean, who keeps wicket, very safe pair of hands at second slip. And so, yeah, 40 for 4 after bang on 15 overs. They will obviously be delighted with their start to proceedings here, unlike the hosts. And unfortunate that it's, it is feeling like a big toss to have won. As some games are, aren't they? Depends on the conditions and the surface and all of that. And there's just definitely a fair bit in it for a bowler who can bowl, in the right channels, I suppose you'd have to say, lengthwise. And he's been doing just that. George Hill's turn now from this Charlie French end, and the first delivery of the over is flicked into the leg side by Hamid. It's well parried by Matthew Revis in
He could have just
mid-wicket.
taken a step to his left and picked it up, or did he have to dive this time?
Well, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt on this occasion, and he parried it to Shan Masood, which gave Hamid the opening to get through for a single.
A little bit fuller there from Hill and Hamid, just flicking this out. Saved 3 though, it's Rivers. 41 for 4. Lyndon James.
Yeah, in comes Hill, 2 slips in place. He has flashes at a wide one. Misses it. No run. Nottinghamshire, of course, when we first met the other week, Kyle, ending Yorkshire's hopes in T20 cricket for another year with that win at Headingley.
Yeah, it was a good performance from the Outlaws that day. They batted absolutely beautifully.
Here's Hill again, right arm over, wide of off stump, can't tempt James into another flash.
Bit of a contrast today.
Yeah, very much so. Test ground compared to Welbeck Colliery CC. Different format, 50 rather than 20. And a fair few changes to the teams as well. As George Hill comes in once more over the wicket, straight this time, and James up to the task of defending it. Dom Best looks like the man who's gone in at second slip. Finley Bean's shuffled round to first, and George Hill, of course, who normally is in the cordon, ball in hand. So, was it 41 for 4 at the end of the last over? I forgot to put a note down.
40 for 4 at the end of the last. That one gone
Oh, yeah, of course.
out code caught Bean for 4.
Here's Hill again. That's a lovely shot.
Shot.
Lovely shot by Lyndon
Top
James.
shot.
Just a little bit of width to work with. It was probably just over pitch, not quite half volley length, but he waited nicely for it and has just punched it away through the offside for 4 runs.
That's how you get off the mark. Lovely way to get off the mark. Glorious shot, Lyndon James. He's born in Worksop. It's not far from here. And 25. Best bowling figures of 5 for 48 and a high score of 82. He scored 3 50s. He'd love to add to that today.
Here comes George Hill again. James playing from the crease, just pushes to Wharton in the offside to complete that over then at 45 for 4. 5 runs coming from it. George Hill with, I'll get you his figures in a mo.
He's 0 for 17 off 6, so he's played a very nice holding role here. I said Ben Code will have his best figures in List A cricket. Well, he most certainly does, albeit an absolute disastrous last 2 overs, which, if I'm being very honest with you, I will be very surprised if he does. Ben Code previous best, 4 for 63. Code in, and this one guided down to third man by Hamid.
Yeah, he'll be eyeing up his first Michelle, won't he,
Yeah, he will.
in 50 over cricket.
He will be. And he, in all honesty, he's deserved one. He's bowled beautifully. We've just got next to us Kevin Shine and Ben Slater and Jack Haynes. We're going through a couple of the analyst statistics, and going everywhere was the the term that I heard muttered. Code in and James defending it out to short leg. Wharton picking it up. Dot ball. Code 4 for 11. I can't imagine he's going to be conceding another 50 odd runs. So these will be his best figures, but he will be hunting that. Michelle Pfeiffer, for any of you who do not know what we're talking about, it's always referred to.
Going back a long way, that now, and it must be 30 years it's been referred to as a Michelle.
I like that. Code in and hit James on the front pad, and it's not out. I do fancy he's hit it. And potentially even sliding. So, not out. 46 for 4. And then James on 4, and Captain Hasib Hamid, 25. Earlier on, Yorkshire Vikings won the toss. Elected to have a bowl, and certainly profiting from that decision. Really have been superb. Pick of the bowlers, yeah. Card in and inside edge. They're going to get back for 2, I believe, and should get back for 2 quite comfortably. Score ticks along to 48 for 4. And Notts really just do need to rebuild here, take time out, see off Cod, who is getting it to go both ways here. He's got 2 slips in play, a short leg as well. Here he is in, and James off the front foot defends it back to mid-on, where Sean Masood picks it up. Top ball. He's bowling beautifully. He really is. He's been. I'd absolutely love to see a pitch map. I think there would be a massive beehive, they call it, in a metre area.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just discipline, isn't it? It's just really good discipline.
Then again, and James has been beaten outside the off stump.
You'll hear lads, what you in all forms of the game, club cricket, you hear it around the ground when you get a chance to actually hear the lads in county cricket saying, "Don't get bored," because there's always that temptation to try something else for some reason, because you're not getting a wicket, and those who don't get bored and can just keep nagging will often pick up wickets, and he just does not get bored, Ben Code. He just keeps on keeping on, and that's why he's so good at what he does. Change of bowling at this Charlie French end, because we're going to see spin for the first time of the day, which is an interesting departure, having seen so much success so far from seam. All 4 wickets falling to Ben Code, but Dan Moriarty left arm spin, of course, as you well know. 48 for 4 after 17. That is called doing it tough, I think, for the home side. A third, or just over a third of the way through this 50 overs.
There was a bit of spin on Friday. I'll be interested to see if Dan can get anything.
In he comes then, bowling to Hamid, who turns the first delivery into the leg side, where Will Luxton is fielding at shortish mid-wicket. No run. What have we got? We have a long off, a sweeper out in the covers, extra cover, point, slip. Bess is at mid-on, Luxton straight mid-wicket. Walton's coming in off the boundary to fire an underarm throw, sidearm throw back into Harry Duke there to a single to Hamid. He's out at mid-wicket, and Ben Code up inside the circles at short, fine leg. And here is Moriarty then, left arm round about leg stump, and helped on its way again out to Wharton for another single. James Wharton took an absolutely brilliant catch at the Oval the other day. I said 2, but he said to me this morning, well, one of them was brilliant, the other one was, all right. Well, he caught it, threw it up in the air, stepped backing off the rope. That was the second, but the first, as this one's flicked off the legs again, and Code round to field. Another single to Hamid. The first of them was just a peach of a catch. Just think of the Ben Stokes catch in the 2019 World Cup, where it was,
yes,
very close to the boundary, over his head, one-handed. It was just one of the best you'll ever see. as this one is played off the back foot and pinged away into the offside for another single. I don't know about you, but there's a few money spiders around which keep appearing on my specs and commentary kit. Try not to swallow them.
There are quite a few spiders around. I've had a couple in my hair. I don't like spiders.
As Moriarty is in, that's top of the bounce, punched into the offside by Hamid. And there you go. So without breaking sweat so far in this over, they have picked up 5 runs there, just punching singles, and that just helps the momentum. All helps to build the confidence of the batters. Moriarty none for 5 off his first over. But he has bowled. One thing about Dan is that he doesn't have too much in the way of variation either in whatever format he plays, but he's pretty consistent at where he drops the ball. He probably bowled better in the early part of the T20 tournament. He wasn't bad towards the end, but he was a little bit more loose, probably the best way to describe it. But in Championship cricket he's been pretty tidy as well.
Well, he's a very handy bowler. Code in here and down the leg side. He's going to have to re-bowl that one. As
he's human after all.
I was about to say, he's made an error. Is this the same bowler?
For the Notts boys, and particularly for Hasib, who's obviously been out there a while now, faced 49 deliveries. One of the next marker is to see Ben Code off here, isn't it? It's his final over.
Yes. Just get through him. He's 4 for 14. It's bowled brilliantly as next one left outside the off stump by Hamid. Code lets it just go through nicely. Well bowled again. He has not left that area all day, and he's just got it slightly straight or slightly wide and got it to move about a bit. But you're right.
And you know, if you're going to try and find a way to take him on, you are clearly going to be taking a risk on a day like this. So, you know, he's playing him well.
Code in to Hamid, who's defending from the crease out to backward point, where Luxton picks it up. No run. 54 for 4 now. Ben Code, the chief destroyer, the man who's done all the damage, been responsible for Ben Slater, Freddie McCann, Jack Haynes and Matt Montgomery's departure this afternoon. Researching his maiden Michelle as the next one in, and he nearly has got that. Just nipped away, hit Hamid on the back thigh and rolls out to second slip.
Ben Code feeling the love from some Yorkshire supporters on X at the moment. Bent Nielsen says, morning, just posting to say Ben Code does bowl quite well. Lily says Ben's on fire. Andy Walker, no finer sight in cricket than Ben Code unleashing the power. Tremendous. And Russ Walker as well. Fabulous start for Yorkshire and Code. The sun shines and all is right with the world.
Couldn't agree more. As Code in and Hamid defending from the crease. Straight down, and Wharton at short leg, walks 2 paces to his left, picks the ball up. 54 for 4 now. Hamid 28 off 53, so very watchful. And Lyndon James, who's new to the crease, 8 off 12 deliveries. Ben Code 4 for 14 here. Got 2 balls left in his spell, and he's beaten Hamid up. Oh, that's a fantastic ball. He's got this one to go away. Hamid have to play at that. About foot stump. Gone forward, moved away, and passes through to the keeper. No run. I've seen Hamid beat a few times, but the one thing that he has done very well is not follow it. He's played the line, and if the ball's moved away or just held its line, and then plays and misses. If he pushes at it, that's when you get nicked off. So youngsters out there. The next one again beats him. All ends up, and that is the end to an absolutely incredible spell of bowling from Ben Code. He finishes with figures of 4 for 14, and that will be his best figures in list A cricket. He's been the chief destroyer. He's been the man that's done all the damage here. At the end of 19 overs. It's 54 for 4. Code picked up all 4 of them.
Yeah, superb effort, isn't it? When you normally consider that the advantages are all with the bat in white ball cricket, and he's got a bit of assistance from conditions here today, and all you can do is do your best to exploit them as well as you can, and I think he's pretty much done that. Dan Moriarty from this Charlie French end. First delivery there, just dropped into the offside by Lyndon James. No run. I think it's been a good first hour or so for the Windies in the Test match as well. Just down at Edgbaston, 118 for 3. 24 runs in front is not spectacular, but they're doing their best at least to show some resistance, as many forecasting last night that they would cave in again. Another dot ball there punched back to the bowler, who's turning and coming in once more. Short of length this time and cut quite firmly. Well watched at point and fielded there by...
Is it Luxton? Was that Finley B?
I was going to go Finley B.
I think you're right.
Or is Beanie at first slip? Hard from this distance. Moriarty is in. This one driven down the ground to long off by Lyndon James for a single. So, yeah, in the Test. The wicket to have fallen this morning was Alec Athanase. In the 21st over, he was LBW to Shoaib Bashir for 12. Another dot ball pushed out into the offside by Hamid. Kevin Hodge is 40 not out, and Mikhail Louis 51 not out at the moment for the tourists. Here's Moriarty again. Fired in, and Hamid up to the task of pushing it into the offside for Shan Masood to do the fielding. That's the end of the 20th over of this contest then, and I think if you'd asked both sides if they'd take 55 for 4 when they set out on it, I think there's only one team who would have been happy with that, and that's the one in the field.
Most definitely. We're going to have Leach. The change of ends, he's now started off from the Charlie French end. He's now swapped ends and he's going to be going from the Bowls Club end. So Dom Leach was expensive earlier today.
And that's why, isn't it, talking about seeing off Ben Code, I mean, he's done enough damage as he is, but just get to the end of those 10 overs and things might change for you, because things might get looser now.
Agreed. As the next one in by Leach, and I think it's just nipped back a little bit, and Lyndon James defending off the back foot. But you're definitely right, because now the field's changed. There's another spider crawls upon another 2 spiders crawl upon my arm. Really don't like them. Anyway, the field's changed now, so we've only got 1 slip for Leach, and we've got a man riding on the boundary on the offside, and a man, no men out on the leg side, just a fine leg third man and offside sweeper. So they're now a bit more singles in play. Leach into Lyndon James, who's defending off the front foot, back to the bowler. It's a good line, 55 for 4.
One of the great things about cricket, there's so many different ways to win a game. So you can
brilliant.
55 for 4 after 20, 21 and 20 overs, yeah. You can still win this game. You've got to play well from here. You've got to bat well, but there's an opportunity still. You've still got 6 wickets in hand. You've got a couple of players who've had a look at a few now. Lyndon James 18, 57 deliveries for Haseeb Hamid. There's still an opportunity there for Nottinghamshire at the moment. It's far from a done deal here, because it's clearly not been easy to bat, and Yorkshire have got to chase something.
Leach has got this one just to straighten a touch and hit Lyndon James on the back leg. So it certainly looks like it's doing quite a bit from the Bowls Club end. Leach is now zoned in on the area that Code had. 55 for 4, but you're 100% right. I think if you can just put together a partnership, put together some sort of pressure back on the bowlers, bat time, Lyndon James is more than capable with the bat. This next one off the back foot. Lyndon James is defending it back to the bowler. No run.
It's clearly not going to be anything like easy from here, but at this moment in time you've got to say that Yorkshire would be favourites to win the match, but that's just at this moment in time. So can they bat the full 50? And there's a few times in this comp last year where Yorkshire didn't. They kept going at the ball when they were losing wickets and finishing 46 overs and stuff like that, leaving 24 balls out there. So can they bat the full 50? And they'll get what they get, won't they? And that might be enough to really put some pressure. If they could take 2 or 3 quick Yorkshire wickets, then it's a totally different ball game.
Leach into James, who's defending from the crease. Back to the bowler, who then deflects it off his hand, and it rolls gently back into the stumps. No run, 55 for 4. James on 9 and Hamid 28. Earlier on, Ben Slater was the first wicket to fall. He was nicked off by Code, caught by Duke. Jack Haynes was the next to go, chopped on 2 balls later. Freddie McCann, then Matt Montgomery also departed. Here's Leach, and he's getting Lyndon James just to push it one outside the off stump as it passes through to Duke, the keeper. So a tidy over. It's a maiden over. It's 55 for 4. And Leach now has just got his economy back down. Again, well bowled. So 21 overs bowled. 55 for 4. Run rate at 2.62. So Yorkshire have really got great control of this game and find themselves in a fantastic position, having won the toss and elected to bowl.
Moriarty continuing with his left arm spin at this Charlie French end of the ground. Bowling here to Hamid, who steps back and across and cuts, and he's going to pick up some runs here because Leach couldn't reel that in at point. George Hill has done the sweeping around the square cover boundary, and they'll get back for 2.
First little bit of a blemish misfield there by Leach. And now to add a bit of insult to injury, they're now just swapping him. They're just changing him. He's now going to 45. And is that Don Bess?
No, that's actually Johnny Tattersall, who's gone out at point. So Yorkshire must have a player off the field at the moment that we hadn't, neither of us had noticed leave, as Hamid turns this delivery to mid-wicket and they get a single. Not quite sure what happened, but I've cracked my watch face in the last 24 hours. I woke up this morning and it was cracked, and I thought,
how have you done that?
I don't know, it's just been on my wrist. Not sure. Here's Moriarty, and that's
nothing
punched
more frustrating
out into the covers. Yeah, that will be more money. So Revis Fields, 1 run. Looking forward to a bit of a wood-fired pizza, I think, for lunch. Dave Bracegirdle said to me, he said, make sure that one of you disappears off commentary about half an hour before the break and get them ordered. Otherwise, you'll be waiting for the entire tea break and you'll need to eat them when you're back on air. So that was his tip last week when we met at Headingley at the T20 game, as that latest delivery was defended by Hamid, being round from slip to field. Moriarty in again, and right over the top of it this time is Haseeb Hamid.
Yeah, I'm also looking forward to the pizza. Comes highly recommended, and I think, to be honest, I think Dave Bracegirdle, the girdle, really knows what he's talking about when it comes to
food.
To food.
Yeah, as Hamid has punched square into the offside, or into the covers actually. George Hill out there does the fielding to complete that over, and there were 5 runs from it once again. 60 for the loss of 4 wickets after 22. So it's been a slow process of recovery here. 40 for 4 at one stage. That was after 15. 20 runs added off the next 7. Matthew Revis, just in front of our commentary position, will be doubtless getting in a few overs at some point. Yorkshire also have Don Bess, of course. They want to turn to his off spin.
We're going to have Leach to continue. He's running toward us from the bowls club end, and Hamid on the front foot lets this one pass through outside the off stump. He's been very watchful. He's gone into 4-day cricket mode. Has Hamid 32 off 63, so definitely just letting it get a bit easier, letting the ball get a bit older. 2 new balls from either end in 50 over cricket. Leach into Hamid, who's forced into a false shot and plays and misses outside the off stump. And seamers bowling from the Bowls Club end certainly look a very different prospect than when you're bowling from the Charlie French end. Very difficult. It looks like it's going around quite a bit. 20, just over 27, 27.4 overs remaining, so tons of time left in this game. There's no need to panic, they just need to bat, get through as Hamid. Is he nicked it? He has nicked it. Hamid took a quick shuffle down the wicket, has come forward, and he's nicked off. Leach picks up his first, the 5th wicket to fall from the Charlie French end. He's doing all sorts. Hamid's got to go for 32. Duke takes a good catch, diving to his right, or rolling to his right, really. Not a 60 for 5. And are in all sorts of trouble. Having lost the toss and been put into bat, they're under serious pressure, and they look like they could be slumping to their 2nd defeat.
Yeah, I mean, about 2 minutes ago, I was about to say, you do wonder if it is just the one end. George Hill did bowl well from this end without taking a wicket. Maybe there's just a bit more in it from the bowling club end, the Bowls Club end, than there is from this Charlie French end, or maybe it's just the skills of the bowlers, and that just happens to be the way it's fallen. But 4 for Code and 1 for Leach, all from the Bowls Club end here. And Tom Moores, who has certainly had a century against Yorkshire in red ball cricket at Trent Bridge before. Big job for him to do here, coming in at number 7 to steady the ship. But in context, you feel that's a big wicket because Haseeb Hameed had faced 65 balls there, so he'd had a really good look at that. Obviously, easily the major contributor for Nottinghamshire so far in the match with 32. So to pick him up at that stage, going on towards the halfway point, yeah, big wicket you feel for Yorkshire.
It's a massive wicket. Hamid, part of that rebuild on Friday against Sussex. So he's got to go. Brings, as you said, Tom Moores, who's an attacking player, to the crease. Born in Sussex, 27. High score of 76 and 550. So is this going to be a little bit of a counter-attacking innings from Tom Moores? He lets this one pass through. Flies through to Duke, the keeper, who's taken his 2nd catch of the game. And Leach has now found some rhythm. He struggled from the end that we're sitting at, and he looks very much at home from the other end. Such a weird sport, how a different end can make such a big difference. Leach in, goes short at Tom Moores, who's flicking this around the corner out to fine leg, and they get through for a single. He's bowling quite quickly.
Yeah, he's reasonably sharp. Not saying it's hot here, Kyle, but I got a cup of coffee at about 20 to 11, something like 10:30, so a couple of hours ago, and just finished downing it, and it was still warm. I've been sat there in the sun. That's the sort of day it is. Stick that on the desk at Headingley in the first week in April for a championship game, and it's freezing cold before about the 3rd over.
Leach into James, who's flicking this through the mid-wicket region, where deep square leg is running around to do the fielding. Hill out there on the boundary. They get back for 2. It is freezing. Well, it was freezing everywhere in April this year, but I've been up to Yorkshire in April. It was absolutely Baltic. I played my first ever game in England. I played a warm-up game in middle of April, and I played with 3 jumpers on and thermal. It was I've never been that cold on a cricket field in my life. I was stood at backward point wishing for the ball not to come anywhere near me.
That's just soft, the South African lot up north.
They're tough up north, aren't they? Very tough.
They don't know what gold is, lad.
Dom Bess is going to replace fellow spinner Dan Moriarty.
Yeah, didn't take a huge amount of involvement. 1 over 1 for 11 the other day, Dom Bess. Down at the Oval, he's in, bowling his off spin, right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Moores, who punches it into the offside, and Will Luxton does the fielding. Will, well, he'll go in today, probably with a bit of trepidation, having seen wickets tumbling at the top of the order, but he should be full of confidence after the way he played the other day. Clearly different day, different pitch, different attack, as Bess's latest delivery is turned into the leg side by Moores, and Masood does the fielding. Bess in again, around about leg stump. It's helped on its way around the corner, and they're going to come back and take on the George Hill arm for a second and do so.
It's very good running between the wickets by Tom Moores. He is very quick. He just turned this around, and from the get-go he's gone, I'm getting back for 2 here, I want 2. And if the wicket's difficult, and it most certainly looks that way, then you can got to take everything that you possibly can. So pushing the sweepers hard is an absolute must.
Here is Bess again, floats this one up a little more than the previous delivery, off stumpish and pushed that way, no run. Umpires today, not sure if we mentioned them actually, but Hassan Adnan and Nigel Long. Here's Bess again, and that's pushed into the offside by Luxton, no run. Good afternoon as well to Jane Powell, Yorkshire President, who has just messaged to say that she's listening in, watching on the stream. Hope you're well, ma'am. Always got to observe the correct moniker for these sort of things, haven't you, Kyle? As that's final ball pushed into the offside, no run. Usually courtesy when Jane walks into the comm box. She comes and joins us quite often, really, which is good.
Will she be joining you in York?
It doesn't sound like it because of other things on her schedule.
I'm sure she's a very busy
lady. You can bet when she gets the opportunity she'll be back to see us, won't you, Jane? We've got a bit of Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy action hopefully to cover as well as the season goes on. The Diamonds, final season for the Diamonds, of course, under that moniker, doing well in that so far this year.
Of course, it's all changing
the
next
trophy.
year, isn't
it?
It
is. It's been a difficult season, I think you'd have to say, up at Headingley in that respect.
Back here at Welbeck, Leach to continue. Lyndon James, I feel like he hasn't faced the ball for ages on strike, and this off the front foot, push to Bess at extra cover. Top ball, 65 for 5 now. Leach, 4 overs, 1 for 21. Prior to this, he bowled 2 overs, was it 0 for 18?
18, I think we said, didn't we? Yeah.
So, very happy returns from a change of ends. Tom Moores, new to the crease on 3. Lyndon James, 12ers. Leach into James, who's driving and off a thick outside edge, gets it out to third man. Only run a single. 66 for 5.
It's just another one of those reasons why cricket is the most fascinating sport of the lot, isn't it? You know, you can turn
crazy.
Up, bowl your first couple of overs at one end, not hit a rhythm, go for a few runs when the guy at the other end's super tight and seemingly, can't bowl a ball out of place. So have a breather, come back at a different end. Different batters might be out there by the time you come back on. You might feel a rhythm, you might get more out of the pitch. Whatever it is, it's just one of those many things about cricket that makes it so fascinating.
Leach into left-handed Moores, who's driving this to mid-on, who misfields it. In code, that is. Misfields it. They scamper through for a single.
I think there might be a drink heading Dom Leach's way from Ben Code, who's a miser with the ball himself, as we've seen today, and he's just let one go there. Oops, sorry, old pal.
Brings Lyndon James back onto strike. What are the commentating facilities like at York? Good? Or you're in a similar sort of position along the boundary in a marquee? There's Leach into James, who's flicking it out to mid-off, dot ball.
I had a very, how can I put it kindly, interesting experience there just about 2 or 3 weeks ago, covering a Diamonds game. In 27 years of broadcasting, it was the most challenging day that I've ever experienced. So hoping for better when we get back there on Wednesday. I'm assured that that will be the case. So we'll see.
It's a beautiful cricket ground in a beautiful city. Leach into James, who's driving this through the covers. Sweeper on the offside. Wharton running around to his left. Collects and fires it in, but can't stop them getting back for 269 for 5.
One thing we do get there is, it's a lovely clubhouse, and we're up inside the clubhouse on the balcony out the front, so we get at least
nice
a slightly elevated first floor level view. Angle wise, it's
quite side on, isn't it?
It's sort of you're kind of long leg to a right hander, so yeah, not ideal for picking lines. Length's not too bad.
Leach into James, goes short, hooking it away. And I think he's hooked it all the way. He has, off a slightly top edge. Leach banging this one in short. James taking it on, and he would have been worrying a little bit. Dan Moriarty out there would have been interested for a second as it flies away over his head for half a dozen. 75 for 5 now. 10 coming off that over. Biggest over of the day.
Drinks.
And it's drinks. Let's have a drink, everyone. So we're at the halfway stage. Nuts also halfway to being bowled out, thanks to Ben Code heroics, and Leach getting the very big wicket of Hasib Hamid. Few games around the county circuit today, but in the test match, West Indies have lost another wicket. They're 140 for 4 now. They're 46 runs ahead of England with 6 wickets remaining.
I'm supposed to be commentating on that on another service tomorrow, but my chances of doing so are looking increasingly slim.
Yeah, I think you might be struggling.
If they manage to get to tea just by natural usage of time, that will probably end up spilling into day 4, you would think, if they've got something like 150 on, wouldn't it? But
yeah, you might get a little bit. In terms of wickets, though, Sunday is fun day for the bowlers, as Sussex have just lost another. They are now 129 for 7 against Warwickshire. Surrey are 89 for 6 against Glamorgan. Here at Welbeck, Notts are 75 for 5. Essex are 115 for 4 against Gloucester. This is all in Group B, the group that Yorkshire and Nottinghamshire are in. In Group A, Worcester are 88 for 5 against Durham. Lancashire against Kent. Kent are 108 for 3, and the only team that... Oh, no. Somerset against Hampshire are the only teams who seem to be on top, so they're 107 for 2. But absolutely loads and loads of wickets around today. Bad day to be a batter, especially in Group B. Lots of wickets being fallen. Later on today, Welsh Fire take on the Oval Invincibles, both men and women. Sophia Gardens. It's also a very, very lovely ground. But back here, we're going to have a change in bowling. So Dom Bess, who only bowled the 1 over, is going to be taken off, and we're going to see seam. So Matthew Revis is going to be brought into the attack, and I think you were calling for that, weren't you?
Well, as much as calling for it, just suggesting really that it would probably happen. I mean, not that you have to use every bowler, of course you don't, but I mentioned earlier that Jonathan Tattersall is in the squad, but he probably won't play loads of matches unless there's an injury or unless they rest somebody, because of the fact that Matthew Revis is an all-rounder and he's also a middle-order batter, just like Johnny would be. So
adds a lot of depth.
Yeah, why wouldn't you play somebody who can do both, and just adds an extra bit of a dimension with the ball. So the sixth and final Yorkshire bowler to be used here. Ooh, I thought he might have got a nick on that first ball there, Tom Moores. Matthew Revis, well, I don't know if you've seen much of him, Kyle, but
no,
as you can tell, tall, 6 foot and a fair bit more. Quite powerful, gets the ball through at 80 plus. He's been often used as a bit of a battering ram when the ball's been going softer in those the back-endish overs, you know, in red ball cricket, the sort of 50 over plus times, more so than as a, if you like, proper bowler trusted to zip the ball around. Next ball's another dot wide of off stump. He's letting it straight pretty well under fairly challenging circumstances, but he's a bit more recently been used more like you would trusting a bowler to do his job, you know. Slightly different times. Been bowling in the power play in T20 cricket, which he's definitely found a challenge on some occasions. And here he is, middle overs in 50 over cricket, which is where he got his first opportunity about 3-4 seasons ago to bowl at all in senior cricket. Another good delivery. Passes Moores through to Harry Duke, and they kind of discovered him in the winter one year. Still when Andrew Gale and Richard Pyro were head coach and bowling coach. Well, this guy can get it through. Let's why don't we try and use him a bit more? It felt like it was that type of an eyebrow raising moment as he gets another one flying wide of Tom Moores off stump, and these will all do. They're all dots. Moores 4 off 13's having a bit of a look at this. And why wouldn't he, with 5 wickets already having fallen?
Well, after Tom Moores, you've got Liam Patterson-White, the slow left-arm spinner who can bat it, and then Luke Fletcher, Brett Hutton, who can hold the willow. No Muggs, and then Toby Pittman, and there's not much to come after this, so this is a very crucial partnership.
And Revis there to Moores. It was fuller in length and turned away off leg stump backward of square for 2.
Yeah, again, really good running by Tom Moores. Just comes forward on the front foot, and again, off an inside edge, so it is going around still. We're in the 25th over, 26th, I beg your pardon, but it is going around a little bit, and Moores inside edging it, and out to deep square leg, and they get back for 2.
Here's Revis again, this time Moores pushing forward at 1. Masood fielding at mid-off to complete the over at 77 for 5, so a good start from Revis, just the 2 runs coming from that 26th over of the contest. If you just joined us more recently, well, Ben Code straight in and among the Nottinghamshire batters, having seen his skipper Shan Masood win the toss and ask Notts to bat. Ben Slater out second ball of the match, caught behind by Harry Duke off Ben Code. Jack Haynes then cannoned one onto his stumps, the 5th ball of that first over. They were 1 for 2 at the end of it, 24 for 3 when Freddie McCann was bowled by Code, and 40 for 4 when Matt Montgomery was well caught by Finlay Bean at second slip off Ben. So 4 for 14 off 10 overs for him, and then another wicket for Dom Leach,
who's fired then, or his next delivery down the leg side, and he's going to have to re-bowl that one. 70 8 for 5. Yeah, it was an absolute amazing spell of bowling, Ben. Really, really was. I thought he was phenomenal. He didn't leave his line or length for his entire 10 overs. Certainly reaped the rewards as Leach is in, and James defending off the front foot, pushed it into the covers, where Luxton picks it up at backward point, running in. No run. James 21 of 30, so he's got himself in here, has Lyndon James. And he scored quite a few championship runs. He's had more of a lean season. He had an amazing 2022. But again, we'll be playing this very much like a championship game here. Just take your time, get yourself in. This one's short and hammered away by Lyndon James. Not the best of deliveries by Leach. Has gone short, and James plants his foot down the wicket and slaps this in between extra cover and mid-off, and it's flown away for a boundary. James moves to 25, score 82 for 5. Great shot.
Yeah, it was a great shot, and not the best of deliveries. And probably got what it deserved.
Did indeed get what it deserved, as this one full and driven straight through the covers. It's a glorious shot by Lyndon James. This one over correction, over pitching by Leach, and James off the front foot this time with a straight bat drives it straight through the covers for 4. Glorious, glorious shot by Lyndon, and next one is back on target by Leach, and this is defended into the covers for a dot ball. Well bowled. Maybe just going to be left momentarily. We are at Welbeck Cricket Club, the John Fretwell Centre. Absolutely wonderful day of cricket, and if you're a Yorkshire fan listening along, it most definitely is an absolutely wonderful day. 86 for 5. Leach into James, is driving this down the ground. This will be the 3rd boundary in the over. Leach slightly full, and James is playing a really good little knock here. 12 from this over. 13, I beg your pardon. Bowled the wide first ball, so Lyndon James 3 4s in this over. This one down the ground, and Leach couldn't quite stop it as it went past him. 90 for 5 now. Whatever was said at drinks is certainly going to help us. A little bit of a breeze just picks up here. Cool us off a little bit. Leach, long approach in. James down the ground again. 4 again. Shot boy. Top shot. Wow, Lyndon. I don't know where you're batting, but it's not at Welbeck. Great cricket. He moves on to 37. And that is a very productive over. 94 for 5. So 4 4s coming from that, and a wide 17 from it. That's an incredibly healthy over indeed, and great bit of batting by Lyndon James. He moves to 37 of 35. 27 overs bowled. I can smell a bit of the pizza. Oh, goodness me. It smells good. Now I'm hungry. Shouldn't have said that. Rivas to continue. Bowling to left-hander Tom Moores, who's beat outside the off-stump ball, just going across him. Well bowled. Really is well bowled, Matthew. Rivas. Really is tall lad. Was good in the field as well. Has made some really good diving stops. A couple of diving stops out on the 3rd man and fine leg boundary, and one at mid-wicket where he's saved about 4 or 5 runs. So had a good day in the field. This one into Tom Moores, who's defending from the crease in a Tom Moores-like fashion. Blocks it, flick of the bat, straight back to the bowler, walks away. Busy cricketer is Tom Moores. He's 6 of 17. Has been quite watchful from Tom Moore's perspective. Really does like width on. Only got one slip in play. Rivers, the big tall lad, 77, goes full, and Tom Moore's driving this out to captain Shan Masood at mid-off, dot ball. Rivers wearing the number 77 on his back. Was fielding with white tubey grips, white sleeves on. He's not allowed to bowl with those. A lot of fielders field with that just to protect the forearms when diving around. Here he is, running away from us. Fires this one in, and Tom Moore's just working this round the corner for a single. Hill does the fielding. 95 for 5 now. We're in the second power play. There's still lots of blue sky around us. Maybe a little bit more clouds. There's absolute glorious sunny summer's day. It's only taken us into the end of July to get here, but we're here nonetheless, so hope everyone's enjoying it. Into James, who's flicking this out to fine leg for a single. 96 for 5. James 38, Moores 7. Rivers' second over. He's conceded 4 runs. He's bowled a nice little length this, and he's bowled nice and consistently. He's beat the bat of Tom Moores a few times, just angling it across him. So here is again, and Moores letting this one pass through to the keeper. No run, so at the end of 28, it's 96 for 5. Earlier on, Ben Code was an absolute wizard with the ball, getting to nip about all over the place. He nicked off Ben Slater, last match's century maker. He then got Jack Haynes to chop on, and Jack Haynes has had a wretched Metro Bank one-day cup. He got a first ball duck at Leicester, got a duck here on Friday, beg your pardon, and then he got a duck here today, so he's not far off the Olympic rings, which he'll be looking to stay away from. Then Code nicked off Matt Montgomery before Leach nicked off Hasib Hamid. Well, we're going to have Dan Moriarty, the tall left arm off spinner, brought back into the attack. He's bowling to Lyndon James, who's driving this out to extra cover. Dot ball, so changing ends from Moriarty. He's bowled, well, he's through 3 overs, 0 for 11. Didn't find any turn from Charlie French end. Didn't get any from this other end, and that one has spun. Lyndon James, big drive, really big drive, and it's nicked out to a short third man where God does the fielding. Now that is interesting, because that is a good length ball, and Lyndon James has driven at that quite hard. He moves to 39, the score 97. So just a bit of a talk from Shan Masood about the field to set Tom Moores here. The field that is in play is a 45 on the leg side, deep backward square leg, deep mid wicket in the ring, and a long on, mid off, extra cover, backward point and sweeper around over the wicket, and this is played off an outside edge by Tom Moores, and I fancy that's just going to be pulled in. It is good work out there by Dom Leach. Tom Moore's looking to work this away on the leg side, just holds its line from Moriarty. And they get back for 3. It brings up Notts' 100 runs. Comes in the 29th over. So quite slow going. So they get back for 3 there. Moriarty. Into Lyndon James, who's cutting this off the back foot. Out to sweeper, where Wharton swoops in. It's absolutely flown in there, by the way, everyone. It's absolutely flown in. Picked that up, taken 2 steps, and then whizzed it in above the bails. It's good work. It's now bowling to Tom Moores, bit slower. Moores working this off his hip. They run the first one hard. I don't fancy you getting back for 2. Oh, you are going to. Didn't need to do that. Did Wharton ran in, went for the one-handed pickup, and he's misfielded it and allowed them to get back for 2. And Moriarty, as I would be, is not very happy. He's got a teapot on. Why have you done that? They weren't going for 2. You've looked to go to one-hand pickup. You've misfielded, and you've cost him my figures here. 103 for 5. Tom Moore sweeping this out to deep backward square, where Finley Bean is a little bit more watchful, gets down and does a long barrier. So at the end of the 29th, it is 104 for 5. 8 coming off that one. These two going along quite nice now. They're busy cricketers, are Lyndon James and Tom Moores. They don't really like to be bowled to. They don't like to be dictated to. Tom Moores more so than Lyndon James. Tom Moores is very capable of being quite destructive. Lyndon James, we've seen in T20 cricket of recent times, is absolutely whacked it about. So it's in a good bit of form here is Lyndon. When Tom Moores is on strike, he's going to be facing Rivers, who's driving this and off a thickish outside edge all along the well-back carpet. Goes out to third man for a single. 105 for 5. Rivers into his third over. It's been quite tidy. 0 for 5 so far. The sun is slowly starting to overtake our table here. Absolutely wonderful day. Wherever you're listening, we welcome you to listen along. If you're listening to BBC Radio Nottingham or BBC Radio Yorkshire, perhaps you're just watching the live stream as Rivers into Lyndon James, who's getting this squared up and falls in the gap and on the offside, and they get through for a quick single. 106 for 5. Perhaps you're listening along on the BBC Sport website. Wherever you are, we welcome you to Wellback, one of Nottinghamshire's outgrounds. Playing the second of 2 games here today. Absolutely wonderful. Glorious day. Rivers defending this one. It's Tom Moores. Out into the covers. Dot ball. Really is a lovely spectacle when you go to some of these outgrounds. Really is. What, about 1,000 people here all watching along. A couple on the banks. A couple at pitch level like us. Tom Moores advances down the wicket. Looking to be a little bit more aggressive. Pushes this out watchfully enough into extra cover. Dot ball. Yeah, there's a bank away to our right and there's a bank away to our left. So there's a few people out on the bank, sitting at the top of the bank, and then a few people at pitch level scattered all around the ground. So it's a nice viewing ground. Rivers into Moores, who's flicking this one away, and Tom Moores falls over and they're going to get back for 2. It was tight. It was very tight. Lyndon James, they went bowler's end and Lyndon James is running. Who is that out there? Is it? It's George Hill who did the work, picked up, shied the stumps. Good backing up as well, but they get back for 2. So good running between the wickets. 108 for 5. Now these two are batting really nicely. James on 41 and Moore's on 16. Rivers in, 2 more. He's driving this straight back to the bowler. Dot ball. The end of 30 overs. It's going to be 108 for 5. Lyndon James 41. Tom Moore 16.
And hopefully a bit of atmosphere now in the place, because by the magic of radio we've managed to find an effects mic.
Dave Bracegirdle had mine, and well, I don't have one. He's the only one that's got the effects microphone, so thank you very much for that, Jonathan.
It was a tip-off from a discerning supporter, shall we say.
Daniel Moriarty going to be continuing
From the Bowls Club end. Left arm. Oh, now then, he's got a nick on this one, has he? There's a big appeal, and he's not given. Says it hit the outside of his trousers.
Just a right shout from one of the spectators here shouting, "Stop bigging." Oh, goodness me. I tell you what, I don't know.
It really kicked off the pitch, didn't it?
It has. I'm love to know if that did take the edge.
Here he is again, this time straighter, turned around the corner where Leachfield's inside the circle at short, fine leg, and they take him on and get through for 1. Okay, well, let's just make an adjustment to the effects mic, which sounds like I've positioned it up there, but because of the squeaky nature of the material used on the marquee, clearly that's not going to work.
And, there it falls down.
And 4 runs possibly, probably, likely, yes. Finlay Bean not quick enough to reel that one in on his way round, and he's having to come in the marquee and try and find it now. Nice little paddle sweep.
It's just over there. It's just over there.
Fairly straight. And yeah, lovely shot. Well worth it. 113 for 5 as a result. Just pop it on the desk, I think, Kyle, in front of us. It might just... yeah. There we go. Moores punches his latest delivery back to Moriarty. And again, there is no run. Just add a bit of weight to the lead so it doesn't keep falling around everywhere. It's now an effects mic covered in grass as this latest delivery from Moriarty goes the leg side of straight. It's going to also cross the boundary. Very fine for 4 more. Can't see. Well, the umpire obscured there by Harry Duke. Did he signal byes, or was there a tickle on that by Moores?
Byes, leg byes.
Leg byes.
Not leg byes, just byes,
Just
I beg
byes.
your pardon.
4 byes. But not a wide, interestingly, down the leg side.
Yeah, but it's a bit strange that. He's gone over the stumps.
Yeah.
Wow.
There you go. That tells you everything about the angle we're sitting at that you need to know. Moriarty is in, and Moores across punches back to the bowler, and there is no run. So 117 for the loss of 5 at the end of 31 overs, and just starting to up the ante here. As I was saying for so long earlier on, when we're at the 15, 16, 17 over mark and it was 40 odd for 4, it's still there to be won. They can still bat well here. Just got to play for time, haven't they, really? Bat the full 50, they get what they get, and then at least they'll have something on the board to try and defend, and it won't be easy for the Yorkshire batters.
Most certainly won't. It looks like it's getting a little bit easier to bat. Whether that's the new ball having, well, the ball being a bit older now. This ball's into its 16th over. So Lyndon James on strike. Rivers running into ball, goes full. James defending off the front foot. Moriarty running in at mid-off, picks it up. just persuades Lyndon James to say, you can't take a quick single to me, as Lyndon James took 2 paces down the wicket, just trying to be a little bit more intense. It's a dot ball, so run rate now ticking to just over 3, well, just under 4s really, 3.75. Rivers in, goes short, James, top edge, it's going to go away for 4, short ball. It's the second time that Lyndon James has top edged one, this one going away for 4. And lucky, I don't mind the option, deep backward square leg is out, as well as fine leg, so he's got protection out there. Lyndon James, top edge over the keeper, races away for 4. He moves to 46 of 44. He's batting like a dream. Yeah, he's batting nice. I hope I haven't just put the mockers on him there. Rivers in to James, who's defending off the front foot. That's going to be a dot ball as well. So 121 for 5. Tom Moores and Lyndon James in at the crease. The last, well, Lyndon James is an all-rounder. Tom Moores, wicket-keeper, batter. And then Liam Patterson-White, the last recognised batter, due to come in next. And then into the 3 fast bowlers. Rivers in, goes full to James, who's driving this out to mid-wicket, where Finley Bean picks it up. Dot ball.
I think the test match is going to be over today. Jason Holder, who can offer some resistance, can't he, for the West Indies, has gone for 12 LBW to Gus Atkinson, who now has 2 for 20 off 6. So they're 151 for 5, the Windies. That's just a 57-run lead with a lot of play possible still today, and I think the forecast is good.
Rivers in to James, goes short, cut, oh, uppishly. It's going to go away for 4, but that was very close to backward point. And that is Lyndon James's 50. A very good knock. He stepped up. That's his 4th 50 in this form of the game. He's batted very well. It's come off 47 balls. Striking over 100 is Lyndon James, and 7 4s and 1 6. This next one is guided down to third man by Lyndon James, and it's going to go away for another boundary. Very good batting. Not all power is Lyndon James. Has got the touch game as well. And this is an absolutely fantastic knock. A knock that was very much needed to be played by someone. And Lyndon James has stepped up. 129 for 5 after 32.
And news coming in from elsewhere is that Rocky Flintoff, the son of former England captain Andrew Freddie Flintoff, as if we didn't know, has today become Lancashire's youngest ever player, aged just 16 years and 113 days. Lancs against Kent in this competition taking place at Blackpool. And just for balance, the BBC email that I've got that tells you that also says that Michael Vaughan's son Archie is on the Somerset side playing Hampshire in the same competition, and on Friday he was run out against Kent without facing a ball.
Congratulations, Rocky Flintoff.
Here is Dan Moriarty bowling to Tom Moores, who's going to flick that one away just backward of square leg. Finley Bean into field, and they get 1 run. Martin Bloomfield, good afternoon to you. He's congratulating Ben Code on a wonderful spell of bowling. The words cheap and suit are ringing in my ears. Immortalised by the late great SKW. Moriarty round the wicket to the right-hander, and James punches that square on the offside for a single. You can get in touch, BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com, or on X, which is at SportingLives1. You got an X handle?
I
Carl?
don't have an X handle. Yeah, I've just never had one actually.
Moriarty in. Moores tries the sweep and misses.
Gets a lot of bounce, does Dan Moriarty, and fancy that sweep shot that Tom Moores has just tried to play there. Is a very high risk option, especially on a wicket that looks to be a bit tennis ball bouncy.
Moriarty over the wicket. Moores just runs that one down through third man. Leach will pick it up and they'll get back for a comfortable 2. FPL Spartans says, of BBC Radio Yorkshire, a part of me would rather you not correct your co-commentator, as when he keeps saying it in his accent, it does make me chuckle. It's actually BBC Radio Leeds and all the Yorkshire stations, but you know, BBC Yorkshire is absolutely fine, because to be fair, it's not Radio Yorkshire, but it does say on the BBC building in Leeds, BBC Yorkshire on the outside, because television goes out from there as well as radio.
Okay, nice.
Another dot ball from Moriarty to Moores. That was turned into the leg side. And here he comes again. Moores using his feet down the ground. Bess is underneath him. Takes the catch at long on. Good catch by Don Bess. The ball dying on him there. And Moriarty is the first man on the board as far as wickets from spin goes on the day. And Nottinghamshire 133 for 6.
Tom Moores, a little bit of a soft dismissal. Looking just to add a little bit more impetus to the innings. Runs down to Dan Moriarty and tries to take on long on. Has got absolutely none of that, and Don Bess running in takes a good low catch in front of him. Dan Moriarty picks up his first and only wicket. That's the 6th wicket, by the way, today, to fall from the Bowls Club end. So all 6 falling from that end.
Did he get 22 or 23? I think
23.
Just
He's
said
gone
22, didn't he?
Yeah, he's gone for 23.
Yeah.
And as you've heard on the announcement, Liam Patterson-White comes to the crease. Born up in Durham. He's 25 years of age, but he did play all his cricket and went through the academy here at Notts. Highest score of 62. This is first and only 50 in this form of the game. The left-handed batter can be very destructive. He's very capable with the bat. He joins another co-academy graduate in Lyndon James at the crease, who's batting quite beautifully, and I'd like to see him just bat time with Lyndon James. So Dan Moriarty picking up that wicket.
Yeah,
for Bess.
First wicket in 10.5 overs, so it shows you there was just a change of momentum in the contest for a while there. 73 added by that pair for the 6th wicket. And that was the end of Moriarty's over at 133 for 6.
Continue here with Revis, who's in, and James defending off the back foot. Out to the man who took the catch, Don Bess.
Afternoon to Sean Goodman, who's sitting watching Yorkshire slowly getting the job done against Notts, he said, but not like here on Friday. Notts did the job against Sussex. Looks like he's somewhere over to our left on one of the embankments over there.
Lovely view.
Somewhere near the other scoreboard.
Revis running away from us. In goes short, and that's a very well directed short ball, as Lyndon James has just swayed out the way like a boxer would sway away from a punch. Well bowled. Good direction. Yes, I do fancy you're going to be struggling to get on the comms tomorrow.
Another one down.
The cricket, I believe so.
Done before tea then, wasn't it?
Yeah. Revis in to James, goes Fuller. James pushing it off the front foot, defends, dot ball. And they've got a 1-5-1-4-5. So West Indies only lead by 57, don't they? So
yeah,
the way England bat, that'll be over in a couple of overs.
In terms of Test cricket, I know they had that an astonishing win against the Aussies during the winter.
Yeah.
That still feeling a bit like a flash in the pan. There was loads of talking up positive stuff. I listened to TMS during the last match.
This one in, and James driving it. Oh, well done, Don Bess. He saved 4.
Yeah, great piece of fielding. But it just shows you, doesn't it, still how difficult it is to win in the long format if you're not on your game all the time. And you know,
correct.
Three innings in the last Test match that were all fairly even, but one that was just massively lopsided.
It's on to that consistency. They don't seem to be able to do it for long enough periods of time. They can have moments and flashes of brilliance, but over 5 days they can't. This next one is short, swiveled pull around the corner by Lyndon James. Rivers didn't get this one high enough, and Lyndon James has absolutely walloped that for 4 runs. 137 for 6.
Pretty obvious you can't bowl short at Lyndon James. You are going to go. But yeah, just so it's still disappointing, isn't it, from somebody who grew up watching the great West Indies team of the 70s and 80s to see where they are in that form of the game.
How can he come back? Rivers in. Defended off the front foot by Lyndon James. The end of the 34th, it's 137 for 6.
There's probably some shoots of recovery, and maybe it's not as bad as it has been at some point, but if you're going to play franchise cricket, because that's where the money is, you're going to struggle. And if you're getting fewer and fewer test series and shorter series because you're not being successful in it, then you kind of ever decrease in circles, isn't it? You've got to, at some point,
it's like a vicious circle.
Yeah, you've got to make a real commitment to changing that.
Yeah, that players want to go play the franchise tournaments, and then the test side struggles, and because your test side struggles you don't get as many games, and then because you don't get as many games you have less people wanting to play it. More people want to play white ball cricket and whack it around. Liam Patterson-White, as I said, high score of 62. He's instructed Dan Moriarty.
He was over the wicket to Patterson-White, turns that into the leg side, and there is no run. It's one of those, I've talked about the many fascinations of loving the game of cricket, but one of the many frustrations as well of cricket is that we've just been talking about, as that's pushed back to Moriarty, who fields with his left hand off his own bowling. No run. Players, loads of supporters still love the long format because you really do get tested properly over a long period of time on all sorts of things, skills, concentration, et al., as that is turned backward of square leg by Patterson-White for a single. But they all want to prove themselves in a professional sense over the longer formats, and yet it's the shorter format where the money is, because the crowds come and the television advertising revenues and all of that. So it's a real frustrating contrast, isn't it?
It is.
Another dot ball turned into the leg side, and again no run. You'll talk to players who absolutely love playing red ball cricket, but will sort of say to you, well, why wouldn't you go and take the white ball money when it's there on offer? And it's a living after all, isn't it? Anybody tries to make what they can out of their job, as James punches one flat bat really into the offside. James Wharton fields out in the covers and they get a single.
You're 100% correct. When you've got such a limited playing career, players need to make the most of it.
Moriarty in, and that is flicked into the leg side, and Masood does a fielding, and there is no run. So fired through that over Dan Moriarty fairly quickly. 139 for 6. What's the pizza of choice then today for you, Kyle?
I ran and put in my order when I went and got tea.
Oh, right.
But I've gone for, it's called a meat feast, I think.
I should have done that when I went round the ground. I'll have to nip out again in a bit. We've got to get the important things right here.
I can nip out for you in a little bit. After this over.
What else is on the menu apart from a meat feast?
Margarita, pepperoni.
Boring margarita.
I agree.
Yeah. Pepperoni's all right.
Pepperoni, quite a few. I'll send you a picture. As Rivers into Lyndon James, who's driving this down the ground. Shot of the day. Oh, I do love a straight drive. I love an on drive. Glorious shot. Slightly over pitched, and I don't know where Lyndon James is playing, but he's batting on a different wicket today. Glorious shot.
Yep, super shot. Just over pitching, wasn't he, Matthew Revis, to allow him to play that. He's been a bit short on occasions, just over pitching this time. Can he get that length right across the cordons? Now disappeared. So it is a different game for the bowler.
Revis in to James. Slower ball, I fancy, and he's just guided that out to short third man. I beg your pardon, not short third man. Third man, where Leach does the fielding, fires it in. 1 run, 144 for 6. James moves on to 65 of 59, and he's playing an absolute gem of an innings here.
Yeah, and they are now at least beginning to put something on the board, aren't
Correct.
they? And there's still 15 overs to go, so it just shows you how long 50 overs is.
It's such a great format. It really is. I think it's a lovely format. It's a difficult format. The middle overs is a difficult time to contain. You can only have 4 men outside the ring, so boundaries can be picked up quite easily. As Revis into Patterson White, who's defending from the crease, out to Dom Bess, who's got his wide blue brim on and his black shoes. It's quite stylish, Dom Bess. I like that, actually. I do. I've got time for that. I know a couple of the Yorkshire folk will go, wear the white cricket shoes at.
Well, if you see him in whites, I was going to say you wouldn't say stylish, because he's usually covered in green, diving around everywhere.
Enjoy that. Revis into Patterson White, who's out, and Bess diving it, shies at the stumps, but they were always going to get back for a single. It's good fielding, though.
Yeah, he's a good fielder.
He's brilliant, isn't he?
Great effort there. Which is why he's always green, but he does. We laugh about it quite often on the various commentaries with whoever I'm on with, because it's almost like he just loves being on the deck, and I bet he was a mucky kid, was always playing in the dirt and that sort of thing. He just seems to find that side of life a bit of fun, enjoys himself. He is very, very good in the field.
Makes the kit man's work really difficult, I'm
Yep. guessing.
Revis in, goes full to James, driving it uppishly, and Revis, all 6'12" of him, dives to his left, can't quite get there. Good. If he took that could have been one of the all-time great Corton bowls, as that would have been incredible.
Yeah, I think he rather than 6'12", I think he wishes he was 7 foot there. He might just have got his hand on that.
I know. I tell you what, I'm only 5'7". We'll go 5'8", and goodness me, I wouldn't have got anywhere near that. So great effort as this one in, and produces a nick from Lyndon James. It goes all along the turf out to third man for a single. At the end of the 36th, it's 146 for 6. Now I'm going to go order your pizza.
Oh, top man.
Send you a picture of the menu. Just keep an eye out for that, and we'll get the most important part of the day sorted.
Do we get is there a beer with it as well?
Don't know. If there is, can we play it well back every week, please?
So 7 off the Revis over, and it's going to be Moriarty. Do you want my lunch voucher, by the way? You better take that. Oh.
I've got one, yeah.
Okay.
Spare one in case we get hungry.
There's Moriarty then, bowling green end, and that is played quite nicely out into the covers by Lyndon James for a single. Food vouchers, pizzas, the excitement of outground cricket. "13 overs and 5 balls of this Nottinghamshire innings remaining." They were put into bat by Shan Masood when he won the toss, and again Moriarty gets one just to hold up, and Patterson White had to watch that well. Could have got underneath that one and lobbed up an easy catch for somebody, but managed to wait long enough to get it down into the ground. Stepping away to leg to this ball, and he's cut that. Leach down low to do the fielding, no run. Interesting on the stream graphics with Liam Patterson White, hyphenated P White. I was going to say when he came into bat, I'm glad he's not got a long first name as well, as he is cutting this one away out into the distance. George Hill in fact doing the fielding. So 148 for 6. 2 to come in this Moriarty over. He's gone for 2 so far. Make that possibly a boundary here, because Lyndon James has got a good contact on it, but very good ground made around that boundary edge by James Wharton, who is so quick, as we talk about often on the commentaries involving Yorkshire. and he saves a couple there. They get back for 2. Finley Bean just been moved a little bit more extra coverish, and James Wharton a bit squarer out on the cover boundary. As James turns this latest delivery into the leg side to complete the over at 149 for the loss of 6 wickets. BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Leeds and the Yorkshire stations live from Welbeck Colliery Cricket Ground for this Metrobank 50 over one-day cup match. Kyle van Vollenhoven and myself, Jonathan Dodge, with you throughout this one. And yes, those of you who don't listen regularly to BBC Nottingham, Yorkshire supporters, well, that famous name Van Vollenhoven, if you're a rugby league fan, you'll recognise it. And as Kyle was telling me up at Headingley when we first met a couple of weeks ago, grandson of the great South African winger, used to play for St Helens at Rugby League, Tom Van Vollenhoven. Bit of Rugby League royalty. Those of a certain age, or who watch those old bits of footage, who may not be of a certain age, remember that try in black and white at Wembley between Ken Large and Tom Van Vollenhoven back in the 60s for the Saints? Very famous Rugby League try. Don Bess is back into the attack for Yorkshire at this end, the Charlie French end of the ground. Right arm round the wicket, bowling to the left-handed Patterson White. He punches into the offside, and Will Luxton fields. I did have a brief chat. And Bess comes in again, and stepping back, that's chopped into the deck by Patterson White. No run. Just had a brief chat with Kabir Ali, the Yorkshire bowling coach, as I was walking round to pick up the effects mic, so you could actually hear what's going on around the ground here. And asked him if he thought it was advantageous to bowl from the bowling green end. Bess in and bowling, and that with an open face is pushed into the offside, no run. And he said, more or less to paraphrase, saying that the seamers all wanted to bowl from that end because they felt like there might be a bit more in it, down the slope slightly. And of course that's proved to be the case with all 5 seamers wickets, and one for spin up falling from that bowls club end. Another dot there, and here comes Bess again. This time it's cut by Patterson White, and Wharton swoops low to get in another flat throw to the gloves of Harry Duke, and they pick up 1. .150 up for Nottinghamshire. Final ball of the over. It's turned square on the leg side, and Wharton again in to do the fielding. Single to Lyndon James, who is playing really well here, having come in pretty testing circumstances, you'd have to say, at 40 for 4 after 15 overs. He's been out there now for fully 23 overs. He's done a sterling job of keeping things going here for his team. When could have been worse, could have been significantly worse, couldn't it, from 40 for 4. Currently 68 not out from 64 deliveries, and 4 for Liam Patterson White. This pair still relatively early stages of this partnership, worth 18 so far. First ball of Moriarty's latest over, pushed out into the offside and fielded in the covers by the Yorkshire and Pakistan skipper Shan Masood. 69 to James, who pings this one away, short ball off the back foot. Wharton again almost throwing a skimmer in from the outfield. They get another single. Moriarty, slight adjustment to the field. The left-handed Patterson White back on strike. Moriarty roll his fingers over this one. Patterson White just pulls that one out to mid-wicket, where they pick up a couple. And I'm a bit slow on the uptake with the order here. Let's have a look. Oh. It's looking like a ham and mushroom, I think. That's the lunch order sorted. And another dot ball, which is of secondary importance to lunch, of course, in the process. Moriarty in again, turned into the leg side by James, and he finds Will Luxton in there. Another dot ball. So 153 for 6, James on to 70 now. Patterson White on 5. Final ball of the over is driven up yonder, where Don Bess fields long off, and they get another one. James 71, Patterson White 5, and at the end of 39 overs, 154 for 6, just 3 coming from that tidy Dan Moriarty over. But Nottinghamshire, well, they're taking it deep here. They've had to do that, and who knows, they might still end up with another 100 or so on the board if they play well in these final 10 overs. Best going to continue again for over number 40 from the Charlie French end of the ground. Johnny Tattersall just to our right. Substitute fielding is dispatched to long on. Not going to come into play here because a flat bat through the covers finds George Hill, and James back for a couple. West Indies, well, it's lunch at the moment in the Test match. Just a 57-run lead at 151 for 5. Kevin Hodge is 52 not out. Josh De Silva 2 undefeated at the break. They'll be going back on shortly, of course, as James plays one into the onside and Tattersall does the fielding. And they pick up 1. We can have a look around the other scores as well in this competition. Patterson White on strike in and to face Bess. Steps away, cuts into the offside. Bean can't reel that in with the right hand. Wharton will cover it though and keep them to 1. Somerset 192 for 6 in the 42nd against Hampshire, having won the toss and chosen to bat. That's in the other group, of course. And also Kent Lancashire 165 for 7. Kent into the 39th over at Blackpool. That's another Group A match. Lancs chose to field. Rocky Flintoff, as you heard, becoming the youngest player in the history of Lancashire first team cricket, 16 years of age. Lyndon James just turning a single into the leg side off Bess there. A valuable dot, Bess to Patterson White. We can just check in then on the first division, on the group scores, I should say, from this division. So that's another good delivery to finish the over. Bess just drilled back at him by Patterson White. So 40 complete now. 5 coming from that over. 159 for 6. What else have we got for you today? Worcestershire 184 for 6 in the 39th over against Durham. The hosts having won the toss and decided to bat first, and Essex 211 for 6 against Gloucestershire, who stuck them in. That's in this group. 8 overs remaining there, so a chance for them to post a challenging score against Gloucestershire, who Yorkshire will play on Friday in one of their 2 games at York. It's the innings break in the match between Surrey and Glamorgan. Surrey have been shot out for 121 by Glamorgan, who do well in this competition. They don't have that many players collared for other competitions. Kyle is back.
That's well fielded, that by Sean Masood. Dan Moriarty giving us a little bit extra flight, and Lyndon James hitting out to the covers, and Masood running around stopping that. Pizza all ordered.
Thank you very much.
All ready to go. There's this one short, and Lyndon James looking to cut this away. Goes through to the keeper.
Sussex 173 all out. Just to finish my little roundup of the other scores, if you don't mind. Just 173 all out against Warwickshire, who stuck them in. So they're also up against it again. 2 matches in succession now, Sussex.
Been bowled out twice cheaply and driven down the ground by Lyndon James. He moves to 76, 160 for 6. Walking around the ground just to the pizza hut. There's smell of sunscreen and nice aroma of a few pizzas. Lovely day. Next one from Moriarty in, and can't quite get on top of that as Patterson White pushes it down the ground for a single. So moves to 7.
Did you establish whether or not they deliver it with a beer?
No, they don't, unfortunately, which would have been lovely, wouldn't it? Nice little beverage. It is the day for it. There's quite a few cold ones, we'll call them.
Yeah.
Floating about as Moriarty's slow delivery. He's got that to spin. And it's beat Lyndon James, who's trying to drive it off the back foot. As you can just hear. Yeah, it has deserved another one. 1 for 38 so far. Last ball of his spell. Mozza into Lyndon James, and this is pushed out to extra cover. That's going to be end of Moriarty's spell, and a good spell indeed. Well bowled. 1 for 38 from his 10. Nice holding roll. Picked up the wicket of Tom Moores. Caught Dom Bess out on the long on boundary. 161 for 6 after 41. Feel not so very much under par, nowhere near where they would want to be. Can they potentially get around the 220 mark? They chase that comfortably against Sussex here on Friday, but it would be a little bit to bowl at.
Here's Dom Bess continuing at the Charlie French end. First ball to Liam Patterson White, pushed into the onside, no run. To the Yorkshire staff away to our right. Enjoying a bit of sunshine. Bess in. Ooh, that one felt like it kept low. Harry Duke has missed it. Liam Patterson White, did he get a bottom edge on it? Yes, he did. So, arguably, say it could have been a chance, but hard, quite difficult to tell. Yeah, it looks like he's got his fingertips on it as well, Harry Duke. So, maybe it constitutes a chance. It would have been a heck of a catch with the bottom edge on it. And that brings James back onto strike. Bess again keeping it tight with another dot pushed back to himself. He's into his 4th over, that's all so far. Now they're down the ground here, chance for Revis. That's a brilliant catch by Matthew Revis, it really is. Kept his eye on it all the way, and he went into a tumble as he's going down to take the catch. That's a super effort, really is. And a big wicket again. Lyndon James has played really well, 76 off, that was his 80th delivery, and has held out to Dom Bess. The first wicket of the match from the Charlie French end of the ground. Second wicket to spin, and the first to Bess, who's got 1 for 10 in his 4th over.
What a great catch that is by Revis, literally right in front of us. Some might say we had front row seats to that. He's run in. He's a very tall man, diving forward, takes it about 10 centimetres off the ground. It's a great catch and it's a big wicket. Lyndon James has got to go for 76. It was an absolutely phenomenal innings, and an innings that was needed to be played by someone. Notts are still under immense pressure here. 162 for 7. Brett Hutton walks to the crease. He playing his second game this tournament. He can bat. Can Brett Hutton? Highest score of 46. The Doncaster-born 31-year-old. Can he just hold on yet? It would be absolutely criminal for the Outlaws to be bowled out in their 50 overs. You just soak up the runs, soak up the balls, tick it on. He averages 19, so even if he just gets 19, that will be very much needed. So Dom Bess figures of 1 for 10 in his fourth. Now they are flying through these overs, aren't they?
Yeah, they've got through them pretty quickly with just 8 remaining after this. They'll be well inside the cut-off, which is 2:30 usually. I'm right in saying it's that's flicked into the leg side by Hutton, who's got a considerable presence about him.
He does, the big, tall, fast bowler.
Yeah.
Big lad. I think Dom Bess is such a handy little cricketer. He's contributes across all 3 facets of the game.
There he is, right arm over. That's pushed out square on the offside by Hutton, who will pick up a single. So Bess finishes the over with 1 for 11 off 4. Back among the wickets. Yeah, he's got a fair bit of variation about him. And I think, while clearly he can bowl in red ball cricket, he's played for England. If it was a gun to the head scenario, I think as a white ball bowler I might just prefer him.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. Handy batter, good in the field, very good cricketer. We're going to see Hill brought back into the attack. George Hill from the bowls club end.
Yeah, first chance he's had to bowl from there, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it has been happening for the seamers from that end, so we'll see how he goes, because doesn't give much away, George, and if he can get it there or thereabouts with a little bit of variations, the few variations that he has, he may just be able to clean things up here.
They'd absolutely love to bowl them out for under 180. Can Hutton do? Hill into Hutton and his beat 'em all ends up. That's beautifully bowled. We must have seen, what, how many? 20, 30 play-in misses from that end, minimum?
Yeah, well, you would have said
We've seen a lot, haven't we?
That was just from Ben Code.
That's true. We've got the analyst next to us. We might ask at the break how many have beaten the bat.
I think she just said 235,000.
Dan Moriarty in front of us now. It's a third man. Give me a bit of smile there, Moz. This one in, cannoned into the Brett Hutton's front pad. Going down the leg side.
Oh, yeah, you're right. They'd love to clean him up early, and not A, just to have a bit of extra rest for the players. A couple more games coming up this week. But B, with an eye on net run rate as well.
That's a massive thing. We spoke about it, and obviously not with you. I spoke about it with Adrian, the Sussex lad, and it's almost like an extra point. At some stage, you never know, a game could get rained out and miss out that way. The next one defended to backward point by Hutton, dot ball, and it is. Would be an incredibly cruel way to get knocked out, but you got a higher net run rate and a good net run rate, and all of a sudden you've got a lot of things going in your favour if you're challenging for the next round.
Yeah, it's not the be all and end all, clearly, but you often don't get anybody worried about net run rate until about the last 2-3 games, do you? And it's looking like it might be vital, so why not take advantage early doors?
Exactly. The next one pushed through the covers by Hutton. They're going to try get back for 2. They're not. It's good work out there by Wharton. he's got an absolute bullet of an arm.
He has. He's a very, very good fielder. Yeah.
He covers ground really quickly. He's been doing the patrolling out there, the grazing as some might call it, out on the boundary. So Brett Hutton 2, Patterson White 8, 164 for 7. We're in the 43rd over. Earlier on, Sean Masood called correctly, stuck in the Outlaws as Hill into Patterson White, who's defending this out to extra cover for a dot ball. We've got someone off the field. Who's off the field here?
Not sure, but Johnny Tatt's been out there for a while. He came and fielded down in front of us when you were ordering my pizza and crate of beer.
Yeah, not sure who's off yet. But Hill, very tidy so far. 0 for 18 for his 6.5, and this one is brilliantly done at extra cover. I think he may have just got a fingertip on that, just to take the pace off it. Diving to his left at extra cover. It was a foolish delivery from Hill, and Patterson White looking to slap it away in the covers, and diving fingertip has just taken all the pace off. Mid-off's run around to keep it to a dot ball. 164 for 7 with 7 left.
Yeah, trying to work out who it is. Missing Matthew Revis is here. Ben Code's out there. Dom Leach I can see to the left. Finley Bean in the distance. I think it was Shan Masood. He's just come back on, yeah, and Johnny Talasol
all right.
is skipping off.
Okay.
So 164 for 7. Another tidy over by George Hill, and it's back with Dom Best. 1 for 11 off 4. Good stuff from him so far too. And he's going to be bowling here to the right-handed Brett Hutton first up, who does look like he could clout a ball if he gets the opportunity. Must admit, not seen much of him with the bat before, but this delivery hits him around about thigh pad height and drops into the onside, and there is no run.
He's got the Shane Warne sort of sunblock on his nose, Dom Bess.
Yeah. If he could bowl as well as him, as Hutton turns this into the leg side and there's no run. I might have to nip back to the car and get the shades out at half time. It's getting very
bright, isn't
feel
it?
to it, isn't it? Yeah. Scrunched up nose here as Bess is in, and that's punched down towards long off by Hutton, who strolls a few strides and then decides he's going to hurry up a little bit, but there's never any danger that we're going to get 2. Dom Leach doing the fielding. So Yorkshire back to the full complement of 11 that entered the field of play at the outset here. They won the toss, of course, put Nottinghamshire in. Here's Bess bowling to Patterson White. Oof, he's pulled that one and been dropped by Shan Masood, who was jumping to try and take the catch at a straight mid-wicket. Got his hand to it.
Tough chance, really tough chance. It's one of those that either stick or they don't. One didn't on that occasion.
Bess in and playing that one down to short. Third man, Hutton picks up a single.
Half chance, maybe.
Yeah, it's one of those, isn't it, where you say absolutely brilliant catch if he takes it. It's hard from this angle to tell
how far he's had to go.
Yeah, all the
isn't
rest. Yeah, it's just very difficult for us, isn't it, down at ground level. But what we can say for sure is that he did get his hand to it. Best round the wicket. Oh, Patterson White has stepped out for a moment. Harry Duke is opposite number 22. Cleans up the furniture at the back, but not out. End of the over. Another tidy one by Bess, who's gone for just 14 off 5. 167 for 7. And that's just the value, isn't it, Kyle, of taking wickets, chipping away. 4 early wickets, and then they've continued. Even though Nottinghamshire have come back into the game, Hamid was never allowed to properly get away. 32 off 65, playing to the situation, fair enough. 5th wicket went down at 60. 6th wicket at 133, the best stand of the match so far, 73. And again, before they've really got into overdrive or threatened to take it away from Yorkshire, they picked up another wicket and then another one.
Quite right, as Hill to Hutton, who's swinging this away on the leg side. Bean out there will do the fielding. keeps it to 2. No, you're right. I think Yorkshire have been phenomenal with the ball. They started so well. Code rolled absolutely phenomenally with the new ball, nipping it about, picked up 4 wickets for absolute spit, 4 for 14, and it just sort of snowballed from there. They've lost wickets, a bit of a fight back from Lyndon James and Tom Moores. He'll into Hudson, who's pushing this out into the offside, out to sweeper. They walk through for a single, 170 for 7. But they just haven't really been able to kick on every time they look like they're about to kick on, about to make that transition into the next gear. They talk about gears, batters going through the gears. They lose a wicket and momentum is stalled and they have to push it back a bit later, push back the explosion. Liam Patterson-White, he's been beaten outside the off stump. Patterson-White taking a step back, looking maybe to force it off the back foot, but absolutely phenomenal line and length, and it's a play and miss outside the off stump. 170 for 7. You're listening on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Leeds. There we go, I've got it right eventually. I apologise to all the listeners out in Yorkshire, getting it wrong for so long. Hill into Patterson-White, who's top edging it. It's going to land in no man's land, and Leach runs in, does the fielding, tidies it up. 171 for 7. Patterson-White moves to 10. Hudson not out on 7.
I wouldn't worry about it, because if you're listening, you kind of usually know what you're listening on, don't you?
True, but just in case anyone forgot where they are or what their postcode is, maybe you're watching along on the live stream. Absolutely glorious day at Welbeck. This one short by Hill, and that's climbed a bit and shy at the stumps. Patterson-White was in. Good running between the wickets. Hutton gets Patterson-White back onto strike. 172 for 5. He's bowling quite sharp here, Hill. He's got a couple of those to really climb off not so short a delivery, so it still looks quite tricky. It's got a lovely white gloss to it, but it is a bit tennis bally, and it is going around a little bit. Here he is, Hill, and flicked out into the leg side. They're not going to get back for 2. Not out to Dom Bess, and that arm, it's a lovely return straight over the stumps. So with 5 overs to go, it's 173 for 7. Can they get over 200? You would think that they should, with 30 balls remaining. Minimum go at 6s and get to just over 200. Can they get to 210? Put something on the board. Make it a bit challenging. They're going to have to bowl really well to defend whatever they've got. It's going to be Dom Bess to continue.
Yeah, back to that problem. You've only got the 3 wickets. If you start to go now 5 overs out, and you lose a couple of quickies, these 2 go, and you're genuinely into the tail, then you may end up, being bowled out before the end of the 50. If you still play with a bit of care for maybe a couple more overs, and then you go, well, okay, with 3 overs left, let's just we've got 3 wickets now to have a thrash in 18 balls. You might be able to pick up a few boundaries late on and bump it up to 220, 230, something like that. First ball of the over there, cut into the offside by Patterson-White for a single. Brings the right-handed Hutton back on strike. Here is Bess. Reverse. The first such shot, I think, that we've seen in the entire match, and he fluffed it as well. Harry Duke was able to scurry out from behind the stumps and field, and no run.
Got absolutely nothing on that. Just shows of improvisation from Brett Hutton. I like it.
Passing again, this time an orthodox flick off the legs. I think it might have been off the pad. Yep, that's confirmed by the umpire, leg by.
He's getting it to spinners, Dom Bess, which is interesting, as Notts have only gone for the 1 out and out spinner. I think Montgomery can bowl a little bit off spin.
Best then in again. Patterson White chops this into the turf. He's gone backward of point. Again, Wharton racing round, and he did a good job in getting to the ball. Couldn't quite pick it up cleanly, and with a bit of a fumble, they've managed to get back for 2. They fielded very well here, particularly given that we talked about that little bit of bobble from the outfield. Here's Bess again, reverse, and that's very well executed this time. Nicely played by Liam Patterson-White, and he picks up 4.
Lovely shot. We saw his partner try that earlier on, and well, this is how to play it, Brett Hudson. That's a lovely shot. Length was dragged slightly back by Dom Bess, and he's just stood tall and reverse sweep this around. Short third man for 4.
He's on to 18 then from 31, and Bess in again. Patterson-White then down the ground. He just pushes it on its way to Dom Leach for a single to complete that Bess over. There was 8 runs from the bat, so he's gone for 22 now from 6, Dom Bess. Very good return for him. 182 for 7, so a total of 9 off the over. 4 to come.
Yes, and 4 overs to go, 3 wickets in hand. You probably just carry on going normally. As you said, 3 overs, start exploding from there. They say on average in that sort of scenario you'd lose a wicket and over, which means that potentially could get bowled out in the 50th if it goes like that. 24 balls left, 182 for 7. You feel not so going to be anywhere competitive. They need to have a massive last 4. This one heaved away. That's gone all the way. That's a monstrous hit by Liam Patterson-White. Straight into his hitting arc. That's huge. He's gone short, has Hill, and well, he set himself for it, and he's absolutely walloped that away over the bank to our right at Welbeck. I know there's a few stands out there. Hopefully it hasn't cannoned into anyone. And there's a long grass field behind us, so it could be a long chase for you. You've got to retrieve that.
Yeah, did go a fair old way, didn't it? Just a little bit too leg stumpish, wasn't it? It's all right banging it in short, which is worth a try. But yeah, he was able to get inside it and executed the shot really well. So 25 to him now. I think it's a useful experiment, this bowling George at the end, because he'll learn things. He's gone for 30 now from 8 overs and 1 ball, so he's got, well, we assume he's going to bowl the last over from that end as well, over number 49. He's got 11 balls remaining in his spell. Could still pick up a wicket or 2.
It could indeed. Big leg side boundary here, so the field is set with everyone out on the leg side, mid-off, extra cover, sweeper on the offside, backward point and third man. So your men out on the leg side are fine leg, deep backward, deep mid wicket and long on. Kill in, swung into deep mid wicket, and that will be 4 more. So 10 off 2 balls. And this is turning into a nice little cameo by Liam Patterson-White. He's 29 of 34 here. Score moves to 192, and maybe, just maybe, I don't want to speak too soon, 220 could be on.
Yeah, it's possible still. He's just a bit too straight again there, George, and I mean, the credit really goes to Liam Patterson-White. There's Best posted out in front of the clock on the clubhouse, and there's a long on, but there's a big gap between the pair, and he just steered it through the gap. Got to think about that line probably here.
Can he correct his line? Goes slower ball. Patterson-White hits that, and he's going to haul out. Have we missed something? Oh, it's a no ball.
Oh dear, George.
Well, it's gone from bad to worse, because to add insult to injury, George Hill's bowled a fantastic back of the hand slower ball. He's then got Liam Patterson-White caught a deep square leg. You can't be out on a no ball. So that ball's gone for 3, and he's now got a free hit to contend with. So this is a very expensive over. This over has gone for 13 off 2 balls.
Yep. Yeah, disappointing really that he's obviously stepped over slightly, maybe just having gone for 6 and 4, trying a bit too hard. Other than that, the execution of the delivery was obviously pretty good to draw him into playing the shot and getting the catch, but unfortunately not legitimate.
Hill, free hit, goes full, goes wide, and that's quite a good result. They should only be able to get back for 1 then, they do. So he's gone very full, low full toss, wide outside the off stump, driven out to long off from Hudson, on run.
Because he did bowl a no ball, didn't he, from this end as well,
did, yes.
Earlier on, and then got away with that good delivery to follow it up off his free hit ball, which was a dot.
He's bowled 2 good free hit deliveries there. He's only gone for 1. It was caught and bowled off Hamid, trying to pull it away, wasn't it?
Yeah.
196 for 7. Patterson White 30. Hill only halfway through this over, goes slower ball. This is pulled, and this is dropped, and it's gone for 6. In all honesty, if he caught it, Wharton, if he had caught that, he would have dived over anyway. It was always going for 6. Wharton's made great ground running to his left, and he's dived and he's made contact with it outside the boundary rope, and it's crossed the boundary rope for another half a dozen. It brings Notts 200 up. It's 202 for 7.
Yeah, 20 off the over so far, and still 2 balls to come. So the challenge is there for George now. He's got to try and find a way, which is very easy from the commentary chair. Not
Hill
so much
goes
running out there.
Ooh, that's well bowled. I like that. That's better length. Goes very full. Yorker. And Patterson White's only flicking it out to deep mid wicket for a single. 203 for 7.
Yeah, and having gone for 20 off your first 4, including a no ball, that is a good recovery. And if he can do something similar and go for just a single off this last ball, then he's limited the damage, hasn't he? And they've had barely any of those sort of overs in this match so far.
I think he'll in wide Yorker straight out to extra cover, where they get through for a single. So the end of the 47th, it's going to be 204 for 7.
It should have been the end of it, shouldn't it? But
that should be.
oh yeah,
is.
They were just checking, I think, as to how many deliveries there were left. The umps had lost count. So it's going to be interesting now if Shan Masood keeps George on for one final over from that bowls club end, or will he kind of lose confidence in bowling him for the last over? I think for me, I'd go with sticking with that. Those last 2 deliveries were good, and if he could come up with half a dozen that are fuller of length, I don't think they'll be that easy to whack out of the park.
No, I think slower balls into the wickets is not the best option. Full and wide or full and straight to the left-hander is. I still see spin. Dom Bess. Continue.
Yep, from this Charlie French end, and he has come up with
a wicket.
First ball. Yeah, well, if it was just the lack of response from everybody, I thought there must have been some infringement, but he's just lobbed it in the air and been caught out square, way out on the far side of the ground by Finlay Bean by the looks of things. So that is the end of Brett Hutton, and an 8th Nottinghamshire wicket has fallen. 204 for 8, and Hutton has gone for 10. Didn't quite manage to brutalise it as much as maybe the physique looked like he might do. And Dom Bess picks up another deserved wicket. He's bowled very well when he's got his opportunities from this Charlie French end of the ground.
Brett Hutton just looking to switch hit this, and he has. He's got a reasonable amount on it, and it's gone straight to Finlay Bean, who has probably not had to move more than 2 meters. And taking the catch brings Luke Fletcher, the Bulwell bomber, into the crease. He's got a higher score of 53, so he can bat can hit a mighty blow, and they do need that. A 204 for 8. Fancy him. Just get Liam Patterson-White on strike here, Luke. I think that's what you need to do.
Here's Bess bowling to him, and he's managed to get this one away for 4 round the corner. Got it past short fine leg bend code. So Bess just offering him up a bit of a freebie there to be fair first ball. Got it a bit leg stumpish, and of course he is bowling in towards the right-hander. So he's just asked all his field to go round a little bit squarer, as it were.
4 off the first ball from Fletch.
Here's Bess again. And Fletch gets underneath this one. Catching chance, should be out. Will Luxton underneath it and takes the catch. And a 9th wicket falls, and a 3rd for Don Bess. Fletcher, well, his stay at the crease was a short one, and not particularly sweet, I guess, because he's made just the 4 from 2 deliveries. And Nottinghamshire on the brink of being bowled out before the 50 overs are complete here, because they have just Toby Petman to come in at number 11.
Not sure that was needed from Fletcher. Still got 15 deliveries left, so don't need to try take on the long boundary. 208 for 9. Patterson-White on the other end will be absolutely livid if he gets stranded on 37 not out of as many balls. And I think that's exactly what he's telling him now. Even if you face 3 dot balls here, let me have the other end. Let me try swing it away. No need to get out. Don Bess has got himself a cheeky little 3 for here.
Yeah, 3 for 26. Halfway through his 7th, which is a cracking effort by him when he saw nothing but seam taking wickets earlier in the day. In fact, the first 5 all taken by seam, and the last, the bottom half of the innings has been mopped up by spin so far. And Bess is in, and that's turned into the leg side by the tall figure of Toby Petman, fielded at mid-wicket there by George Hill, and there is no run. So got to complete the job here, Yorkshire, but I think they'll be pretty pleased with this as a day's work, or a half a day's work. They've still got to finish the job, but they've set things up and given themselves an opportunity. That delivery swished out by Petman, taken by Harry Duke. No run, so he's going to complete his 7th over here, Don Bess, with this delivery. 2 wickets in the over and a boundary off it. And a solid defensive block by Petman, who plays for his partner and makes sure that he's on strike for the first of the 12 balls that remain. 208 for 9, 2 for 4 off the over by Bess. Excellent effort from him.
Good work, Toby Petman. That's what I thought Fletcher would do. After he hit the first 4, if it's gone down leg side, I need to take on an extra risk.
George Hill is being kept on, which is,
I like that.
think, yeah,
it's the right decision, isn't it?
I think so. Backing your bowler, didn't have a great time of it in the previous over, but hopefully just maybe learn from those first 4 deliveries, and those last 2 were much more like what felt like was required. So he has got the man who's obviously got himself in on strike here in Liam Patterson-White, and I'm guessing that they'd love to, if they can't get him out, give him a 1 early in the over here and try and get a few past the bat of Toby Petman, or obviously see him off. So which way will it go? What are they going to do field wise? Well, Matthew Revis is moving away out to long on. Looks as though Ben Code is up inside the circle at mid off. Shan Masood is probably on the edge of the circle, hard to tell from here at extra cover. There's a backward point, a sweeper out in the covers.
This one full and straight from Hill. Morton gathers it cleanly and keeps it to a single, so that's really good fielding, very good bowling. Hill 0 for 47. He's bowled better than that. His last over just costing him slightly, the over of 22, which prior to that, well obviously is the biggest over of the day. Prior to that, next biggest one was an over of 17 bowled by Leach, so 208 and 9 for 9. Pittman keep about nick one away to third man. Gets Patterson White back on strike. Does he go? Be interesting to see what type of ball he bowls if he goes back to the top of off deliveries. So here he is. Hill in to Pittman, who's defending it out to backward point, and Luxton's done very well to get really tight to keep him on strike.
Yeah, very good piece of fielding, good piece of bowling too again. So lengthwise, he's got a tail ender in, he's bowled it just short of. So a bit like he'd bowl it to an early order batter really, trying to beat the bat. He's not been able to manipulate that for any runs anywhere, and you could see how keen Patterson White was, because he nearly came halfway down the track from the non-striking end to take a risky run.
Hill in short, and Pittman trying to pull. That's been rushed. Hits the top of the bat and rolls back to Hill. Dot ball.
Another good one, you see.
Yeah.
Again, just gone slightly back of length. That's all. It's not a slot ball, is it? It's not a full delivery. But
no,
he's saying, come on, if you can bat. You might be able to steer that for some runs, but
you see, that's the one where if you just go soft option, don't try to be a hero, just get Patterson White back on strike. Hill goes a good length again, and he's bowled him, and knots are bowled out. Liam Patterson White stranded on the other end.
Yeah, that's a super piece of bowling. You've got to say, having come back from 20 odd off the last over, he clearly did think about what was going on. And great, really. He couldn't have been much better, barring bowling Patterson White off the first ball of the over. Let him have one, concentrate on the tail ender. A couple of deliveries where he was obviously building up some frustration straight away, and then he's got him with a fuller length ball that's clearly done something on him, and it's got through his defences. A really good effort to finish off with George there, and that is why I think we both felt that he should be kept on, despite what had happened the over before. So he'll finish with 9.4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 47, and he'll feel a lot better about life, I'm sure, right now than he did probably about 5 minutes or so ago. Dom Leach, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 48. We know that Ben Code, of course, finished 10 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 14. Brilliant spell by him. 10 overs, 1 for 38 for Moriarty. Bess, 7 overs, no maidens, 3 for 26. And Matthew Revis, 6 overs, no maidens, none for 31. Extras wise, there were 4 byes, a leg bye, 5 wides and 4 no balls for a total of 14, and Nottinghamshire finished 209 all out. Game is not over by any stretch, Kyle, but it feels like a gettable total with the pitch. Should probably play a bit better second half, you would think, and I think with what happened to Nottinghamshire in mind, Yorkshire's approach at the top, it might still be fairly tentative and watchful. Or will it? Will they come out and now go, let's take advantage of the power play, let's try and dominate the game from the outset? Well, it'd be interesting to see what approach they have, and obviously Nottinghamshire, it's not a done deal that they will bowl well, but if they've got the tools in their armoury, the pitch will do something for them and give them some assistance.
Most certainly, they're going to have to bowl very well to defend. 209, a sorry looking scorecard. Ben Slater the first to go, out for 0. Jack Haynes followed 2 balls later. Freddie McCann not long after that for 8. Hasib Hamid was tried to steady the ship for his 32. Matthew Montgomery, he got caught at slip for 4. Then Lyndon James, the shining light, he got 76. Tom Moores played a lovely little cameo of 23 before he held out at long on. He was gone for 23. And then Liam Patterson White stranded on the other end for 38, with Fletcher, Pittman and Hutton all going quite cheaply. Not bowled out here at Wellback for 209. We're going to go enjoy our pizzas, courtesy of very highly recommended from Dave Bracegirdle, and when we return we'll see Yorkshire resume needing 210 to go back to back in their opening 2 games, the Metro Bank One Day Cup. We're going to take a break here. We will see you shortly. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Welbeck Cricket Club. Got my sunglasses on as we did thoroughly enjoy the wood fire pizzas. Absolutely brilliant. I didn't think they would not be. Dave knows his food, knows what to order. Not his first rodeo. So the Outlaws, after being bowled out for 209, are going to have a tall order, tall task to defend the Vikings. Here, they are walking out to the middle. After a brief word in a huddle from Hasiba Mead, it's going to be Luke Fletcher. Forgot to turn the effects microphone on there. So Luke Fletcher is going to be opening the bowling. He's going to be bowling from the bowls club end. It's a little bit slow to get into position here. So they're going to need wickets early here. Big Luke Fletcher bowled beautifully on Friday. Set the tone from ball one. Did Fletcher, he picked up 3 wickets. Removed Tom Haynes and Tom Clark, both openers, and absolutely love to remove Will Luxton and Finlay Bean here nice and early. Will Luxton, Finlay Bean opening the batting for Yorkshire. Luke Fletcher, best figures of 5 for 56 in this form of the game. Been around for absolute ages, and here he is. The bowls club end into Luxton, who's defending off the back foot, straight back to Fletcher. No run. So if you weren't with us earlier, Yorkshire won the toss and elected to bowl first, where they were absolutely phenomenal, bowling out knots. So I'll just try and navigate a spider climbing on me again. I'll tell you a little bit about that now as Fletcher starts his long run up. In he comes. Luxton just pushing it out to Hamid at mid-on, off the front foot. Then throws it back to Tom Moore's dot ball. So earlier on, Masood called correctly. He called tails. Tails never fails. And elected to have a bowl first. New ball did quite a bit. And they ended up bowling knots out for 209. They were 40 for 4 at a stage. Notts would love to have Yorkshire at that, as this one from Fletcher into the wicket, and Luxton playing it from the crease nice and solidly straight down into the wicket. No run, played it nice and late. So Will Luxton, born in Keighley, 21 years of age, high score of 84. He's got 350s. Finlay Bean, born, I beg your pardon, in a wonderful part of the world, born in Harrogate. Spent quite a lot of time up in Harrogate. Fletcher in, and Luxton driving through the covers. Top shot. Wow. That is absolutely glorious. That shot's better than the weather today, and that's something. Lovely shot. He's off the mark with the boundary. Fletcher over pitching, and Luxton on the front foot drives it high elbow straight through the covers. 4 for no loss. Finlay Bean, 22. Said born in Harrogate. He's played 22 games. High score of 61. That was his first and only 50. Fletcher in, how can he reply? He's just squared up Luxton here, who off a outside half of the bat goes through to Ben Slater at cover. Dot ball. 5 balls bowled. It's 4 for no loss. Fletcher, we saw open the bowling in the last game and going to be opening the bowling in this game. Where's the number 19? I think he was warming up with his little one earlier. One of the absolute beauties of playing at outgrounds. Kids can get involved. So Fletcher in, and Lux has nicked it, and it hasn't carried. I don't think it's carried. It's dropped short of young Freddie McCann there at second slip. Luxton on the front foot, just pushed at one, and Fletcher, having been driven off a similar length earlier in the over, produced the nick, and it's just dropped short of Freddie McCann, and oh goodness me, that would have been the perfect start. End of the first. It's 4 for no loss. We're going to have Brett Hudson. He's going to be bowling from the Charlie French end.
Yeah, it was, as you might say, a marvellous delivery.
I like that.
Marvellous.
Tell you what, that could be one of the better South African accents I've heard. I'm not even going to attempt my Yorkshire, and I'll make an absolute fool of myself. And I've already done that by calling it BBC Radio Yorkshire. So I think that's done for the day.
You might have upset a few people in Keighley as well.
Oh, there we go.
Here comes Hutton, right arm over the wicket, and solidly behind it, Finlay Bean.
Get it right eventually.
Pushes back, no run. Now, if you do know Harrogate well, which you were saying you did in that previous over, you'll doubtless have been up to Fountains Abbey.
I have.
Studley Royal Cricket Club, which was, I think it's moved now, but was in the far end of Fountains Abbey at the Studley Royal itself. This is where Finlay Bean is from. Nice part of the world. Here comes Hutton again. Bean solidly behind it, pushing into the offside for Hamid to field, and no run. So yeah, Will Luxton, born in Keighley. I know it looks like Keighley. It's one of those things. If you're not local, you don't. Why do we have these things? Is it one of the charms or one of the frustrations about Britain that we have these idiosyncrasies? Here's Hutton coming in to bowl once again to Bean, who's got a short ball. He's not got hold of that fully. Somewhere up near the top end of the bat. It may have the legs, will it, to get to the boundary? No, it's been reeled in, and they've got back for 3. But yeah, just thinking about, there's plenty of examples if you think about it of things that look the same but
spelled completely different
or pronounced differently. Yeah,
correct. My name is probably one of them.
Yeah, I suppose it is. Yeah.
So thanks, Mum and Dad, if you're listening, for making life a little bit more difficult.
Here's Hutton again. Luxton not quite in control as he removes a hand from the top of that, pushes into the offside, no run. On that subject, Barry in York says, I watched your co-commentator's grandfather play at Odsall Stadium in front of
that would have been a dream.
In front of 80,000 people for St Helens in the 1954 championship final against Huddersfield. He thinks he scored a great typical try, going the length of the field, hugging the touchline all the way. I was about 12 at the time, and my father was 500 yards away playing for Bankfoot, where he was the pro. Thanks for the memory. I mentioned that when you were off to the pizza shop, by the way, the rugby league connection, as Hutton's latest delivery is wide of Luxton's off stump and there's no run.
Yeah.
So you mentioned the rugby league link in Nottingham, and apart from Matt Newsom, who's the BBC Rugby League correspondent these days, who's from Nottingham and for some reason absolutely loves the sport, not a lot goes on in Nottingham as far as rugby league's concerned. At professional level anyway. There has previously been a Nottingham Rugby League team and a Mansfield the Mansfield Marksmen some years ago. Hutton in, he's got underneath this one and he should be out, Will Luxton, after that 83 the other day. Yep, he's going to go for 4 here. Caught by Tom Moores, trying to turn one away into the leg side. He thought the shot was on, but it wasn't, and unfortunately he is going to have a bit of time to think about that for the rest of the day. He's gone for 4 from his 9th delivery.
Luxton he's looked to pull this away out onto the leg side and may have just held up in the wicket, popped a little bit more than expected. He's got a top edge, and Tom Moores was the only man that can come around and take that catch. Does, and takes a very simple one, and Notts, after desperately needing to get early wickets, have obliged Brett Hutton picking up the first one. So the end of 2 overs, the Vikings are 7 for 1.
Interesting that, sorry to...
No, I was about to say, carry on, no, please.
Well, Shah Massoud coming in at 3, so they've got an all left-hand combination, and they tend, certainly white ball cricket, to go left-hand, right-hand as much as they can. They could have sent James Wharton in at 3, that will often be the case. But they're going all lefties here. And that was the last ball of the second over, wasn't it?
Was indeed. 7 for 1, so decent start. They would be happy with that one. Sean Massoud, the captain, played 120 games, 9 of those ODIs for Pakistan, a highest score of 182. He's not going to be on strike, because Bean is going to be on strike too. Fletcher, who's in, delivering it short, played off the back foot, out into extra cover, dot ball. So Fletcher did nick off Luxton earlier, did drop short. It has cost absolutely nothing. He's skied a pull shot, yep. Sean Massoud, 34 years of age, 1500s in this form of the game, as well as his 32 50s. So some might say an incredible cricketer. Joined Yorkshire from Derby. And this one is pulled away, rocked back on the back foot, and it's a glorious shot by Bean. Lovely. Wasn't that short by Fletcher. The previous ball, very similar delivery, maybe a tad short, and Bean is rocked back here, swiveled and pulled away. It's a top shot. Glorious. He moves to 7 now. It's 11 for 1. Remind everyone they are chasing 210 runs to win. Fletcher, can he get it fuller? He can. He's nicked him off. It's going to go all along the floor. Linden does really well. Now they're going to get back for 2 though. That's the length, Fletcher. That's where you need to bowl it. A little bit fuller. Bean to play you off the front foot there. Ball from Fletcher was 4th stump. Just a length some might feel that you think you can drive, but just can't. And Bean just prodded at it. It has gone all along the floor, so not catchable, out towards the gully line to 3rd man. Fletcher in full again and struck Bean on the back leg on the thigh pad. Bit of a oohs and ahs around. Add a bit of spice, a bit of dramatic effects to the delivery. Nothing to worry about there. 13 for 1. I believe the West Indies have been bowled out in the Test match, so.
Yeah, England need, I think it's 81, 82 to win.
Fletcher in, and Bean defending confidently off the front foot, pushed out to mid-off, no run. So you've got a day off tomorrow. You got any plans? Do anything? Just relax.
There's always something to do.
There is. Not wrong. Yeah, we're not. It'd be nice just to sometimes relax. I'm sure you got preparation to do for York on Wednesday.
Preparation? What's that? Sorry.
Fletcher into Bean, who lets this one drift through to end the 3rd over. The end of 3. It's 13 for 1. The same stage, not very much. In a bin cod masterclass. This stage they were 9 for 2. Slater and Haynes were dismissed at this stage. So far in reply, they're 13 for 1. Brett Hudson.
Yeah, you could say Ben Codd.
Oh,
Put Nottinghamshire in their place.
he did.
You could, but it'd be Ben Codd.
Ben Code. Brett Hudson.
Oh, Ben.
Bowled. He's a similar bowler too. Code, isn't he? He'll bowl 10 straight through. Get it to nibble around a little bit.
Yeah.
Same sort of pace, aren't they?
So Masood on strike. In comes Hutton. Floods into the. He's got him. Has he got him? He has. Guys, I can't see the leg stump at all from where Shan Masood is, but presumably that's clipped his pad and gone on to leg stump. And so Yorkshire lose a second, and here we are. I was saying for ages during the Nottinghamshire innings that if they can get a couple of early wickets, having got at least something on the board, then they can start to put a bit of pressure on, and that's what happens in games of cricket. It's coming to pass. James Wharton is walking out at number 3, and Shan Masood, when his team really needed a captain's contribution, has gone for not many.
Going to go without troubling the scorers. James Wharton at 4. Does Masood usually bat at 3, or is that just a change today?
No, he does tend to bat 3 given the choice type of thing, but he will bat 4 if it's better for the lineup in terms of a left-hand, right-hand combi. I did say when he walked out, so it's weird that they're going all left-hand here. So maybe today he's clearly just decided I'm going to bat 3, whatever happens with the first wicket.
So James Wharton now walks to the middle. Borden Huddersfield. High score of 54. I thought he fielded absolutely brilliantly out in the boundary. It really looked good. Another one. The Yorkshire youngsters.
So Hutton to Wharton, who's pushing one outside off stump and can't get bat on it. You'd have to say Hutton playing for the wrong team, surely, wouldn't you? Given the history of cricket. Playing against Yorkshire, a Hutton? What's all that about?
Don't know. No clue.
So going to have to be some inquiries
No,
deeper into the family there.
I agree. Well, you're Brett Hutton, wily old character, isn't he?
He's in a bowling to Wharton, who turns that into the leg side. There's no run. Yeah, I'm not sure great uncle Selen would be that impressed, or great uncle, or whatever it might be.
No, not at all. But the Notts supporters and listeners out there will be very pleased to have Brett Hutton. He's 2 for 3 here and is plugging away nicely. And he pick up a 3rd.
Bowling to Wharton, the tall figure of James Wharton, who doesn't play that entirely convincingly, drops it into the leg side, didn't seem to know too much about it. And there's no run, so 210 needed at the outset, 13 for 2. Suggests it's still pretty tricky out there with the bat.
Yeah, I think the new ball we saw on Friday with the Sussex openers, the new ball went around a little bit, got a little bit easier the older the ball got.
Wharton with the straight bladed defensive push into the onside this time. There's no run. I did mention that in the comp last year Yorkshire did get into a bit of a pickle during the power play on several occasions, feeling that they needed to take advantage of it but losing wickets quite rapidly, and then being unable to recover from that situation on a few of those occasions, hence coming up short in the competition. Hutton is in, Wharton pushing forward into the offside, and there is no run to complete that over at 13 for 2 then, so wicket maiden for Brett Hutton. And once again, it's back to that layering up of experience, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do you get suckered into I have to play power play style and then lose wickets, or do you just think, look, we've got to get 210 here, let's just play cricket? Doesn't matter about what the fielding restrictions are. There's plenty of deliveries in which to get those runs.
Most definitely. I think it's felt all day that this is very much a very sort of red ball type of feel to it, and a red ball type of approach is what is required. Bean on strike to Fletcher, who's getting Bean to defend off the front foot, a little bit pushy, out to Patterson White at backward point, no run, 13 for 2. Just under 200 now for their second win. Lot of gardening going on. Patting of the wicket by both batsmen. Wharton doing it on his end, on the non-striker's end, and Bean just as a walk down, pats where Fletcher's looking to bowl it, and waits and ready for Fletcher's next delivery, which is making him defend off the front foot, and he's pushing this out to mid-on where Hutton collects the ball and walks back to his mark, and no doubt will just be relaying a message with big fellow fast bowler saying, you're getting it to do anything, you're nipping it around at all. But so far this has gone according to plan. 13 for 2 as we hear Petman just shout across the effects microphone, begging Fletch to pick up three in the power play, not lost. 3 in the power play. The next one driven down the ground. Hutton dives, picks it up cleanly. Good work. Nice shot by Bean. Struck it firmly enough. Hutton takes 2 steps, dives, picks it up cleanly. Good work.
Yeah, if the players, as you're suggesting, might be thinking about this more in red ball terms than white, then that would serve Finlay Bean well. He's obviously done well in red ball cricket since he's come into the side. He's averaging 17.6 from just 11 previous innings in List A cricket. He's scored just the 176 runs so far.
Fletcher into Bean, who's defending off the front foot. Out to mid-off, no run.
So, putting him up the order last year didn't have the desired effect in this competition. But he's getting another opportunity to do the same gig here. In fact, his highest score in List A cricket was in his first match against Kent way back in August of 2022. Last year, 39, the best he's produced.
Bean waits. So Fletcher's delivery, and this time driven, and this time Hutton can't cut it off. Glorious shot. Fletcher getting a little bit too full, and Bean drives this absolutely beautifully straight down the ground. Glorious.
Yeah, it was a lovely shot, and he can certainly play. I don't think there's any doubt about that. I think he probably got caught in that power play scenario last year. His game is, has not been built around that, if you like, as he's grown up learning cricket, and maybe it was just a bit foreign to him. Doesn't play T20 for the first team at least.
Fletcher around the wicket to Bean, who's driving it, and it goes through to Tom Moores. Big play in the miss, big drive that. So end of the 5th, 17 for 2 now. Where does he bat in the? I'm assuming that he doesn't open the batting in red ball cricket. Well, he can't.
He does.
Does he? Does he? So he opens with Lyth?
He opens the batting with Adam Lyth in red ball cricket, and in fact Adam only messaged me a month ago one day and asked me if I knew what their average as an opening pair was in red ball cricket. So I went through all the stats from when they first came together, and they average over 57 as an opening pair, as Hutton comes in to bowl to Wharton, who drops that one down through gully and will pick up 1. So that's a pretty, if your openers are going to go out to bat every time and you feel pretty confident that you're going to come out with 50 odd on the board before you've lost a wicket, that's a good start to any knock, isn't it? Because some days it's not going to happen, and other days it's going to be 100 and something. They put on 300 and something at Scarborough not so long ago as part of all that. They did have one other innings at Northants earlier this season where they were 1 and 3. Hutton bowling to Bean here, who flicks very nicely. He's good through that area off his legs. Not quite going to pick up a boundary for it. They're going to settle on 2. But yeah, they, for some strange, I never understand night watchmen, I've got to say. It's not my biggest favourite thing. And they sent Dom Leach in, who was dismissed second ball of the innings or third ball of the innings, and Finlay ended up going in anyway to see things through until the end of the day at number 3. So Lyth and Bean had a second wicket partnership this year of, I think it was 8 before Finlay was also out. So I think Adam wanted to keep their partnership as an opening partnership, please. And what's the average for that? Because obviously the 8's going to bring that down a bit. Hutton's latest delivery wide of off stump and Bean leaving. But yeah, I think they really enjoy batting with each other. Obviously Adam Lyth, the veteran, 37. Or if he's not 37, he will be at the end of September.
No one better to learn your trade off if you've really been.
Not really in county cricket terms, definitely.
Oh wow,
he's
that's
punched this one away through extra cover. Haseeb Hameed is giving chase, and he's going to win that 5 yards or so from the boundary. They get back for 2, but it's a really, we talk about it quite a bit on broadcasts involving Yorkshire, but Adam Lyth with this superb record in county cricket, it was almost in 2019, 2021, 22 searching for an opening partner. Yorkshire were trying to get somebody to go with him and stay with him, and Tom Kohler-Cadmore was up there for quite a while. Harry Brook had a go. Nothing seemed to come off, for more than the odd game, as this is turned into the leg side by Finlay, and there's no run. And then Finlay Bean, who kind of dropped out of cricket with the club, came back, got 440 odd in a second team game, and suddenly it was 440 odd. That must be a massive concentration. This kid's clearly got a lot of shots. Got himself a contract. Got a go at the end of the 22 season when Yorkshire was still in the first division. Got 43, I think, in his first innings at Old Trafford against a good Lancashire attack. That's pushed into the covers, no run. To complete that over at 22 for 2, so 5 runs coming from it. And so, he got an opportunity for 23. Obviously, by then the team has come down to Division 2. And that might have helped him last year, that maybe attacks weren't as strong. He's a young player, trying to take his first opportunity, and he took it with both hands, really. Had a superb season, scored 983 championship runs to go with Adam Lyth's 1,000 and, just over 1,000 and a bit. So 2,000 runs between your opening pair. At one stage they were averaging 60 odd between them. When they went in, it's down to 57. And as I say, they love that experience and youth mixed together, batting together.
Fletcher in, nicked his drop short of Matthew Montgomery at first slip. It's the second time Fletcher's nicked someone off. He nicked off Luxton.
Yes.
Earlier, now he's nicked off Wharton.
Softish hands, wasn't it? I think that helped James Wharton.
Has indeed.
Didn't go at it, did he?
No, he hasn't. He hasn't gone at that at all. Montgomery's just taken a step up now. I feel like Freddie McCann could have. Hindsight's a wonderful thing. Could have maybe gone across him. 22 for 2. Wharton on 1. Fletcher, the long, lengthy approach in, worked away onto the leg side. They've run the first one hard, and they should get back very comfortably for the second, as Lyndon James at fine leg has to run all the way around to tidy that one up. 24 for 2.
Yeah, marvellous piece of running.
I tell you what, it's getting better. That's even better. Jonathan, this is really good. I'm liking it. I'm liking it a lot. Mind you, you have Donovan Ferreira to teach you.
I've only done one interview with Donovan.
Fletcher into Wharton, who's short and punching off the back foot into extra covers, no run.
What does he get nicknamed Don?
Yeah, he's got the nickname Don. Yeah, he's obviously still in the country. He's playing in the 100, but he'll be disappointed as well as all the Yorkshire fans listening that didn't quite get over the line to go through to the quarterfinals. I still think it's incredibly bizarre that the quarterfinals take place in September. So far apart from the actual tournament, as this is guided very nicely down to third man by Wharton, 25 for 2.
Yeah, do you know? I think you're the first person that's questioned the schedule.
I don't understand. I really
Since
don't.
this morning.
Weird,
isn't it?
It honestly makes absolutely no sense at all. It really doesn't. We'll leave that we could go on forever about that. Fletcher is coming around the wicket to the left-handed Bean, who's letting this one go through to Tom Moores. It's been quite watchful. First time I've watched Bean bat, and I really hope I'm not putting the mockers on him, but he's looked tidy. He's looked incredibly mature for the age that he is. You've mentioned that he's done a lot of batting with Adam Lyth, who is, I think his record speaks for himself. And he will gain a lot of bit on that now. As Fletcher in, and this is driven away down to third man. I'll get another single. 26 for 2.
Yeah, he's a confident player. To start with, most of his scoring shots were square-ish. You know, if you'd have seen a wagon wheel of his early career in red ball cricket when he came in, a lot of them would have been outside the anything but the V, if you like, you know, wide of it both sides. But actually, he's very definitely proved that he can play down the ground. Certainly in a couple of his knocks this year, hit a lot of straight shots. So yeah, I think he feels like he's much more of a 360 player than we first thought. He tinkered with his setup during the winter. There was a theory that he was just a bit vulnerable actually off the hip, and in fact when we played at Sussex last year in a championship game, Ollie Robinson, coming down the slope, stuck a leg slip in, leg gully really in at him, and he hit it straight to him first ball and he put him down, and then another one he guided in the same direction and he was dropped again, and so Robinson obviously thought, well, you know, that's a waste of time then, what's the point in me having a fielder there if I'm not going to get a catch? So he took him out. But yeah, he guided 2 there, and there was a theory that you know, he had an issue if you kept targeting that area, but he managed to seem to manage to iron that out. But he'd still changed his setup this year. Apologies folks, should be doing ball by ball. That was a dot. And after not long this year, only a couple of matches, when he somehow looked like he might be struggling to get to grips with the second season, he decided to change back to last year's setup, and he's paid dividends for him. Now that he's taken on the run here, is he going to go? He is. He's gone. He's taken on mid-on, and he's come off the worst with a direct hit, and Finlay Bean has to go. So Yorkshire in trouble here, 26 for 3 in the 8th over, and Finlay Bean gone for 18. That was his 24th delivery.
Bean hitting it straight down the ground, and it's taken a fairly pleasant bobble for Hamid, who's very tight at mid-off. He's taken a nice bobble, it's about to his knees, and he's picked it up, direct hit, hitting leg stump out of the ground, and Bean's got to go, took about 4 steps to his right. I think he was out by absolute miles. So we saw in the first innings certainly the first 5 wickets falling from the Bowls Club end. The first 3 wickets, albeit one of them a run out, have all fallen from the Charlie French end. So Hutton is 2 for 8. The score is 26 for 3. Bean's got to go. They've got it as run out Petman, but it was most definitely run out Hamid. It's absolutely fantastic start this by Notts. They needed to start well, and they have 3 wickets in the power play. Same stage was pretty much identical. Notts were 25 for 3 at the end of this 8th over, so not much in it at all. Very nicely poised, a lot of encouragement around, and Lewis Hill walks to the crease.
Yep, and England just about home against the West Indies, needing just 10 to win.
Oh my,
with
how
all
many
10
overs
wickets.
have they bowled?
I'll soon tell you. 6. 72 off 6 overs. As Hutton's in again, there's a big appeal. They're all running around the extremities of Nottinghamshire here, but it's not given.
Well, to be honest with you, he's George Hill's come forward off the front foot and it struck him on the pad. It's then looped out to second slip, who's taken the catch. So they've almost gone, well, if it's not out LBW, it must be out, caught behind. In fact, it was out neither, because I think you'll find that impact was outside the line and there was no bat involved at all. 26 for 3.
Hutton, tail up in again. Wharton pushing forward. Can't get bat on that. Hits him somewhere thigh pad region. Out into the offside, no run. So Wharton on 4. Hill 0 from his first 2 deliveries. Big job for this pair to do. And as we were suggesting, you can only really tell when both sides are having a go, and that's why when they were out there in the field, Yorkshire wanted to keep it as low as they could, this total, because batting clearly not easy still. And certainly while the ball is still pretty new, it's just the 4th over from this end with this ball. Nicely played by James Wharton, this one. Front of square on the offside. Patterson White quickly after it and keeps them to 1. 27 for the loss of 3 wickets. So if you're just joining us more recently, 209 all out Nottinghamshire. 76 of those to Lyndon James, who played really well from a difficult position, came in at 40 for 4. 4 wickets for Ben Cody was superb. 4 for 14 off 10, 3 for 26 off 7 for Don Bess. So 210 for Yorkshire to win. They've already lost Will Luxton for 4. Court Moores bowled Hutton, who's in now and bowling to Hill, solidly behind it, no run. And then we saw Shan Masood bowled first ball by Hutton round his legs, and now Finlay Bean has been run out. His own call for the run and took on Haseeb Hameed and lost. He's got himself going as well quite nicely, 18 off 24. So end of the over, that's 8 now complete, 26 for 3. 27 for 3 it should be. Yeah, the caption on screen still says, in fact, no, the scoreboard now says 26 as well. I thought they had one there, didn't they? They got one near the end of the day.
I also thought they did.
Let's just check on this.
So, Toby Petman.
Yeah, it should be 27 for 3.
Yeah. Toby Petman into the attack. Bowled beautifully. Sussex lad. This is his 5th game. His best figures are 4 for 44. He picked up 3 wickets. He destroyed the Sussex middle order. He'll be looking to do similar. He's into Wharton, who's driving us through the covers. That's a top shot. That will be 4. Lovely start. Petman over pitching first ball, and a square drive by Wharton off the front foot. Good shot. Really lovely shot. He moves to 9. It's 31 for 3. I'm going to have another go at this. Hopefully I get it right. But George Hill, born in Keithley. Have I got it? I've got it. There we go. Finally.
If
Born
at
in
first you
Keighley.
don't succeed.
Just keep trying. Petman, the top of his mark. Tall bowler. Nicks it short again. Oh, and it's gone through slips. Had insult to injury. All along the floor. That's the 3rd nick from the Bowls Club in that hasn't carried. We saw every single. I don't know what's going on. Brett, I don't know. You just keep bowling beautifully.
Have they put the heavy roller on?
But I don't know why those aren't carrying. We saw every sort of nick from that end earlier today carrying. They've all gone down this end, and that goes for 4. So 2 4s and 2 balls. 35 for 3 now. Pittman unlucky to nick off, go for 4, and that one bit straighter. Wharton pushing it forcefully out to mid-on, no run. So as I was saying, George Hill, 23 years old, high score of 130. This is only 100, but to go with it, the 350s as well. If I remember, he batted. I thought he batted quite nicely up at Headingley in the Blast. When these two teams last met, I think he looks a very tidy player. Pittman into Wharton, who's off the back foot, dropping it down into the covers. No run.
Yeah, good player. No doubt.
Thought he bowled well as well. Good all-rounder, handy all-rounder.
Yeah.
23 years of age. So much time to grow, so much time to improve. And that's the one thing that this competition gives you opportunities. Gets young players game time and exposure to high levels of cricket where potentially may have not had that. As Pittman in, goes short, pushed into backward point from Wharton. Liam Patterson-White picks it up, dot ball, 35 for 3. Yeah, I think in terms of the Metrobank One Day Cup, I think it's fantastic the amount of young cricketers that we see. I might be mistaken in saying this, but I think across all the games, we've had about 7 or 8 debutants over since the start of this tournament.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely incredible across all counties. As Pittman in, goes short, and Wharton off his hip flicks this to mid-wicket, where Jack Haynes runs in, keeps it to a dot ball. So 8 coming from that first over. Beautiful drive through the covers, and then a nick through the slip cordon that's gone along the floor, wasn't catchable. 35 for 3 after 9. The same stage, knots were 25 for 3. This is right when it was becoming increasingly evident that it is a difficult wicket to bat on.
Yeah, just looking for South Africa on the Olympic medals table.
I don't think they've got one yet.
Joint 18th they have. They've got a bronze in something. Ball short of length from Hutton to Hill is pushed into the offside, no run. Great Britain in 12th with a silver and a bronze still, so no additions to their total today.
You watch much of the Olympics?
I try. Yeah, I've always loved that from being a child. Obviously difficult when you're doing this job because it takes, especially if it's an Olympics like at the moment where there's only an hour time difference. You'll miss what's going on during the day, but hopefully see the finals in the evenings, especially the athletics stuff, as Hill turns this latest Hutton delivery backward of square leg. Pittman out there to field and 1 run. The sun, I'm sort of quite pleased at the moment to say, has just been covered by cloud. It's cooled things down a little bit in the com box.
You're calling this a box?
Well, got the com.
The com marquee, we'll call it.
Yeah.
The com tent. We're camping.
Com tent. Yeah, it's more of a tent than a marquee, isn't it? Really?
Yeah.
The marquee feels like it's bigger. Here is Hutton, and nicely played by James Wharton. He's got it away wide of mid-on. There is a chase on, and he's going to get back for a very comfortable looking 3 here.
That chase done by Ben Martindale, so I think big. Let me just have a look. I think, and Luke Fletcher is off the field here, so I hope that's nothing too serious for the big lad. Ben Martindale in his bright pink boots stood in front of us at mid-on.
In comes Hutton again. Oh, now then, has that beaten George Hill? Yes, it has, because the finger is raised and he has to go. LBW for just the 1. Yorkshire beginning to stare down at least one of the barrels here at 39 for 4.
Well bowled, Hutton. Just that length again, getting it to nibble around a tad fuller, and Hill not quite committing on the front foot. Nips back. It looks stoned because the umpire's raised his finger very quickly, some might say shot up. Just watching on the replay monitors, oh goodness me, that's out. Yeah, that is very out. Hill's got to go for 1. Yorkshire lose their 4th. They're 39 for 4 now, and we are in a game.
Yep, it always felt like it could be the case.
Wow. I didn't think so. I thought this was going to be similar to Friday, but what do I know?
Well, we talked about maybe if it was a bit of just early morning English summer moisture in there, that it might dry out and it might get a bit easier to bat possibly later on, but doesn't look to be the case. I think if you've got a fairly new in inverted commas white cherry in your hands, then you can do some damage here. And he's bowling really well. Brett Hutton 3 for 13 off 4.4, and Harry Duke, who wants to open in this competition, has opened quite a lot in this competition in recent seasons. He's down there at 6. He got 100 in the warm-up game against Shropshire last week at Wellington. 153 balls. He's got a job to do here, and that's typical Harry Duke. He's pushed it and wants a run straight away. There wasn't one there. Luke Fletcher back on the field at mid-on. Of course, there's that close association between Messrs Fletcher and Brace Girdle.
There is.
Those of a certain age might remember the TV programme Ain't Half Hot Mum. And when you're on commentary with Brace and he talks about Luke Fletcher, you always feel like he's been a Winter Davies saying "lovely boy" about him. Oh, good delivery again here, and Duke, he's not even bothered to stay and wait for the umpire's decision. He's gone. LBW. Hutton strikes again, 4 for 13 for him and 39 for 5. Yorkshire in deep stuck.
Wow, Brett Hutton, fantastic bowling. Pretty much a carbon copy of George Hill's dismissal. Getting it to nip back and hit Duke in front of all 3. Oh goodness me, it's also very, very straight and very adjacent. I do now completely and utterly understand why he walked for that LBW decision. Well, 39 for 5 after 10. It's exactly what Kevin Shine would have wanted.
Always want more, you know that.
No, it's true. Does always want more. So, 39 for 5. Pittman, top of his mark. We're going to see Wharton here, 16 off 21. Matthew Rivers, 22. Highest score of 58. He's got 2 50s. And a nice round of applause for Brett Hutton. So Pittman to continue, 39 for 5. Yorkshire in reply to the Outlaws 209 all out. Have left themselves with a lot to do here.
You know when I said to you that Yorkshire struggled a little bit in the power play last year?
Yes. Well, you've put the markers on maybe. This one, Pittman pushed into mid-wicket and they get through for a single. And I've got a crazy statistic for you.
Go on.
Just on today, so I mentioned it earlier, all the first 5 wickets fell from the Bowls Club end. And
the first
5 wickets have now fallen from the Charlie French end. It's honestly, I don't think people realise it is an absolutely crazy game, cricket. It really is. So it's 40 for 5. Wharton on 17 and Rivers about to take his he's busy taking his guard as we speak, the tall right-hander. 77 on his back.
Yep.
He's equally going to be facing a very tall bowler. Petman comes in and it struck him on the back leg, going way over, just jagging back, hitting high up on the inside thigh pad. And I hope it's the inside thigh pad because it's quite fleshy and that'd be quite sore. 40 for 5.
Yep, Matthew Revis can bat as well. He got a couple of first-class tons last year. Very orthodox player, really. He's not your modern-day deflector and improviser so much as a, elbow up, presenting a straight blade.
Petman in, and that is the exact definition of elbow up, straight blade. Straight back to Luke Fletcher at mid-off, no run. That's probably what's required here, though. You need proper cricket, and there needs to be a bit of fight shown by these two out in the middle. 44-5. Don't be worried about the run rate. I think these two bat 50 overs, you win. Just be making sure you don't lose silly wickets. This next one a little bit shorter from Petman and punched a tad more forcefully from Revis out to Fletcher at mid-off, no run. Yeah, you're right. The sun's just gone behind the clouds. There's no danger at all of any rain. The game in 2021 between these two was rain affected. The game in 2023 was abandoned. So it'd be nice for these two to get a full game, and we're in for an absolute cracker here.
Laying yourself open to all sorts there in England.
I know. Next one off the front foot. Revis defends out to Hamid, who runs in and throws it in. But yeah, lots of blue sky and the odd dashing of clouds about. But the sun's just behind the clouds at the minute, which is making quite a nice little viewing experience for us here. Don't have to squint and look through the bright sunshine. So it's quite nice. Petman going for 1 in this over. He went for 8 in his first. So it's a nice little comeback. Can he just produce a wicket here? That's an absolute seed. That's a special delivery from Petman. He's got that one to go away earlier on there, just coming in, and this one's just got to straighten off the surface, angling and squared Revis up as it passed through to Tom Moores. 40 for 5 after 11.
For those of us from Yorkshire who are used to saying "A up" and "How's that been," would you mind explaining what a seed means with regard to a cricket delivery?
So it's just a term that is used around. It's a very good ball. So
Right.
just a great delivery. Just a different way of expressing it.
Okay. Not heard that one before, I must confess. Here's Hutton bowling to James Wharton, who gets that towards the inside edge of the bat. It's going to give lovely ball a bit of a run towards the boundary, and he's managed to flick that and take half the crowd with him as they get through for 3.
He's just doffed his cap to the crowd just for the great entertainer Luke Fletcher. I really enjoyed the theatrics and the scream as it got close to the rope, and then the dive and pull back. Brilliant.
Just to add to the hero status, he's just wringing the arm a little bit now as well.
Oh, good old Luke Fletcher. It's a lovely shot though. Really nice. It's played that nicely as Wharton, just straight through mid-wicket. He's moved to 20 of 23 here.
43 for 5 then. Revis takes strike, and Hutton trying to bring about his own Michelle here. Not at the moment with that delivery, pushed into the offside, and there is no run.
Who was the first person to say Michelle Pfeiffer?
I just remember it from playing in club cricket in the 90s.
Yeah, that's where I remember it.
And somebody got 5 one day and said, well bowled, great Michelle. And I can remember going, what are you talking about? Pfeiffer? Michelle Pfeiffer? Oh, right, okay. Probably, I would have said that was circa 1995, something like that. Thinking about who said it and where I was. Here's Hutton. And that is just wide of off stump. But Moores, look where he tumbled back to his left. So, bit of shape on the ball perhaps.
Yeah.
On its way through. Revis does a bit of gardening.
Low scoring thriller. Looks like we could be in for.
Yeah. We had a visit to the com box by Keith Revis, Matthew's dad, just before play started. Sitting away to our left somewhere up on the banking. And in comes Hutton to bowl to his son, who's solidly behind this one, pushing just to the onside of straight. And Luke Fletcher round to do the fielding.
It's good bowling by Hutton. Just hasn't left that length at all, just nagging away at about fourth stump, getting it just to nibble both ways, and the batsman to push forward off the front foot.
Hutton in again with enthusiasm, nicely pushed into the offside this time by Revis. Hamid will give chase, it's bobbling along, and they're going to settle in the end for 2. 45 for 5, and Revis has got himself off the mark. 210 the target at the outset. They've given themselves a pretty difficult task here. Yorkshire, if they're going to be good enough to win it. And certainly would have been favourites earlier in the piece, but at this stage you'd have to say that tag is with the hosts as Hutton's in again, and that's worked through mid-wicket this time. Matthew Revis just rolling his wrists on it. Luke Fletcher with a sliding stop, and they pick up another one to complete the 12th over at 47. Or is it 46?
46, I believe.
A loss of 5.
Same stage. Notts were 32 for 3. So Petman's going to be continuing here. Hutton has bowled 6 overs, so he's got 4 left. I would think that Hutton will bowl out, and might see Lyndon James follow him this end, but Petman is going to be continuing from the bowls club end, bowling to Revis, who's off the thigh pad, has gone fine. And, Ben Martindale down there does the tidying up and get back for 2 leg byes, so someone is off. I'm not sure who that is. I wonder if it is Luke Fletcher again. No, Fletcher's on. Sorry, Luke. Try and confirm who's off for you in a minute. Petman starts his long approach, and Revis defending off the back foot. Out towards mid-on, where Hamid does the fielding. No run. 46 for 5. With us a bit earlier, the wickets to fall. Finley Bean looked really good for his 18 before he got run out. But prior to that, Will Luxton was nicked off by Brett Hutton. Sean Masood was bowled round his legs. Come back to that now as Petman is ready to deliver another one and driven out into the covers off the back foot. Nice tall looking shot out to Ben Slater, dot ball. So yep, Sean Masood bowled round his legs by Brett Hutton. George Hill and Harry Duke were both trapped in front in equally similar ways, 4 balls apart by, you've guessed it, Brett Hutton. So he's picked up 4 in the run out. So 5 wickets to fall. Toby Petman looks to make it 6, but Revis says no thank you very much and defends that as confidently as you possibly can off the middle of the bat. Out to extra cover, no run.
Interesting that Stokes opened with Duckett in the test match. 57 off 28 for the England captain.
Wow.
25 off 16 for the other Ben.
I'll tell you what, that's
knocked him off in 7.2, I think it was.
That's absolutely madness.
Yeah, 7.2.
Pittman in, and Revers pushing this out to Fletcher at mid-off, off the front foot. Just a punch, just a check out to Fletcher. 48 for 5. That's incredible. I wonder why that's the case. I wonder why Stokes has gone out the top of the order. Get on with it.
Yeah.
Oh, madness. Absolute madness. So England win that 3-0. Is that correct? It is correct. So whitewash. They've got Sri Lanka. Pittman in, goes wide, and Revers standing even taller than he normally is. Off the back foot, drive straight at cover. Dot balls. 48 for 5. 2 leg buys coming from the 13th. And it's quite tidy from Pittman, who has his figures not disturbed. So Yorkshire require further 160, I think it said 7 runs off the remaining 37 overs.
Yep, bags of time to get them. Just not bags of wickets remaining. What have they got left with the bat? Well, number 8 will doubtless be Dom Bess, who can also bat. Ben Code, not the worst, and Dom Leach and Dan Moriarty.
Dom Bess, this will work really well for Dom Bess. This is sort of his sort of game, isn't he? He scored a lot of first class runs. Red ball cricket, is that whole red ball type of cricket vibe. It's about time.
Yeah, Hutton then. Wharton advances down the pitch and then flicks off his legs down to long leg, where Petman fields 1 run. Sun back out. Wharton just received a little bit of, I don't know what it was there. Was it treatment, a drink? Wasn't really concentrating, I've got to say, on what he was doing, but I saw Ed, the Yorkshire physio, leaving the field with his bag. And James Wharton has just put his thumb up to Hasib Hamid as if to say thanks for letting me do that. And that brings Revis back onto strike. So here's Hutton to him. Solid push. Fletcher round to field and launches the ball at the gloves of Tom Moore. No run. So whereabouts are we locally? Because basically on a morning when you come into these games you follow the sat-nav and you don't really think too much more of that. In fact, just across the way there we're in Spion Cop, which of course, famous name.
Very famous name indeed.
In comes Hutton, nicely driven down the ground by Revis, but again Fletcher fields.
Incredibly, you say Spion Cop?
Yeah, First World War.
Yep.
We are even north of the town of Mansfield. Market Warsop, just up the road by the looks of things.
Yeah, we're about 10 miles away from Mansfield.
Here comes Hutton again. That's doesn't feel like it bounces as much on Revis as most deliveries have, and he has to be watchful in playing it into the leg side. Not so far away to the west is the M1 over near Glapwell and Homewood, so that's just really south of Chesterfield.
Yeah, so lovely country settings. It's really in the middle of nowhere. There's farmers' fields out to your left and farmers' fields behind us as well. So lovely little setting this.
Hutton in. Marvellous shot there by Matthew Revis, who cracks it away off the back foot through the covers for 4 runs. Bit of width offered there, Carl. Bit of width offered.
Beautiful.
Marvellous.
Marvellous indeed. Beautiful, beautiful shot. Hudson's gone a little bit too wide, and that'll bring up Yorkshire's 53 for 5.
I used to love Tony Gregg's voice.
He was good, wasn't he, on Tony
it
Gregg?
was.
I used to enjoy listening to. I'm a bit young to listen to him when he commentated all the time, but just the highlights of the great days.
Hutton in. Oh, got him. Now then, this one again doesn't feel like it's bounced as Matthew Revis was expecting it to do, and it's taken his off stump anchored at the crease, and he has to go as well. And this one could be wrapped up fairly quickly. 53 for 6 Yorkshire, and we're just in the 14th over here. As a bloke who's going to be commentating with us at York on Friday once said, start the car.
Oh, you know what? You know, I've heard that as well, and I can't remember for the life of me who that is. But Brett Hutton's got a Michelle. He's picked up a 5 foot, and this has indeed, it's kept very low, and it's nipped back. So, looking to. Oh, there you go. You heard it rung out across the.
Yeah,
big.
5 for 24 off 7.
Yeah, it's absolutely phenomenal. He'll be would love to try pick up his best career figures. Dom Bess walks to the crease. So Brett Hutton's picked up 5. Yorkshire 53 for 6. Revis, again, trying to play a very similar shot to the ball before where he drove it through. I fancy that one was a little bit wider, maybe a tad shorter. This one touched straight and has, in truth be told, has kept a little bit low and nipped back. So Brett Hutton's bowled absolutely beautiful. 7 overs, 1 maiden. It's just gone. But he has bowled, so 7 overs, 1 maiden, 5 for 24. Fantastic stuff. Yorkshire 53 for 6.
Magnificent delivery.
Magnificent.
Magnificent delivery there.
Who was the guy that used to say start the car? Because even I've heard that and I know.
Bumble, David Lloyd.
There we go, Bumble. So you're commentating with him at York?
He's going to York to do the Friday game against Gloucestershire with us, yeah.
Oh, you're in good company.
Looking forward to it.
You're in
Be
great
good fun.
company. Brett Hutton picks up a Michelle Pfeiffer, beautiful. Our first one of the day. Toby Pittman. He's going to be into Wharton, who walks down and then defends off the back foot. Who's Wharton's been in. He's only faced 24 balls, but has been in for some time, and he has seen carnage ensue from the other end. Dom Bess, Somerset lad, and he's gone up to Yorkshire, and it's safe to say he's done pretty well. And Devon, highest score of 51. Pittman in, and Wharton off the back foot flicks this to Freddie McCann at mid-wicket, who picks up the ball. No run. So Wharton 21 off 26. 6 down. 5 of those being taken by Hutton, and then the 1 run out. So Dom Bess has got a very good first class record with the bat. Only the 150 in List A cricket. Pittman in full and driven down the ground by Wharton. Pittman then sticks out a big left mid and stops it. Dot ball. 53 for 6. I'm just going to check. I think that could be Brett Hutton's second List A 5 wicket all. Third. Pittman in full and driven straight at Ben Slater. It was a gentle half volley from Pittman, looking just to shape this one away, and Wharton, beautiful cover drive, and fortunately for him it was driven straight at Ben Slater. Dot ball, meter either side, and that was going for runs.
Yorkshire 1 run short of equalling their lowest List A total, which came against Essex at Headingley in 2003, 54 all out.
This one from Wharton has just been left alone as Pittman delivers this one in, coming back, and lets it pass through Tom Moore, so I'm sure they will pass that.
Well, are you?
I'd hope so. That was Brett Hutton's second 5 wicket all. His previous was his best, 7 foot. Took a cheeky little 7 foot. So Toby Pittman, or 5 dot balls here at Wharton, who's 21 of 29. Looked pretty good. One slip in play. Sweeper out, in and defended off the front foot. Lovely length. Played equally as well by Wharton. Out into extra cover. Dot ball at the end of the 15th. That's 53 for 6.
Another maiden. They're certainly in danger of being shot out by Nottinghamshire than for fewer than any previous score between the counties.
Yes.
1-1-1 at Trent Bridge in 1989, the lowest total Yorkshire have made against Notts in List A cricket, so well short of that at the moment.
Notts' lowest scores 66, so 1969, so I'm sure they'll surpass that as well. Brett Hutton to continue.
Thanks there to Tony Gregg. And
I'm really enjoying this.
He's in over the wicket, and that is just dropped into the leg side by Bess. And there is no run. Don Bess, he's worked hard at his batting. I know he's obviously worked with the Yorkshire coaching staff, and he's also done some work as well with Martin Spate, who coaches Harry Brook and took the likes of Harry and George Hill and Matthew Revis through their Sedbergh years.
It's a great school, that.
So Dom has been keen to try and get up the Yorkshire order. He's got a real opportunity once again to show what he can do here. Pushes one into the offside, and there is no run.
Fantastic spell of bowling this. 5 for 24, 7.2. So he'll bowl through, and very much a see him off job, you feel?
If you can.
If
I
you
think,
can.
Yeah, see him off if you can. 5 for 24. Into his 8th over. Lovely shot for nothing by Bess. He timed that really well, but straight to cover. No run.
He's hit that absolutely wonderfully. Just stroked it, hasn't he? He's hit it really hard, and shot deserved 4, but straight at Jack Keynes at extra cover. Three for 6 in the 16th over.
Number 16, Hutton in to bowl to Bess. He's got him. That's a 6 for Brett Hutton. Off stump, knocked back, and Bess goes without scoring from what was just his 4th delivery, and it's just about done and dusted here. Hutton, well, Yorkshire in danger of being almost cleaned up by him. The other wicket, that run out, came when he was bowling as well from this Charlie French end of the ground. But 53 for 7, dear me. This is a fearful hammering at the moment.
Wow, Brett Hutton, that is absolutely phenomenal. This one just straight, and it's absolutely brilliant delivery. Dom Bess's feet not really moving and being caught on the crease, and the ball just straightening away ever so slightly to hit the top of off stump. Brett Hutton's got 6 for 24 here. Yorkshire 53 for 7, and a massive spot of bother, or more than a massive spot of bother, really. Pretty sure after having won the toss and skittled Notts out for 210, they would have thought being 53 for 7 was the last thing that they would have expected. Enter Brett Hutton. Wow.
Yeah, partnerships so far in the innings: 7, 0, 19, 13, 0, 14 and 0. And Ben Code, well,
beautifully.
I should imagine that this will probably go one way. Hutton's in. Oh, my God. Yeah. If he gets a bit of room to free the arms, you'll see it disappear through extra cover and places like that. He does pick up runs relatively frequently at number 9 in Championship cricket. Chips in.
He's the one that started all this wicket shenanigans today.
Yeah. Taste of his own medicine now from Hutton. And he punches one square on the offside. Patterson White does the fielding. And there is no run to complete over number 16 then. At 53 for 7. Yorkshire have not scored a run for the last 3 overs. And, or the last 2 overs I should say. And during that time they've lost another wicket. So just Dan Moriarty and Dom Leach, whichever way around that works out, to come after this pair. James Wharton very much in danger of running out of partners there. I wonder if he'll take a different approach as a result. I don't think anybody would blame him if he got out trying to play a few shots. Take the game back to the opposition. And Brett Hutton getting massive applause, and rightly so, as he returns down into the deep in front of the crowd.
Luke Fletcher, bowling from the bowls club end. Wharton on strike, dances down, hits it straight to Hamid. He tried to do exactly what you said, Jonathan. Danced down the wicket, trying to take on the bowling, try and play a little bit of a counter-attacking innings. But Fletcher saw him coming, dragged a little bit short, it's hit top of the bat, and he finds the Notts captain. That's the 8th, 53 for 8. And Fletcher has finally broken the Brett Hutton show.
Yeah, disappointment for Brett. Well, I suppose he could have only taken 9, make it a maximum of 8 now, but he might still find a bit of joy in that respect. James Wharton, yeah, I don't think you can knock him too much. No, he's running out of partners, and why not, while you're out there, rather than watch him just disappear back to the dressing room, try and have an effect on things. Just picked the wrong ball to do that with. Fletcher striking immediately on his return. Well, a very, very early finish indeed in prospect. Certainly out of left field after what we saw earlier in the day, and it looks as though it's Dom Leach who has been entrusted with the responsibility of batting at number 10.
So Dom Leach walks out to bat. I'm pretty sure he was not expecting to be doing that. Middlesbrough born 23-year-old does have a higher score of 23. He bowled reasonably well today. Fletcher into Leach, who's driving this one out nicely to mid-off with Toby Pittman does the fielding. 2 slips in play now, and Jack Haynes at square leg. I fancy is having his, he's trotting away to deep backward square, so don't read into that what you will. That means that it's going to be barrage of short pitch bowling. I'm not sure. Double bluff, don't know. Luke Fletcher 1 for 18 and has 4 so far as this one defended to backward point. It's going to go well behind square, and Liam Patterson White escorts it and picks the ball up. They get through for a single, so they're finally off 53. They move to 54. They are 8 down, so Dan Moriarty, the only player left in the hut. Code. What were his figures today? What was his figures today? 4 for 14. Goodness me, bowled fantastically well. Didn't deserve to be on this side of it, as this is driven straight through the covers, and goodness me, where have you been batting? Why are you at 10? Why are you at 9? I mean, that's unbelievable. Fletch over pitches, and well, that's a glorious shot straight through the covers.
You were warned, extra cover.
Beautiful.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
if you pitch it up there, it will go. If you drag it back a little bit, it'll probably still go aerially, but it'll pick up a few. Yorkshire, well, they've only been beaten by 150 runs or more on 5 previous occasions in one-day cricket. May still do here if Luke Fletcher mops up the tail.
Fletcher in and good. Driving it off the back foot. Feet not really moving, and it goes in between point and cover, but Liam Patterson-White does well. No run. 57 for 8. Yorkshire in reply to Notts has been bowled out for 210. Lyndon James's knock of 76 really looking like it was what is the difference. If Lyndon gets out cheaply there, then never know where Notts could have been. Fletcher, short ball pulled away in front of square. It's a lovely shot. That's going to go for 4. Did say deep backward square is going to go out, and it doesn't matter. He's pulled it in front of square as code, and it's a lovely shot. That's 2 4s, 61 for 8 at the end of the 17th.
Yeah, get him off. He's too expensive.
I agree.
1 for 26 off 5, going at 5s in a match like this.
Crazy.
Just lack of experience, isn't it?
That is true. That is true. Brett Hutton, whose career best figures could be achieved, but his career best figures are 7 for 26. So you'd need to pick up another wicket and not go for more than another run. At the moment he's 6 for 24. Fancy that will be some going if he does that.
Here he is bowling to Leach. Wide of off stump, chopped away square on the offside. Patterson-White's been good in there with the work he's had to do, and it's a nice one-handed pick-up again. So they've managed to avoid the ignominy of another 150-run defeat, for what it's worth. And in comes Hutton once again, wide of off stump, and Leach leaves it. Mentioned Dom Leach hit the winning runs against Surrey at York last year in one of these matches. A tight 1-wicket win when Harry Duke finished 90 odd not out. Harry Duke long gone here, none off 2. The 5th man to go. Yorkshire with only 2 players so far who've made it into double figures. 18 for Finlay Bean and 21 for James Wharton. Here's Hutton. Oh, well, shall we dance, says Dom Leach, and tries to swing that away out towards the pizza tent. Missed it.
Some games have already been finished. Surrey have been beaten by 7 wickets against Glamorgan. Sussex, I think, are about to lose to Warwickshire. Warwickshire require 46 runs with 5 wickets remaining. Come to do that now.
Hutton to Leach again, flicking off the legs down towards long leg. Will pick up 1.
Gloucester are 74 for 5 in reply to Essex, 262. In that's all in Group B, the group that Notts and Yorkshire are in. In Group A, Durham are 69 for 4 in response to Worcestershire's 260 all out. Lancashire 68 for 4 in reply to Kent's 209 all out.
Hutton in again, this time to Goad, who punches through the covers.
Did say he loves it through there.
Yep, we're going to pick up 1, 2. Yep, settle on 2. Hamid giving a good chase and keeping him to that.
In the final game, Hampshire are 101 for 4 in reply to Somerset's 242 all out. If you can find all those scores and listen along on the BBC Sport website. But here we're at Welbeck.
Hutton coming in again, bowling here to Code once more, and misses that one down the leg side. It's going to be a wide.
Well, it most certainly won't be even if he does pick up another, well, he could. If he picks up 2, he can, but he won't be getting his best figures economically today. For Brett Hudson, best figures of 7 for 26 at the moment, 6 for 28. Obviously still can pick up 2 more.
7 more deliveries in which to do it. Here's one of them. And this could be it, is it? No, Hamid can't quite get there with the dive. And Ben Code's lofted drive just slightly to the offside of straight brings him 4. So that's ruined Hutton's figures. Not. 6 for 32 off 9. 70 for 8. Code on 14 now, and Leach on 2. So they've managed to get three players into double figures.
Code
striking at 200.
200, yeah. So it's going along quite nicely. Tell you what, if Hamid had managed to get round and catch that, it really was anything that Notts do today seems to, well, anything that happens on Hudson goes according to plan. Fletcher going to continue from the Charlie French end. Broke the rut of all the wickets falling from the from the Bowls Club end. Fletcher in full and driven down the ground by Leach to Hamid. No run.
You worried me there. I thought I'd been calling this the wrong end all day.
No, that was a me. So all the wickets in this, all 7 wickets fell from the Charlie French end before Fletcher took the 8th and final one so far from the Bowls Club end. Previously, all 5 wickets in Notts' innings, first 5 wickets fell from the Bowls Club end. Fletcher in, and it's beaten Leach all ends up. It's a good ball. Leach looking to defend off the back foot, and it's just kicked off the surface a little bit, flown through to the keeper Tom Moores, who takes it about chest height. 70 for 8. Fletcher looking to bring down that economy.
Yeah, Dom Leach sharing in that 30-odd run partnership for the last wicket against Surrey last year. Not entirely sure how many 150 or so run partnerships he'll have shared in during his batting life.
Leach on strike to Fletcher, who's Graham Smith driving this through the mid-wicket region, where Freddie McCann picks this up. They get back for 2, look to drive this through the covers. It's nipped back and ended up smearing it through mid-wicket. They get back for 2, 72 for 8. I'll tell you what,
Go on, tell us.
If they do manage to get anywhere near this, it will be some feat. If he puts on this 150 run partnership, it'll be absolutely incredible. Leach on strike to Fletcher, who comes in and just defending it off the back foot down into the ground. No run. Fletcher just getting that one to nip back at Leach. He's also a tall, fast bowler himself. Bowled with some good pace earlier today. It was a tad expensive. Was Leach. Did pick up the 1 wicket and the big wicket of the Notts skipper Hamid in his second spell. Broke the then 32 run stand, and this is an inside edge pulled away from Leach, and it's gone over the stumps and bounces through to Tom Moores. Bouncer by, or short pitch delivery by Fletcher. Leach looking to hook it away out into the leg side, and it's got a bottom edge. It's gone over the stumps and goes through to Tom Moores on the bounce. 72 for 8. Chasing 210. They are some distance away. Still, no one's leaving just yet, so it's good to see everyone's still here. Fletcher goes short again. Bit of a better director, and end of that over. It's going to be 72 for 8 after 19. At the same stage, Notts had lost 4 wickets for 54.
No one's leaving. I was at the Grand National that day when famously the whatever he was, clerk of the course, chief executive at Aintree, said everyone must leave. You're too young for that. You probably weren't born then.
What year was that?
1997 Grand National.
No, year before me. I was 98. Year before me, that.
Everyone must leave.
Why did you say that?
Because there was a bomb scare on the track.
Oh, wow.
They used to allow, as you might expect, with the size of a racecourse and the crowd at a place like Aintree, they used to allow cars to park in the middle of the track. As Hutton's in, that's turned into the leg side by code, no run. And as a result of that, they haven't parked in the middle of the track since 1997 because the claim was that there was a phone call taken at the track and that there was a bomb under a car, and there were thousands and thousands and thousands of cars there.
Oh, wow.
So
Did they end up catching the culprit?
Not that I can ever remember. No. Here comes Hutton, and that's hit aerially in the offside by Ben Code, as can be the case, but got enough over the top of it, and mainly the reason he got his four was placing it through the gap. 6 for 40 now for Hutton. Code on to 18, in danger of becoming Yorkshire's top scorer here, 76 for 8.
Still
So yeah,
striking
so the race was abandoned. There'd already been 3 races, I think, that day, but yeah, just before the National, I couldn't believe it. I can remember vividly that moment. Hutton's in again, and Code drops it into the leg side, no run. And I was on the Tattersalls, which is kind of like the regular Joe enclosure, sitting on a metal bar right at the back of it, and it was just a concrete slope that the crowd stood on, and everyone must leave, and you're thinking, is this some sort of a joke? No, it's not. This is Grand National.
It's never going to happen.
No, yeah, it's not really happening, surely. And people started to clear off, and eventually a police horse rode up the stand, up the concrete, and told me to get off, or I'd be arrested. Short ball pulled by Code out to mid wicket, and they pick up 1, and so off I went with the rest of the group that I was with, and they ran the race 2 days later on the Monday. Just that one race. Went back for something like 5 o'clock on the Monday afternoon because racing wanted to prove that it wasn't going to be beaten by somebody with a bomb scare. And about 20,000 people, free entry, went back on the Monday and watched the race. I was one of them. Drove all the way back to Liverpool just for one race. 10 minutes, 9 minutes, whatever. Flicked off the legs this latest Hutton delivery by Dom Leach, fielded out there in the deep, and they are through for a single.
That's how did they find out about the bomb scare in the first place?
It was just a phone call. Just, whoever.
Someone phoned in and said there's a bomb.
Yeah, I don't know. You can imagine.
Surprised there
probably
wasn't
a bit of poetic
hysteria.
license when I say this, but probably a call box somewhere.
Yeah.
Rang the track.
It's incredible.
In comes Hutton and Code, successfully dropping that out into the offside. The end of the 20th over then. 6 runs coming from that. 78 for 8, and the end of a marvellous spell of bowling by Brett Hutton, who finishes with 10 overs, 6 for 38. Outstanding effort from him. Ben Code was superb for Yorkshire early with 4 for 14, and Hutton's done even more damage in the wickets column and just about got his team over the line here.
Fantastic bowling, Brett Hutton. Great spell of bowling. Got it to nip about. Got it to in the same area all the time. Really big wickets. Getting a nice round of applause as he walks down to the ball as Fletcher into Leach, who's driving it and looking to force it through the covers off an inside edge out to mid-wicket, no run. Yeah, absolutely brilliant. Brett Hutton, first wicket was Will Luxton, nicked off, caught Tom Moores. He then bowled Shamsud round his legs. First ball, he got George Hill out. LBW and then repeated that against Harry Duke. Matthew Rivers was bowled as well as Dom Bess, and this one from Fletcher just defended off the front foot calmly by Leach. Yeah, Matthew Rivers was bowled looking to drive it off the back foot. It nipped back, kept it tad low, and Dom Bess was beaten all ends up as he was caught in the crease and it cannoned into his off stump. Ben Code and Don Leach are at the crease. Code has played a couple of lovely cricket shots through extra cover. Just been offered a lovely little biscuit that I will tuck into at the end of the overs. Fletcher goes short and Leach goes fast bowlers union as he ducks underneath it, and it passes through to Tom Moores and then goes and has a chat with Matthew Montgomery. Assuming we'll see Pittman from the Charlie French end. It's been an absolutely glorious day at Welbeck today. Crowd has been really good, really well supported over the both match days. Probably about 2,000 people over the both days. As Fletcher approaches again and Leach defending uncomfortably off the back foot, inside edging it. We'll just see if we can get Kevin Shine's attention just in a little bit to speak about Brett Hutton for 2 minutes. He's busy doing that. I'll try catch him at the end of the game. Fletch, yeah, he's bowled really well as well. 1 for 29 of 6.4. Wonder if he'll bowl out as Fletch goes a bit fuller and Leach defending off the front foot back to the bowler, no run. Mr. Whoopi Van has been in regular use today as the sun just pops out from behind the clouds, and it's been a magnificent Sunday. Been really good atmosphere here. We've seen a lot of kids. There's that smell of sunscreen around the ground when you walk through the banks, and aroma of some pizza and a barbecue. This was a low full toss by Fletcher and Leach drives us to Pittman. No run. At the end of the 21st, it's 78 for 8. Yorkshire can breathe a sigh of relief as Brett Hutton's not going to be bowling the next one.
Yeah, well, I mean, the tide has really turned, obviously, here now, because 5 overs and 2 balls since the most recent wicket fell. And yeah, Yorkshire, just a matter of playing for a bit of pride, I think, at the moment. A realistic hope with your last pair, 2 pairs of getting across the line. There's going to be a change of bowling because Brett Hutton has finished his spell. And Liam Patterson-White from this Charlie French end with his left arm spin. Just one or two people beginning to head for the exits, trying to get out of the car park before the rush. As Code turns one around the corner and picks up a single. 9th wicket pair. Well, they might fancy a little bit of a go at the spinners, so it could still be further joy for the men in green and gold. 79 for 8. Code only needs 2 to become Yorkshire's top scorer in the match.
Where's he going to try hit? Do you think he'll run down and try hit this for 6? Is that the way he sort of plays, or will he just try to play this casually?
He might do, but this is Leach on strike. He's just propping forward into the leg side, no run. He may try and...
It looks like he likes width as a batter a lot, and
yeah,
you've mentioned it a few times.
And Leach in again. Patterson-White and again Leach flicking that one out into the deep on the leg side. Will pick up another single Yeah, I don't see much in the way of ramps and reverse sweeps. I think we'll see more orthodox shots while he's out there. Just eases one away off his legs again, backward of square. Petman field to get another one. His strike rate's definitely dropped off though now. Kyle, 21 off 14.
I know.
So down to 150 from 200.
Not acceptable, really, is it? If you
And Leach, dear me, could be getting accused of slow play here. 6 off 22 now.
oh dear.
The stupid thing is though that still only need 4.5 and over.
I know.
They've just
I
got
think that's
nobody left to
scary.
get him with. Patterson White is in, and Leach got a good contact on that. It was half stopped. Short extra cover. But they got through for 1 to complete that over. With the score on 82 for the loss of 8 wickets. Yeah, 8 wickets. It's been a bit of a horror show with the bat for the Yorkies, and got to give Brett Hutton a lot of credit for that.
Yeah, he was phenomenal. Was Brett Hutton. Very similar to Ben Code. Ben Code could have picked up those figures, beat the bat quite a few times. Brett Hutton, well, he found a way through. Toby Petman into the attack. He's going to be replacing Luke Fletcher from the Bowls Club end. Can he pick up 9? Toby Petman in, he's hit him on the pad. There's a big appeal and a shake of the head. No, not out. Going down the leg side. From we're in a shocking position to tell you if that was the correct, if it was close or not. We're at third man. We would be at a second slip, pretty much. Was that safe to say? We'd be sort of second slip line. So got absolutely no clue to tell you whether or not how far it's going down leg side, but I do fancy that it is going down the leg side. As Petman in again, and this one's cut Leach in half. It's come back and Leach just pushing forward, gone between bat and pad and through to Tom Moores, who's diving to his left. It's well bowled, Toby Petman. He bowled really well here against Sussex. Picked up 3 wickets in that game. And he's continued to look really good here, getting quite a bit of movement off the wicket still. As Petman in and Leach defending off the front foot. No run. He's 7 off 25. The score 82. And we won't speak about the wickets, because if this was 82 for 2, all you Yorkshire folk and everyone listening on would be saying, Yorkshire, they just require about 4.5 and over. They should cruise this. They've lost 8 wickets. Brett Hutton has been a wizard with the ball in hand and has picked up 6. Left Yorkshire with a lot to do, staring down the barrel as Petman in and guided out to big Luke Fletcher on the boundary. He's thrown it into Toby Petman. Not quite sure why, but they get through for a single anyway. It brings Code onto strike. He's 21 of 14, so he's playing a little cameo here. He continues in this fashion. We could be done quite quickly. Carries on batting in this style. So he's looked quite good. He's played some absolutely glorious shots through the covers. Petman goes full and Code looking to drive this exactly in that sort of region, down the ground in the V. Hits it straight at Hamid. No run. 83 for 5. We've got a few emails in.
Malcolm Palmer, afternoon to you, says the spy on Cop was a site of a battle in the Boer War, not the First World War. My apologies.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those that I've got wrong, but did know that. Should have got that right.
We went there on cricket tour, and I'll tell you a bit about that now. As Petman comes in, and this is driven straight through the covers. He loves it in the covers. That's glorious. goodness me. What he did with the ball today wasn't good enough. He's batting beautifully here. 25, 87 for 8 after 23. Yeah, we went there. I was in primary school, my last year in primary school. We went there, Spear Cup, and more people died in that area. I don't want to get it wrong, but on that hill, more people. I think it's a square kilometre. As square kilometres go, it's got the highest number of people that died there
in the history of.
Well, that's what they got. That's what they told me.
All time ever, the world.
Apparently
ever.
so. I think
All
so.
time.
I need to check that. And if I'm not mistaken, the Kop at Liverpool is named after the Spear Cup. I'm a Liverpool fan, so I should know that. Liam Patterson-White to continue.
From the Charlie French end, bowling to Dom Leach, who's pushing tentatively forward, gets an outside edge on it into the gully, no run. Malcolm Palmer goes on to say, well bowled code, wish I could applaud our batting. As Patterson-White is into Leach, who sweeps. Is he going to get runs for this? He will get some. He's going to get 4. He's waiting for a fielder to appear from stage right, but he's never going to get there. I think that's Ben Sledge, isn't it, out there? Hey team, says Russ Harker in Klein Machnow in Berlin. Klein Machnow in Berlin. Berlin anyway.
I'm glad you're pronouncing that. I'm never going to get that right.
More in a moment, because Patterson-White's in, left arm round, and Leach defends into the offside. He says, as a Yorkie, I'm hoping Yorkshire will get a better total following on, leading to a tight chase for not so entertaining finish, right?
Yeah. Not over just yet.
No, that's Leach. One getting through there to the gloves of Tom Moores. And there is no run. That's BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com or at Sporting Lives 1. In he comes again and swept once more, and he's got a good contact on this. Pierced the gap between the two fielders, who was backward of square at mid-wicket, and picks up 4 more, Dom Leach. So Yorkshire with a rally of sorts. There were 53 when the 8th wicket fell, so they've added 42 this 9th wicket pair.
It's good batting, that really good. He's gone behind square sweep, and they've moved Pittman, who was a lot finer. Then he's gone a hard sweep and has beat Pittman to his left, so good batting here by Leach.
Just turn this one through mid-wicket, calls for 2 immediately. And then Slater in to do the fielding. They get just the 1. Leach kicking the ground. I don't know if that was in frustration at the end of it, but 9 off the over. He's on to 17, 96 for 8. Remember, you can get the teeth in. Yorkshire's lowest total against Nottinghamshire in List A cricket, 1-1-1. So I've still got a bit of work to do to eclipse that.
Do indeed. 1989 that was. Some time ago. Toby Pittman to continue. He's going to be bowling to Leach, who's picked up the scoring a little bit. 17 off 33. This partnership's just under 6 and over, so to run the ball going quite nicely. Pittman into Leach, who's looking to slap this through the vacant cover region. Hits it straight into the ground, and it balloons up. And if it was garden cricket, there could have been a couple of cries of 1 and 1 bounce. But not to be. I'm never good at garden cricket. It was shock. I used to get caught 1 and 1 bounce all the time. I used to think it's the most stupid rule.
Never did that. Not 1 and 1 bounce.
Rubbish rule, isn't it?
3 gardens and out. We played in the cul-de-sac. We had 3 gardens and out.
I like that, as this defended out to backward point. No run. 3 gardens and out.
Yeah, the slight problem with it was that our garden was always just in front of the square on the leg side.
Oh no.
The garden opposite well, there was a brick wall, but it was only about 18 inches high, and their driveway was just in front of the square on the offside. So if you played a nice little open-faced defensive push or a closed-face turn around the corner, that counts as a garden. You get 4 for it, but 3 of those and you're gone. What's all that about?
That's shocking. You've got to reward good cricket. Pittman in and down the leg side, he will have to re-bowl that one.
It did. The cul-de-sac did lend itself to playing in the V, because if you drove straight past the bowler, there was a lamppost about 50 yards up the street, and if you went past the lamppost, even if it went in a garden after it had gone, it didn't count as a garden because it crossed the boundary already.
Oh, I like that. Okay.
Yeah, so that rewarded straight play.
That's good. Garden cricket's absolutely phenomenal game with Pittman in to Leach, who's just turning this on round the corner. They run the first one hard, but Freddie McCann mid wicket running 2 square leg to retrieve the ball, keeps it to 198 for 8.
It always led to arguments, of course, because
it does, doesn't it?
3 boys in the family, competitive, always arguments.
Who used to get to bat first? How was that sort of determined?
Usually, if he's listening, my youngest brother Andrew, because he'd just moan otherwise, he got to bat first because he was the youngest.
Pittman into Card, who's driving it straight down the ground. I think it's hit Leach. Has it hit Leach on the boot? And it's gone out.
I think he might have hit
or is it
Pittman
hit
on the boot.
Yeah, I think it's hit Pittman on the boot, and it saved 4. It's gone out to Hamid at mid-on, and they get through for a single. 99 for 8. Code 26 off 17. Leach now back on strike, he's on 18. Pittman so far into this is a 6th over, 0 for 17 now. Starts the long run up, slams it into the crease and pushed away backward of point, and they will get back quite comfortably for 2. So takes Yorkshire over 100 and 101 for 8. This is a really nice little partnership between Leach and Code.
Did once play street cricket outside our house with Mark Greatbatch, former New Zealand Test opener.
How's that come about?
He played for our club, so he came for his tea on a few occasions, and we played cricket in the street.
Now that is a phenomenal story. I like that. Was he any good?
Pitt came a couple of times, I think, for his tea.
And this is just defended off the back foot for no run into the over. It's 101 for 8. Was he any good? Because usually, if you play normal cricket at a high level, if I can phrase that better, sometimes your abilities as normal cricket doesn't translate into garden cricket. Was that the case with him as well?
Well, I thought he was. I mean, look, I don't want to big myself up or anything, but after he'd got to 350 not out, he was fairly vulnerable. I thought, just started to find his weaknesses.
Oh, that's brilliant! And we're going to have a drink. We're at the halfway stage here. Yorkshire require a further 109 runs to win, with 2 wickets in hand. It's only at 4.36 runs and over, and the very big butters, they are 8 wickets down, and that is looking highly unlikely. Earlier on, loads of games around the county circuit. England won by 10 wickets. Ben Stokes opened the batting there with Ben Duckett. Stokes 57 off 28. Goodness me, it must have been raining 4s and 6s at Edgbaston. The Hollies must have been going absolutely balmy. Ben Duckett, Nottinghamshire lad, 25 off 16. Well, the economy rates of the West Indies bowlers is, I might not read them out actually because they're not very pleasant. In Group B, the group that Notts and Yorkshire in, Sussex have been, oh my word, what a game that is. So Sussex have been bowled out for 173. Warwickshire require 20 runs to win with 2 wickets in hand. They looked very much ready for that. So Lintott and Ali are in. That's not Mo and Ali. Mintot and Ali are in. So keep an eye on that. I'll keep you updated. Glamorgan have beat Surrey earlier on today. Yorkshire in this game obviously need 109 runs to win with 2 wickets in hand. Gloucestershire look like they are going to be defeated. They need 167 runs to win with 2 wickets in hand. They are 96 for 8 in reply to Essex 262. In Group A, Durham are 126 for 7 in reply to Worcestershire's 260 all out. Lancashire are 84 for 4 in reply to Kent's 209 all out. And Hampshire, having been cruising slightly, are now 143 for 5 in reply to Somerset's 242 all out. So they require a further 100 of 20 overs with 5 wickets remaining. So it's poised quite nicely in the 100. Welsh Fire Women were 116 off their 100 balls, and the Oval Invincibles are 34 for 1 off 18 balls. So keep an eye on that. Obviously all the scores and such can be found on BBC website, as Patterson White's going to continue after we've had a refreshment break. His first ball is defended back to him by Code. 101 for 8. Code 26 of 18. Patterson White in, goes slower. Code lifts it over mid-wicket. 1, 2, 3, rolling away for runs. So Code moves to 30. It's not done yet. It's the 50 partnership as well. So these have gone along very nicely. We saw Lyndon James play an absolutely brilliant knock of 76, and it got a bit easier to bat when the ball got a bit older after Ben Code got it nipping about him, but certainly seems that way now. Square leg brought up in the ring, and Luke Fletcher out on the boundary at long on now. Slower and a bit fuller. It's touched straighter from Patterson White, and it's pushed back to the bowler from Ben Code. Dot ball, 105 for 8. Luke Fletcher stood in front of me. We're desperate for another one. Slow and full again, and Hamid can't cut that off as it's pushed down the ground too long on, where Fletcher picks it up and fires it down into keeper Tom Moore's mitts. Now bringing Fletcher up into the ring, and square leg will go back because Leach has had his broom out today. He's been sweeping Patterson White away. So Patterson White's been a tad expensive here. Here he is, Patterson White into Leach, who's defending off the front foot. Hamid does very well to keep that to a single, sprinting in at mid-wicket as Leach came forward, defended it into the leg side. No run. 1 ball left in this over, 5 from it. 106 for 8. In, defended off the front foot again from Patterson White. No run. End of the 26th over. It's 106 for 8. Wherever you're listening, I hope you've enjoyed the coverage, and it's most certainly not over, so please don't switch off, please don't go away. I think we're in for...
It's been marvellous. Been absolutely marvellous.
It's been a marvellous game. We're going to have
marvellous coverage.
Yeah. Change in bowling. Lyndon James comes into the attack. Man on the tabloid just lets everyone know as well. He's going to be replacing Toby Pittman. So James going to be bowling the 27th over.
Yeah, it turns out he had a very good day with the bat, didn't he, when you consider the scores across the match?
Yeah, incredible. 76. Certainly looking like the difference at this moment in time.
You or me?
You can do it.
Okay.
You can do it. Sorry, Jonathan.
Wide of off stump, and Code messes out, but very much Yorkshire's top scorer now with 31 against his name from 22. Leach on 20. This partnership came together 53 on the board, so I've added 53 between themselves. The rest of the 8 wickets could add just 53 between them. Code getting his hands through the line of the ball, but banging it straight to extra cover there. The fielding was done by Matt Montgomery. Dot ball. Nice to see the sun back out.
Yeah, it's been on a day that I don't know if you've had much of it in Yorkshire, but we've definitely not had any of it here over the summer. Not nearly enough of what we should have.
Not proper cricket weather, is it? As
No.
James is in and Code has gone. 53 for the first 8 wickets, 53 for the 9th, but he's nicked one behind. Tom Moores takes a diving catch, and Nottinghamshire on the brink of success with Yorkshire on 106 for 9.
Great catch, Tom Moores. Code not really moving his feet there, looking to slap this away through the covers. So he's played really well for his 31. He's hit a lovely couple of cover drives, and this time just finding the outside edge, and Tom Moores takes a good low catch to his right. 106 for 9. Knots are very much 1 wicket away from making it 2 out of 3 and 2 out of 2 at Welbeck. And Yorkshire are very much staring down the barrel of a heavy defeat here. Moriarty walks to the crease. Left-hand batter. Born in Surrey but grew up in Joburg. Beg your pardon. Went to school in Cape Town. Didn't grow up in Joburg, so he grew up in Cape Town. Went to school there. Went to a school called Rondebosch. And played against him a couple of times before he came over. He was on the young cricketers staff. Got signed by Surrey. And he's there for a couple of years before making the move up north. He's quite well liked at Yorkshire, isn't he? He's done alright,
so.
hasn't he?
Yeah.
He's done nicely.
Seems to be, seems to get on well with the boys from what I can make out. Certainly got a sense of humour.
He does.
So, here he is trying to get some runs, and drops the bat on his first ball from Lyndon James, pushed into the offside and fielded out there by Freddie McCann. There's no run. So Yorkshire still need a further half dozen just to not suffer a record defeat in this form of the game by Nottinghamshire. 1-1-1, the lowest they've got against Notts in the past. As I mentioned, 106 for 9. As James again goes short. Moriarty ducks underneath that when it was given as a wide and a no ball, and he's gone no ball in the end.
Not much going for that delivery.
Not really.
Yeah. Bouncer by James, just trying to get Moriarty flapping away at one, caught deep backward square or fine leg, and he's ballooned well over Moriarty's head. Counts as 2 now, so 108 for 9.
108 for 9. I think that'll get corrected on the caption as Moriarty gets in behind this next James delivery. Yep, gone back to being a no ball. 108 for 9, so just one more delivery for Nottinghamshire to find. And I said this the other day when Yorkshire were playing well against Surrey and winning that match comfortably, that challenge is always to try and find some consistency before everybody gets carried away with a win. Let's not celebrate too early. It's not qualification, it's only one win in the first match. And here we are just a few days later looking at a thrashing as Moriarty turns one square on the leg side and picks up a single. 1 off 4 for him. 109 for 9 Yorkshire, and 23 more overs for Nottinghamshire to find one more wicket. Of course, 23 more overs for Yorkshire to find 101 more runs.
Nicely poised.
Yeah, it's on a knife edge.
It's
The
very
tension,
tight.
I've got to say, the tension in the comb box is palpable.
It is. games do come thick and fast though, so Yorkshire will have the opportunity to bounce back quite quickly. Go again on Wednesday, so this competition's over and done with before you know it. It's quite scary. Liam Patterson-White to continue. And a little ripple of applause for Lyndon James as he makes it. I beg your pardon, Brett Hutton, as he makes his way to the other side of the ground. Deep backward square for Dan Moriarty. Liam Patterson-White coming around the wicket to Moriarty, who's driving this, and I think he's going to get enough on that for that to tickle. No, he's not. They're going to be able to get back for 2. So wide delivery from Patterson-White, pushed across the left-hander. Moriarty looking to drive it through the covers, gets the outside half of the bat and rolls away out to deep backward point where Slater does all the running around to collect it and tied it up. Now comes over the wicket, so Patterson-White over the wicket to left-handed Moriarty, who's driving, a little bit of spin, inside edge onto the front pad. Moriarty goes and does a little bit of gardening. Then left arm spinner to left arm spinner. There, you most definitely will not want to get out here. Spinners hate getting out to other spinners. I know that. Patterson-White in to Moriarty, who's pushing this out tentatively to Hasib Hamid at extra cover. No run. Moriarty on 3. Leach on 20. Nelson. You Yorkshire folk, get your feet off the ground if you're superstitious. I'm not sure what that sound was, but that is defended out towards backward point. A bit of a blustery wind, maybe something fell. Entirely
Could
sure.
have been. Sounded like the opening of a sword fight in Arthur of the Britons or something.
It did. Next one defended off the back foot by Matthew Montgomery. By Dan Moriarty, back to the bowler. No run. It did, didn't it? Sound like something you hear like that?
Welcome to a broadcast starring Kyle van Vollenhoven, Jonathan Doidge and Excalibur.
This one bowled by Patterson-White and pushed back to the bowler by Moriarty. No run, so 2 runs coming from that. It is still 1-1-1 for 9 at the end of 28.
Yeah, Nelson. Yorkshire need 1 to eclipse that previous worst against Notts. And it's going to be Lyndon James to continue from the which end is it again? The Bowls Club end.
Yeah.
Bowling green away to the right as we look at the far end of the ground, right at the side screens. Here is James then, ball short of length to Leach, and they've at least managed to get to 112. So they won't, this particular team on this particular day won't go in the record books for the wrong reasons.
It's always a nice avoidance, isn't it?
Yeah, but the other thing is, we're talking about net run rates earlier, and
Yeah.
you know, even if you can't get to the total, just keep it going as long as you can and get as many as you can, because on another day you might be thankful you've done that.
Correct. No, that's very true.
Patterson-White to the left-handed Moriarty. He does that quite often. He'll play and miss, and then he'll go down on one knee afterwards. Seen him do that a few times in his relatively short time at Yorkshire.
It's amazing, isn't it? The amount of, you play a false shot and you just correct yourself and you play it again almost like, nah, I was unlucky not to hit that. Goes through to Tom Moores, 1 slip in play. Matthew Montgomery's found himself there pretty much all afternoon.
Here's James again. Right arm over, flicked into the leg side by Moriarty. He's going to pick up 1, not interested in a second. Ben Slater winning the race easily in from the boundary.
Fletcher just giving a Fletcher just telling Leachy that you need to get back on the road relatively early to get back up to Yorkshire. Oh, can best believe Luke Fletcher to goodness me, Luke Fletcher. You can probably hear him perfectly well in the effects microphone. Just telling Leachy just to get on with it. All fun and games, isn't it? But he is batting pretty well here, to be honest with you. 21 or 41, showing he's very capable with the bat.
Here's James, and Leach punches into the offside. LPW does the fielding, square there, and there's no run. DLS laughably says 203 at the moment. Slightly behind it.
Slightly. A couple of good overs and you never know. Lyndon James does have a fifer in this form of the game. He picked that up in 2021 against Warwickshire.
Also to Leach again. Oh dear, run out mix up here, looking on. Oof, direct hit. Gives Moriarty a little chance of getting back in, but unfortunately for Matt Montgomery, he missed it.
It's a lovely day for a barbecue. Goodness me. Yes, yes, yes. No! Moriarty halfway down, and luckily for him, Montgomery can't throw the stumps down. Would have been one of those ways to finish it off, wouldn't it, Jonathan?
Yeah, it probably just summed up the innings, really.
Yeah.
Leach 21 off 43 as he waits, and James bowls down the leg side to him. Inevitably that's going to be given as a wide by Hassan Adnan. 114 for 9.
Yeah, Hassan Adnan just showing us how big his TV is. Signals to the scorers it's a wide. So takes the score along to 114 for 9. Again, take wickets out the equation. If you need to go at 4.5 for 20 overs.
Yep, Leach gets in behind this latest James delivery. And that will complete over number 29, with Yorkshire having scored 3 from it on 114 for 9.
Brett Hutton, the chief destroyer, if you're just tuning in and saying, goodness me, what happened? Maybe went out for lunch or went to the pub. Brett Hutton absolutely demolished the Yorkshire top and middle order. He begun it by nicking off Will Luxton, caught Tom Moores for 4. He then bowled Sean Masood round his legs. First ball. James, beg your pardon, Finley B. This is hit away by Moriarty. I can't really see, but I think, has it gone all the way? It has gone all the way. Our view is obstructed here by the tent, and Moriarty has heaved this away into the leg side for half a dozen. 120 for 9. So Moriarty's going to play. It's going to be a bit entertaining as Patterson White in again. Tosses it up again. Moriarty pushes it into the covers this time. No run.
I think Tom Moores might have just said to him, bet you can't do that again. Just as Liam Patterson White was setting off, he just had a quick glance around.
Good players go twice. Moza. Liam in. Goes a bit shorter, a bit flatter. Moriarty off the back foot, pushes it back to the bowler. No run. So Finley Bean run out Hamid. George Hill and Harry Duke were trapped in front by Hutton. Next ball. Nick down, put down at slip. That would have been that. Montgomery's dropped it. Foster ball, slider. One arm ball. Swung away from Moriarty, who's looking to back foot drive this through the covers. Finds the outside edge, and Montgomery's got his hands in a tangle. Didn't know if he needed to go reverse cup or fingers down, and just puts it down at slip. And next one driven firmly into the covers. No run.
I was going to say, whoever's doing the captions on the Nottinghamshire stream, bit of a sense of humour. Yorkshire need 96 off 21 overs, it said.
Next one in from Liam Patterson White and flicked round the corner. Moriarty moves to 11 and he's going to steal the strike. 121 for 9 after 30. So at this stage, George Hill and Harry Duke were trapped in front. LBW James Wharton was camped on the other end, watching carnage ensue. Matthew Reavis and Dom Bess were both bowled. Matthew Reavis looking to punch one through the covers, nip back, hit top of off, and then Dom Bess caught in the crease. And his off stump was also rattled, when then James Wharton thought he would try run down and hit Fletcher over the top, hold out at mid-on to Hamid, and Lyndon James nicked off Ben Code.
And here he is bowling to Moriarty, who opens the face and gets one away to point, where Patterson White has fielded well in there, does the job again. James has decided to come round the wicket to the left-hander here, cramping for a bit of room perhaps. What time do you get home tonight? Any good services you're going to stop at and get some on how long
food?
it takes for your team to finish Yorkshire off here, really, I guess. He's had another waft at one, just slightly wide of off stump, angled in. But you can probably add about 2.5 hours onto whenever the last ball's bowled by the time I walk in the door, because there'll be the post-match stuff to do.
Yep.
And then the drive, about an hour and 3/4, going on for 2 hours.
Any good services that you'll stop at? What do you fancy on the way to McDonald's?
No, there won't be any. There'll be none really, because I'll be travelling across country. Ball short of length, wide of off stump, and Moriarty's guided that down to third man for 4 by the looks of things. Can't see a thing away to the left. So 15 to him, 125 for 9. What about you? Do you live in Nottingham itself? Yeah.
Take me about 45 minutes to get home. Not too bad at all. Nice easy run through the countryside. Took me on the M1, 50 mile an hour on Friday.
Oh,
absolutely ridiculous. It's crazy.
Yep, James in, and Moriarty with a square drive this time. There's a sweeper out there to keep them to 1. Yeah, that's the worst thing, isn't it?
Oh.
One of the drawbacks. Love doing this job, but one of the drawbacks of it is that it's those evening games in particular, when you've got past that 8:30, 9 o'clock thing, where they decide that they're going to close the motorway or do the roadworks or whatever. Oh God!
And you just think, you just at that stage you just want to get home.
Yeah,
You've had enough.
Absolutely.
And you're stuck behind some.
Takes you twice as long as the sat-nav originally tells you, and he's gone. That's the end of Don Leach and the end of the match, because Yorkshire have been bowled out for 126. Leach gone for 21 off 44, bowled by Lyndon James, and Dan Moriarty not out 16 from his 22 deliveries, and they have been bowled out in 30 overs and 5 balls, I think is the long and short of it. And so, after from Yorkshire's point of view, after a really good start down at the Oval against Surrey the other day, and a really good start in this match as well, remembering of course that at one stage the hosts were 60 for 5, they have pretty much been routed with the ball, certainly to the extent that they were 53 for 7, 53 for 8 at one stage. They have managed to muster 126, but that's not going to do their net run rate any good whatsoever. And obviously no points from the contest, and back to the drawing board. Still 6 matches to go, not the end of the world, but that consistency of performance that they've been looking for, that they always talk about, well, not there just yet.
No, and that's a very good win and a brilliant statement performance from Notts. They emerge victorious. There will be 2 from 3 now, and absolutely brilliant bowling display from Brett Husson. As you can hear, he's getting a very, very well-deserved round of applause from everybody here at Welbeck. He's been absolutely phenomenal. He's finished with figures of 6 for 38 in his 10 overs. Got the wickets of Luxton, Masood, Hill, Duke, Reavis, Bess. Absolutely destroyed the middle and top order. And he's bowled not to victory here today at Welbeck Cricket Club on what has been an absolutely wonderful day, and well, we'd like to thank everybody that has been managed to make this as an enjoyable 2 results as possible. But Notts emerge victorious. They win their second game of the tournament. They're 2 from 2 at the Beck. And from Jonathan and myself, we wish you all a very good evening and a lovely rest of your Sunday. If you are heading back up to Yorkshire, please do travel safe. If you're driving back to Nottingham, please travel safe as well. But from Welbeck, over and out.
So it is the Outlaws that take the victory there. They beat the Yorkshire Vikings by 83 runs. And it's partly in thanks, shall I say thanks, to this man to my left. 6 wickets. Not bad, is it?
No, it was nice. You know, we know what to expect when we come here, and it's always nice when you come here as an opening bowler.
And I spoke to you at the beginning of the game about, obviously they won the toss, they had a bowl. Stats wise always says maybe, you know, bowl first here, but was you expecting sort of the wicket to react to how it did in that second innings for us?
No, I think it probably did a bit less, which almost made it a bit harder for them sometimes. But I mean, the main thing was, we all know the stats and all the rest of it. We got into a reasonable score there. You know, probably, I think average first innings score is like 170, 180. So that partnership that sort of Lyndon and Tom had in the middle was huge. And then LPW with that, you know, little flourish for 10, 12 balls was just got us to a score that, you know, we felt really confident, and their lads knew it was going to be hard. Right, yeah. So it's sort of that classic momentum shift of that little bit at the end, so it was great. So
does, as a bowling attack, does that give you a bit of an oomph and a bit of like spring in your step to go, look, we've got a target here that we can really defend and go out and have a go at? Yeah, definitely. You know, we all saw what was happening in the first innings. We all saw that it was giving the bowlers a bit of back, and like I say, then when you know you've got to a score that you think, oh, this is all right, we've got plenty to play with. And then as their batting team, you could see that they lost a few wickets, and it was that like, oh god, you know, like, you know, there that they're under the pump, you know. And then that run out was massive, that Hastock, and then we just kept taking wickets, and yeah, you could just see them get deflated, and almost, you know, to be fair to the last few, they played quite well because they had nothing to lose. Yeah. But yeah, it was great, you know. And when your first wicket, you know, is bowled down the leg side, do you think it might be your day? I don't know what you're on about. It was, to be fair, when you watch it back, it actually pitched in line, and it was probably going over the top of middle and leg. So it wasn't, he just, I don't know whether Nigel gave him the wrong guard or what, but he was miles over. So I think it was a bit of, he got his feet in the wrong place, and I chucked it a bit down the leg side. So yeah, it was a bonus. Still says W in the old wicket column, doesn't it? So, you know, you take it, don't you? Yeah, it's no better than the long up I bowled that went straight up. They're all out. Exactly. And for you personally, obviously, you know, you've had an injury. Coming back into it, on Friday you bowled 10 straight, again here, 10 straight. How are you feeling? Can't wait for me to stop asking you questions and you can go and sit up and have a beer. It wasn't on my radar, to be honest. I've still only bowled 2 spells twice, and that was at Lincoln. Yeah, so it was one of those that, knowing how the pitch played, we were hoping to get as many out of me as we can up front, and then if needed, save a couple to come back. But with the pitch how it is, then yeah, I've just bowled 10 straight through, and yeah, a few days to put my feet up, and we'll go again against Glamorgan, I think it is. It is. Travel on Tuesday, play on Wednesday, but how good is it to, you know, have 2 games here, home games here at, obviously, Welbeck Cricket Club, 2 wins out of 3, really momentum kind of shift, and look forward now to a bit of an away sort of section of this competition. Yeah, it's great. We always talk about, because it's a bit quirky, because it's a club ground and, you know, it's Welbeck, but we want it to be sort of Fortress Welbeck, because we know what it does and we're okay with it. We've found a way of dealing with it, hopefully, and, you know, these 2 games hopefully show that, like you say, and then finish off back at the bridge, hopefully get qualification, get through to the final stages with back to, you know, home almost. It'll be perfect. Well, congratulations on your 6 wickets. I'm not going to keep you any longer. You go and put your feet up and enjoy the trip to Leith. Perfect. Cheers, Lord. Thanks, mate. Cheers, mate. Well done. Brett Hutton there, 6 wickets from the hitman there, and 2 victories from your Outlaws over this weekend here at Welbeck Cricket Club. So 2 points on Friday against the Sussex Sharks, 2 points today against the Yorkshire Vikings. As I mentioned to Brett, that's 2 victories out of the first 3 games. A couple of days off now and a travel to play Glamorgan on Wednesday. But from everybody here at Trent Bridge Live, thank you very much for joining us over this weekend, and we'll see you later on at the month when it continues at Trent Bridge.